Chapter 351 I will punish you on behalf of heaven. First update. Facing the arrogant pain, Orochimaru, everyone in the group understood that they must not hold back. Scorpion took out a scroll, bit his finger, and smeared blood on it. Bang! Accompanied by a puff of light smoke, 100 puppets of various shapes and colors appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Kakashi in the lobby had a strange look on his face, with a look of surprise in his eyes. A puppeteer who can manipulate 100 puppets at the same time. Who is he? Kakashi still couldn't believe it. In his impression, the puppeteers of the Sand Village were strong, but they could only control a few puppets at most, and they were not great at all. Kakashi opened his Sharingan and observed secretly, and his face changed drastically. What did he see? Countless chakra lines emerged from Scorpion's body, forming a crisscrossing, yet well-organized chakra network. Scorpion was like an elegant performer, gently waving his fingers, and many puppets rose up and danced gracefully. Red secret technique. The art of controlling hundreds of people. Scorpion's deep eyes were calm, as if he was immersed in conducting a band. Under his hands, puppets were his soul and his sword. Wherever the blade pointed, they were invincible. 100 puppets were lifted up and scattered, carrying a monstrous power, and overwhelming towards pain. Each puppet taken out separately is a masterpiece among masterpieces. In the hands of any puppeteer, it is treated as a treasure. When these 100 puppets of different shapes and colors suddenly swept over, the murderous aura that came in front of them was enough to scare people. Seeing this, Kakashi's forehead was already covered with cold sweat, and he didn't dare to look away with his Sharingan, for fear of missing the most exciting scene. In Kakashi's Sharingan, these 100 puppets were like bright stars in the night sky. Even if he was among them, he would be severely damaged if he did not play all his cards. How will he deal with it? Kakashi looked at Pain deeply with a curious look. But who knew that a scene that made Kakashi feel confused happened? Pain still stood upright on the 7 tails, still stretched out a hand. It seemed that in his eyes, these 100 puppets that could destroy a country were just ants that could be killed by a flip of the hand. Of course, Pain also had his pride. Heaven is unkind and treats all things as straw dogs. He is the sky, and he punishes the world on behalf of the sky. Pain smiled coldly, as if he was strolling in the garden after dinner. How dare a mere puppet compete with me? Shinra Tensei. A powerful force burst out from the palm of Pain's hand. It is worth mentioning that Nagato put all his power on Pain, instead of distributing it among the other 6 puppets, which also enabled Pain to use the power of the Samsara Eye to the maximum extent. At this moment, Pain is the sky, the god. If the god wants you to die, you have to die. The magnificent power of God, no one can resist. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the puppet army that originally covered the sky was repelled by the invisible force in just a short moment, like falling dumplings, falling everywhere like raindrops. In midair, although the materials of most puppets are very tough, they still cannot withstand the terrifying power of Shinra Tensei. Deep cracks appeared all over their bodies, and then they exploded. It was as if fireworks exploded in the sky. Facing the failure of his masterpiece, Scorpion's face was calm. He was not frustrated by the failure at all, but he looked confident. After all, this time, he was not alone. Just as Pain finished using Shinra Tensei, in that short pause, the space behind him twisted and a figure emerged from it. It was A-Fei. Strictly speaking, if they were to fight one-on-one now, A-Fei would be far from being Pain's opponent. However, with the power of his Sharingan, A-Fei was able to launch a sneak attack silently. Fire style. Great Dragon Fire technique. The raging flames suddenly swept over, like a red lotus that purified the world, blooming with a red light, and even the sky seemed to be burning, dyeing most of the sky red. The timing of A-Fei's attack was exquisite. Unfortunately, he miscalculated one thing, that is, he ignored the 7-tailed beast under Pain's feet. Ah! The 7-tailed beast roared, and the world suddenly shook. As tailed beasts, no matter how strong or weak they were before, there is one most terrifying thing, that is, they have almost endless chakra. Under such conditions, they can release the tailed beast cannon without scruples. The 7-tailed beast opened its mouth, and a black ball of chakra exuded an ominous breath. Just looking at it makes people feel deeply desperate. Boom! The tailed beast cannon suddenly blasted out, like a comet across the sky. With an unreasonable flying momentum, it slammed into the red flame dragon. The brave wins when they meet on a narrow road, and the two collision, only force can prove the truth. Tear. Everyone was shocked to find that at some point, the black cloud that originally covered the sky and the earth was actually split in half. On one side was the sky dyed red by flames, and on the other side was dark clouds, with bright sunshine leaking out in the middle. Then, the two terrible attacks collided, and even the sky and the earth were eclipsed. Boom! Everyone felt that their eyes suddenly lit up, and the dazzling light shone in all directions, followed by a deafening sound, as if the wrath of the Emperor of Heaven, the whole world was resounding through the clouds. Buzz! Buzz! Fortunately, Kakashi had expected it before and closed his eyes to escape. Now, even if he heard the bee-like sound in his ears, his curiosity made him involuntarily open his eyes again. This kind of cage-level duel is so rare, it can be said to be the battle of the century. Kakashi has already stepped half a foot into the cage level, and he doesn't want to miss this opportunity. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw a figure standing proudly in the sky, as if he represented the sky. Pain was unharmed. On the contrary, Afei had disappeared long ago. With the superior dynamic vision brought by the Sharingan, Kakashi keenly discovered that a few drops of ruby-like blood fell from the sky. Kakashi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Could it be that even the ninja who just released such a powerful ninjutsu is not his opponent? Kakashi looked up at the sky and felt that Pain's figure was so majestic, like a mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's heart, making people completely breathless. Who is he? When did such a freak appear in the ninja world? On the other hand, Might Guy, who was next to Kakashi, saw this but was not worried at all, but had an expression of eagerness on his face. A dazzling light burst out of Might Guy's eyes, as if burning with blazing flames. I really want to challenge him. Chapter 352 Pain's Death. Second update. As a master of physical skills, Might Guy has not encountered an enemy that is really worthy of his attack for a long time. After all, if he opens the 8 gates of ninjutsu, ordinary opponents will be as easy as pinching a fly, and Might Guy will not be able to feel the fun of fighting at all. Seeing Pain so majestic, even if he was alone against several cage-level strong men, he was still fearless, which immediately aroused the enthusiasm deep in Might Guy's heart. As a master of physical skills, you have to fight against the sky, the earth, and people, and hone your physical skills in the struggle. This is the true meaning of practicing physical skills. Kakashi was sharp-eyed. Seeing Might Guy's appearance, he knew what he was thinking, and suddenly stretched out his hand to press Might Guy's arm. Kakashi was also anxious for him. Kai, are you crazy? You don't have to participate in this war at all. No. Might Guy looked at Kakashi with high morale. Ninjas are born to fight, I already feel that I am burning with youth. At this moment, Might Guy's words made Kakashi feel that he was meeting him for the first time, and he felt that Might Guy was a little strange. Might Guy patted Kakashi's shoulder hard and said with a smile, You have been a little absent-minded since you saw the masked man's Sharingan. You should have a good rest. After that, a chakra flame suddenly burned around Might Guy's body. He bent his knees and squatted, lowered his center of gravity, stepped on his feet suddenly, and flew out like a sharp arrow. Wow! No one expected that several cage-level strong men would besiege Pain, and someone would dare to fight. Most of the people present were celebrities or strong men. When they saw this person, they couldn't help but ask each other who this person was. A Konoha ninja replied, This is the Konoha Blue Beast. So, in a short moment, the Blue Beast, Might Guy's name, swept in like a whirlwind and was recognized by everyone. The Land of Lightning has always worshipped such ninjas. The Raikage couldn't help but sighed, it's a pity that he was not born in the Raikage village. Someone beside him teased him, what if he was born in the Raikage village? The Raikage said seriously, he must be in charge of a ninja army and gallop freely in the ninja world. Originally, others thought he was just joking, but seeing the Raikage's serious look, they couldn't help but take a breath. Soon, the Raikage's evaluation of Might Guy was spread by word of mouth among everyone. Even Kakashi couldn't help but be shaken after hearing it. There is no other reason, it's really that the treatment given by the Raikage is too high. Just like the Ninja World War, how many people who can lead a ninja army are mediocre? Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, the 4th generation, White Fang, all of them are famous. At this time, see you at Pain. A ninja he had never met dared to rush towards him. Even with his usually cold face, he couldn't help but reveal a bit of impatience in his eyes. Who is Pain? He is the boss of Akatsuki, possesses the Samsara Eye, and is destined to stand at the top of the ninja world. Not just any cat or dog can challenge him. Heaven is merciless and treats everything as a straw dog. At this moment, he is heaven, he is God. When heaven is angry, millions of corpses will be buried. If God wants you to die, you have to die. Pain opened his palm and looked at Might Guy indifferently, speaking the law of heaven, and deciding life and death with one word. Get out of here. Shinra Tensei. Carrying the power of the wrath of heaven, the whole sky was shaken, and the black clouds formed a terrible vortex, showing the terribleness of this heavenly punishment. This trick again. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but feel nervous and worried about his friend. At this moment, the whole lobby was silent, and everyone looked at Might Guy nervously. Almost no one had confidence in Might Guy, because Pain had completely established his supreme throne with the previous attacks. In the eyes of everyone, Pain was like the Emperor of Heaven who sat high on the throne of God, turning his hand to make clouds and rain, and he was omnipotent. Even the Raikage, who praised Might Guy highly, kept silent at this time. All the disturbances below did not cause Might Guy any interference. At this moment, in Might Guy's eyes, there was only him and Pain between heaven and earth. He saw Pain's move. The terrifying power of Shinra Tensei tore his muscles, and he also felt it like a mountain pressing down. But no regrets for youth. Might Guy's eyes rolled back, and the 8 gates of ninjutsu opened one after another. The terrifying chakra burst out, forming a red flame around him that made people sigh. No one could imagine the pressure Might Guy was under at this time. No one could feel the deep desire for battle in Might Guy's heart at this moment. Might Guy's pupils turned white as he stared at Pain, a being like the Emperor of Heaven, high above, looking down upon the common people in the world as straw dogs, full of incomparable majesty. If he wants you to die, you have to die. But, so what? Might Guy doesn't believe in heaven or fate. He was not a gifted ninja to begin with, and everything he has now is what he has achieved step by step. It is not fate that can dominate Might Guy, but his own fist. I want this sky to never cover my eyes again. I want all the gods and Buddhas in the sky to disappear. Take my punch. Might Guy looked up to the sky and roared, punching out. Snap. At this moment, everyone seemed to hear the sound of glass breaking in their ears. Then, they were shocked to see that the space in front of Might Guy, which was originally filled with repulsive force, was torn into dark cracks, as if the space was torn apart. One punch, destroying all living things. An unimaginable shockwave flew out from Might Guy's hand, as if a latent dragon escaped from its trap and soared into the sky. Even Pain did not expect that he had given up the other 6 puppets and focused on this body, and the enhanced version of Shinra Tensei he used would actually be broken one day. Moreover, it was smashed to pieces by a punch. There was no longer the arrogance in Pain's eyes that he had faced the ants before, but a look of horror. However, the speed of the shock wave was too fast, so fast that he didn't even have time to use the 7 tails as a shield. Then, the shock wave was like a surging wave, rushing endlessly, and drowned Pain completely. Snap! Seeing this, the cup in the hand of the Raikage loosened and suddenly fell on the table. However, the Raikage didn't care about so much at this time, but looked at the figure in the sky like a god of war with fear. How can he be so strong? Yes, how can Might Guy be so strong? This question also occurred in the minds of others. They couldn't figure out why Konoha village had such a powerful ninja, but it had been unknown before. But someone let it slip and mentioned, Might Guy is the younger brother of boss Yang Ming. Suddenly, everyone who didn't know the truth turned their eyes to Yang Ming, only to see that he looked calm, as if he had expected this scene long ago. Chapter 353 The Unbeatable Enemy. The third update. Might Guy is the younger brother of boss Yang Ming. Hearing this news, everyone who originally doubted that Might Guy was so strong seemed to have found the truth, and they all showed expressions of so that's it. If it were in the past, I'm afraid no one would do this. But now it is different. Seeing that Yang Ming's dishes are more magical than the last, his shop is making a lot of money. The employees were even more frightening. Not to mention Zabuza and Kisame, the great Jiraiya alone was devoted to Yang Ming's shop, which was enough to surprise those who knew him. Hey! The Raikage patted his chest. At that moment just now, he almost had the urge to kill Might Guy even if he was seriously injured. As the saying goes, his hero is my bandit. The Raikage village and Konoha village are both among the 5 major villages. There are many conflicts of interest between them, not to mention the historical hatred left over from the previous Ninja World Wars, which are too numerous to list. The Raikage believed that if Konoha village was sure, it would leave his life in the land of fire. However, after knowing that Might Guy was actually the younger brother of the magical boss Yang Ming, the Raikage had to give up this idea. This is nonsense. The first bird to stick its head out will be shot, as everyone knows. Before knowing Yang Ming's background, the Raikage dared not act rashly. At this time, in the lobby, Ah Fei saw that Might Guy had punched Pain into ash with one punch, and a trace of shock flashed in his pupils. He could not imagine how the other party had mastered such a powerful physical skill. However, Ah Fei was one of the few people present who knew the secret of the Samsara Eye. He knew that even so, Pain still had the possibility of resurrection. But when he wanted to remind Might Guy, the severe injury in his body suddenly hit him, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his chest, and he quickly covered his chest. It's a pity, if my other eye was there, it would be so good. Ah Fei glanced at Kakashi inadvertently and sighed in his heart. Sharingan can only play its greatest role when both are there, so as to summon Susanoo. Ah Fei, who does not have another eye, has not gathered all the tailed beasts to become a six-path sage, so his combat effectiveness is worrying. The reactions of the crowd were only a short moment. At this time, Might Guy still did not dare to be careless. Because, although Pain's body had been destroyed by him, there was still a head left. If it were a normal person, he would have been dead by now. However, Pain still had an indifferent expression on his face, looking at Might Guy with admiration, and even spoke. You are very good. Are you interested in joining Akatsuki? Seeing Pain's head speak, such a terrifying thing could not arouse Might Guy's nerves. Might Guy looked at Pain suspiciously. You are not dead yet. Hat. Pain laughed. I am a god, how could I die? As he said that, the seven tails under his head opened their mouths and spit out a figure. This man is actually Jigakudo. It turns out that Pain has been hiding his other body in the belly of the seven-tailed fox. As soon as Jigakudo came out, he immediately summoned Yama. As the saying goes, if Yama wants you to die at 3 o'clock, who dares to keep you until 5 o'clock? Yama doesn't want you to die, even if you want to die, it's hard. Jigakudo threw Pain's head into Yama's mouth, and just a moment later, Pain reappeared intact in everyone's sight. Seeing this, everyone who didn't know the truth was shocked. How is he still alive? Oh my god, he's resurrected. Everyone wiped their eyes, looking like they saw a ghost, and their faces were full of panic. Facing this kind of person who can't be killed and is ridiculously strong, a kind of pressure called despair, like a towering mountain, weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Unlike everyone else, when Might Guy saw Pain like this, his eyes burst into a dazzling light. Sure enough, you are an opponent worthy of my full effort. Facing Might Guy's fiery eyes, even though Pain always claimed to be a god, a layer of haze was inevitably shrouded in the depths of his heart. To be honest, Pain really didn't want to be beaten again. Really, Pain was traumatized by Might Guy. Pain has always faced any enemy with an invincible attitude. But under Might Guy's heavy punch, Pain found that there are always people outside the sky, and it turns out that after practicing physical skills to the extreme, you can still do it so recklessly, regardless of you, just punch out with one punch, breaking all methods with one force. Whenever Pain thinks of the power of Might Guy's punch, he feels very uncomfortable. He and Might Guy had no grudges yesterday, and no grudges today, so there is no need to continue fighting to the death. Pain came today not only to obtain resurrection food, but also to clean up the traitors in the organization. Thinking of this, Pain softened his tone and extended an olive branch to Might Guy again. You are so powerful, don't you really consider joining us? Might Guy shook his head firmly. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight first. Seeing Might Guy rushing over again, gradually gathering an unparalleled momentum, Pain silently took a step back, and his mouth twitched fiercely. I'm not free today, why don't we fight another day? Although Might Guy usually looks stupid, he actually knows very well that Pain is lying to him. Might Guy said no more, but rushed forward a few points faster. Seeing that Might Guy was unmoved, Pain was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. This is not cheating. What hatred do I have with you that you have to hold on to me? Isn't it good for us to calm down and get along? Although Pain was extremely angry in his heart, the indifferent expression on his face covered up these emotions well. Humph! Pain snorted coldly, knowing that when he encountered such a persistent opponent, he had to beat him up and scare him so that he would not continue to pester him. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and the world rumbled with thunder, as if foreshadowing the anger of heaven. Since you want to come, I will help you. Pain stretched out a hand and opened it towards Might Guy. Universal gravitation. Unlike the terrifying repulsion of Shinra Tensei, universal gravitation is an extremely disgusting gravity. Even the black clouds in the sky, in the face of this powerful gravity, all drilled down, forming a funnel-shaped weather, which can be said to be magnificent. As the focus of this gravity, Might Guy was subjected to a stronger gravity. He couldn't control his body at all, like a puppet, he was suddenly pulled over by Pain. Seeing Pain's indifferent face getting closer and closer, Might Guy's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. A bad feeling gradually enveloped Might Guy's heart. What on earth does he want to do? As if to answer Might Guy's question, Pain's eyes flashed with ferocity, as if a prehistoric beast had awakened from its slumber. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 354 Defeat. Fourth update. Shinra Tensei. Pain was like the Emperor of Heaven descending to earth, speaking the law of heaven, and his words followed the law. At this moment, he was heaven, he was God. If God wants you to die, you have to die. Might Guy's pupils suddenly shrank, and the repulsion after gravity became extremely prominent and powerful. The chakra flames surrounding Might Guy choked, as if even the space had solidified. Then, Might Guy's figure shot out from behind. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking came, and Might Guy suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood on the way down, like a blooming red rose, sprinkling a sad and beautiful painting. The terrifying repulsive force was stronger than before. Even the funnel-shaped black clouds in the sky were disintegrated in the sky under this sudden burst of power. Many people who have never come into contact with Pain have never thought that in addition to his extremely overbearing repulsive force, he also has an equally overbearing gravitational force. Pain looked at Might Guy coldly, feeling relieved. Aren't you going to break all laws with one force? I will defeat you with 10 times the power. Seeing that Might Guy was about to fall to the ground from a height of 100 meters, Uchiha Itachi thought that he was the younger brother of Boss Yang Ming, so he suddenly stood up, formed a skeleton outside his body, and then chakra spread all over his body, turning into a mighty armor. Susanoo grabbed Might Guy's body with a big hand, catching him dangerously to prevent him from really falling. Ahem! Might Guy spit out the blood clots on his chest, and felt much better. He gave Uchiha Itachi a thumbs up to show his gratitude. Then, he looked at Pain with more fiery eyes, as if an experienced hunter had met his favorite prey. Seeing this, Pain's heart trembled. Damn, you're still here? It has to be said that the scene of Might Guy beating him up before really left him with a great psychological shadow. Seeing that he didn't count chakra, and the enhanced version of Shinra Tensei still couldn't take down Might Guy, Pain was a little panicked. He had never seen such a difficult opponent. It was as difficult as a sticky candy. On the other hand, Might Guy was full of fighting spirit. Because he had unlocked 7 of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, a steady stream of chakra flowed out of his body, as if it was going to burst his body. In this short period of time, he was a human-shaped tailed beast. When all 7 gates are open, it means that this is his unique performance moment. Even if Might Guy's eyes roll back, Pain can still feel the burning fighting spirit in his eyes. What kind of look is this? Fighting against the sky, the earth, and people, the fun is endless. Might Guy has never been a gifted ninja, and he has been overcoming all the difficulties along the way. He has no superior background, no superior bloodline limit. All he has is his fist. Even if you have the legendary Will Look Back, so what? Even if you arrogantly claim to be a god and have unfathomable power, so what? I can break it with one punch. Might Guy clenched his fists, and veins popped out on his forehead and arms. Burn, my youth! Daytime Tiger! With a loud shout from Might Guy, he punched hard. This punch had the power to collapse mountains and split the sea, as if even the sky was going to be broken by one punch. Carrying Might Guy's inner unyielding spirit, the blast wave swept towards Pain like a tidal wave, like a violent storm. Even Pain's always indifferent face, seeing such a terrible attack again, his expression changed drastically. The shock wave gradually formed a tiger shape in mid-air. The tiger is the king. Ah! The tiger roared to the sky, and as its limbs moved, even the surrounding space produced ripples, as if it would collapse if it exerted a little more strength. The tiger is out of the cage, who can compete with it? At this moment, everyone's focus is on Might Guy. At this moment, he is no longer the unknown ninja. Pain's face is very ugly. If he is blasted into ashes by Might Guy for the second time, he will lose face. Under Pain's control, Nanabe spits out a figure again. This is the Hungry Ghost Path. With the previous experience, Pain will not be careless, and quickly let the Hungry Ghost Path absorb this attack. But something that Pain did not expect happened. The Hungry Ghost Path can indeed absorb the shock wave released by Might Guy, but this amount is too much. I saw that the whole person of the Hungry Ghost Path was like an inflated ball, expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, under Pain's horrified gaze, it exploded. The Hungry Ghost Path was actually blown up alive. Are you kidding me? Pain was confused. Even the tailed beast cannon could not blow up the Hungry Ghost Path. But Might Guy's attack was far better than the tailed beast cannon. With his flesh and blood, he defeated the tailed beast cannon, and he did it with the taijutsu that was rated as the worst by others. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. They didn't expect that after practicing taijutsu to the extreme, they could still play like this. But for Pain, this was an extremely frustrating experience. Seeing that the shock wave was still coming aggressively, Pain had to bite the bullet. Tailed Beast Cannon. Shinra Tensei. One man, one tailed beast, unite to fight against Might Guy. Facing this magnificent lineup, Might Guy's eyes were like lightning, shining with dazzling light. I want this sky to never cover my eyes again. I want all the gods and Buddhas in the sky to disappear. One punch, shocking the world. Boom. The two strong men collided, the sky and the earth suddenly darkened, and then a dazzling light burst out. At this moment, the whole world was submerged in the gorgeous light. Even the black clouds in the sky were blasted out by this sudden huge impact, revealing a huge hole behind it. When everyone's sight recovered, they saw that the red chakra surrounding Might Guy had been extinguished, and the whole person collapsed on the glass cover on the roof. Pain was also seriously injured. Although there was not only a head left, half of his body disappeared. Hiss! Seeing such a tragic scene, everyone gasped. Pain was annoyed and looked at Might Guy with cold eyes. He didn't care about treatment. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to kill him. Since Might Guy wants to challenge him, he must accept the price of failure. Pain's eyes were fierce and he stretched out his palm to Might Guy again. Shinra Tensei. This time, if Might Guy is hit, even the people in the lobby will be affected. Seeing this, the Fire Country daimyo was almost scared to death. He never thought that the person he accidentally offended before was such a strong man. He knew that Might Guy was Boss Yang Ming's subordinate, so he ran to Yang Ming and said with tears in his eyes, "Boss Yang Ming, please help me." Chapter 355 Yang Ming takes action. Fifth update. Boss Yang Ming, please help me. At this moment, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was almost scared to death. He never thought that the woman he had teased before was actually Pain's godlike partner Xionin. He thought he was rich and wanted to ask someone to take revenge afterwards. Facing Pain's reckless use of Shinra Tensei, even though he was still far away, the heavy pressure was like a substance, weighing heavily on him, almost making him collapse. So, the daimyo of the Land of Fire didn't care that he didn't like Yang Ming before, and came to ask for help. In fact, Pain's enhanced version of Shinra Tensei is much more terrifying than he imagined. In the original work, Pain used this move to destroy the huge Konoha village, which shows its terrible power. Before that, the power of Shinra Tensei did not affect the auction. One reason was that the attacks of Might Guy and others could match it, and the other was that Pain was afraid of Yang Ming's attack, so he was somewhat restrained. But now, Pain was also angry with Might Guy, and he didn't care whether Yang Ming would take action or not, he just wanted to kill him first. Seeing someone step forward, those celebrities who were helpless rushed to ask Yang Ming for help. They finally figured out that among all the people present, only the legendary boss Yang Ming, who was said to have unfathomable strength, could turn the tide. Uchiha Itachi was also very interested in Yang Ming, and looked at him with interest, wanting to see what he could do to convince such great men as Jiraiya and Zabuza. The pupils under the mask of Fei stared at Yang Ming closely, thinking to himself, is he going to resurrect Uchiha Madara again? In a short moment, everyone's focus was on Yang Ming, which immediately doubled his pressure. However, facing this suffocating pressure, Yang Ming remained calm, and his words and deeds seemed to be calm, which made the originally nervous people relax. In order to strengthen everyone's confidence in him, Yang Ming assured, "This is my territory, I will not allow anyone to destroy it." As he said that, Yang Ming took out a pair of women's underwear in front of everyone. everyone. At this moment, everyone was almost petrified on the spot. Ahem. Uchiha Itachi turned his head away to prevent others from seeing that the corners of his mouth were twitching constantly. Seeing this, Ah-Fei was confused and couldn't understand at all. In this time of disaster, was Boss Yang Ming trying to make fun of him? Even Pain, who was far away in the sky, saw it, and his pupils suddenly shrank, his body suddenly tilted, and he almost fell off the seven tails. At this moment, everyone just wanted to yell, "Are you kidding us?" Facing the strange eyes of everyone, Yang Ming shrugged. In fact, he was the one who least wanted to take out this thing. But as a rare A-level prop, this thing can't be judged by appearance. Just look at the introduction of this item in the system column and you will know. Absolute domain, designate an area, within which the host can do anything. The Fire Country Daimyo is most afraid of death. He pointed at Yang Ming with a sullen face, "You are lying, you can save us with this thing. Go to hell." With that, the Fire Country Daimyo walked towards the elevator entrance angrily. He thought, since he was going to die, it would be better to die late than early. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming lazily said, "If you leave, I can't guarantee to save you." This was just adding fuel to the fire, and the Fire Country Daimyo was furious. He almost pointed at Yang Ming's nose and cursed, "Fuck you, you can die if you want." Yang Ming's eyes turned cold. In this case, it seems that the Fire Country needs to change its daimyo. As he said that, while others were stunned, Yang Ming used the props in his hand, and the designated area was exactly the skyscraper under his feet. Yang Ming raised the corner of his mouth and pointed at the daimyo of the Fire Country, "Get out of the glass cover." Originally, everyone thought that Yang Ming was crazy, but the next scene completely broke their three views. Under the horrified eyes of many people, the daimyo of the Fire Country floated up without wind, then shrank into a ball and rolled out of the glass cover. Everyone. At this time, everyone looked at Yang Ming as if they were looking at a monster. This is not using ninjutsu at all. It's simply the law of heaven, and the law follows the words. The Fire Country daimyo was almost crying and fainting. He didn't know what was going on. His body was completely out of control. It was as if there was a pair of hands pushing him all the way out of the glass cover. At this moment, the terrifying repulsive force of the Shinra Tensei suddenly descended on him. Boom! It was as simple as an elephant stepping on an ant. The Fire Country daimyo was crushed into a pulp without any obstacles. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed in their hearts. They could only say that if they didn't commit suicide, they would not die. Seeing that the Shinra Tensei was about to descend, Yang Ming said lightly, "Break it for me." This time, everyone no longer doubted Yang Ming, but stared at his head intently. Crack! 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 Under their horrified gaze, a sound like glass breaking was heard, and then the entire Shinra Tensei's repulsive force took shape, with dark cracks all over its body, forming spider web-like cracks, and finally bursting open with a bang. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were about to pop out. Can you still play like this? However, although this absolute domain is very strong, it actually has some useless parts, such as exceeding the range of skyscrapers. Just like Pain is in the sky, Yang Ming can't do anything to him. What a pity. The key is that Pain doesn't know. Pain only knows that Boss Yang Ming chose to attack in order to protect his younger brother Might Guy. This attack can be said to be as traceless as an antelope hanging a horn, which makes Pain unable to see how Yang Ming did it. However, this still can't stop Pain's killing intention against Might Guy. If you dare to go against the sky, you must accept the wrath of the sky. Might Guy, Pain must kill him as soon as possible. Pain looked down at Yang Ming, as if he was the Emperor of Heaven sitting high on the throne. His eyes were filled with indifference overlooking everyone. Pain was filled with the magnificent power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he was the only one in the world, just like the sun exuding a mighty momentum. He said coldly, "Boss Yang Ming, I have never failed to kill anyone I want to kill." Facing the aggressive Pain, everyone else chose to remain silent and quietly stared at Yang Ming. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Ming still looked calm, as if he would not fall down even if Mount Tai collapsed. "Oh!" Yang Ming said calmly, "If you have the ability, come and try it." Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Boss Yang Ming actually had such a strong side. These words were said in a domineering way. Chapter 356 Let's Try It. Pain stepped on the 7-tailed fox, and his upright figure was like a sharp blade piercing the sky. The momentum emanating from his body was like a mountain and a sea, and even the entire sky was affected by it. The sky that had been gradually clearing up was once again covered with dark clouds, and purple-blue thunder flashed across, presenting a scene of destruction. Boom! Boom! Amid the thunder, the lightning made Pain's cold face look gloomy and angry. Pain looked down at Yang Ming with cold eyes, like the Emperor of Heaven, with an indifferent expression. Although Pain did not speak again, anyone could feel the thunder and anger behind his eyes. Gurgle! Gurgle! In the lobby, those celebrities who were usually superior to others had never seen such a scene before. They were sweating coldly and looked at a loss. Even those ninjas who had experienced hundreds of battles, their sixth senses were far more acute than these people, and they could feel the pressure that seemed to be everywhere in the air, as if someone was pinching your neck, making you feel deeply suffocated. Finally, in the tense eyes of everyone, Pain spoke again. Boss Yang Ming, I originally had no intention of being your enemy. However, since you insist on keeping this man, I have no choice but to see how powerful your men are. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying light flashed in Pain's eyes. As for Might Guy, he must kill him as soon as possible. Seeing this, Konan had been with Pain for so long, so she knew what he was thinking, and quickly took Kakuzu and Haiden away from this place of trouble. As expected, after they left, Pain took action. Chibaku Tensei. Pain spoke word by word, as if he was punishing the gods and destroying all living things. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, endless stones flew from all directions, all gathered on Pain's head, and gradually formed a huge satellite. Dark shadows shrouded the crowd. They had never seen such a natural disaster like ninjutsu, and they were all dumbfounded. Pain smiled coldly, this is the end of going against God. As he said that, he waved his hand violently, and the satellite he condensed, carrying 1,000-pound force, fell down like a mountain. Whoosh! Before the satellite arrived, the whistling wind had already reached everyone's ears. The strong wind coming in the face, like a sharp blade, made everyone's face hurt. But most people didn't pay attention to this problem. Instead, they looked up with a dull face, looking at the huge satellite covering a radius of 5 miles. A deep despair, like a dark tide, suddenly drowned everyone. Of course, there were no mediocre ninjas present, and they would not sit and wait for death. After all, they didn't have the ability to stay in the sky. For a while, various escape techniques were frequently used, and various hidden weapons were frequently used, forming a torrent together, and suddenly bombarded the huge satellite. Boom! 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 Amid the bursts of explosions, huge smoke spread, making it difficult to see the truth for a while. Is it broken? With a nervous mood, everyone looked forward to it. However, what made them despair was that when the fog gradually thinned, the satellite with a hideous face behind it was revealed. Although these people have tried their best, they have only created some potholes on the satellite, which is of no help at all. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi subconsciously glanced at Yang Ming, but saw that he looked indifferent, as if he didn't intend to pay any attention at all. Boss Yang Ming, why don't you take action? It seems that I have to rely on myself. Uchiha Itachi has never been accustomed to leaving his fate in the hands of others. His own fate must be controlled by himself. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi turned over and jumped onto the glass cover on the roof. Facing this huge satellite, to be honest, he didn't have much confidence. However, this does not mean that he will sit and wait for death. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and the chakra in his body surged wildly. Susanoo. In a short moment, Susanoo, which was originally just shrouded outside his body, suddenly rose in size and turned into a giant hundreds of feet tall, as if it was a giant god soldier from a myth, exuding a terrifying momentum. Uchiha Itachi stared coldly at the front with cold eyes, and said in a tone without any emotion, "Smash it!" Ah! After receiving the order, Susanoo looked up to the sky and roared, waving his huge fist, picking stars with one hand, and destroying the world with one punch. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, Susanoo carried an unparalleled momentum, like an unparalleled god of war. Even if it was punished by the sky, it dared to rise up and fight against the sky. But in front of the huge satellite, no matter how huge Susanoo is, it is just a tiny creature. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly rose, and the whole world suddenly lost its voice, and at this moment, it fell into a state of silence. Crack! With a sound, one arm of Susanoo suddenly turned into a piece of ash, and even Uchiha Itachi was hit by the backlash. His face changed drastically, and his face turned pale. Even Susanoo, under the heavy blow of Uchiha Itachi, could no longer maintain it, and disappeared from everyone's sight in just a blink of an eye. Then, the huge satellite carried the overwhelming power after the victory, as if it was punishing the heavens, destroying the people, and eliminating all the filth in the world. Faced with such a natural disaster, everyone was speechless. Seeing this, the Thunder Shadow was anxious, and regardless of etiquette, he shouted to Onoki, "Stinky old man, it's already this time, why are you still hiding it?" The Thunder Shadow's roar immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they looked at the Tsuchikage suspiciously. The Raikage was aggressive, staring at Onoki, and said in a deep voice, "The bloodline elimination you have is just enough to deal with the current situation. This calf." Onoki saw others looking at him with ill intentions, and he was furious. Before he came to the auction this time, he had already reached a secret agreement with Orochimaru in private, so he had not made a move and waited for the best opportunity. But this Raikage was like crazy and asked him to make a move. It's really speechless. Although Onoki hated the Raikage in his heart, when he found that even the daimyo of the Land of Thunder was dissatisfied with him, he knew that if he didn't express his position, he would probably be in trouble even after returning. After all, those who can come here are either powerful ninjas or celebrities from various countries. Especially the latter, these celebrities are big customers of every ninja village, and Onoki can't hate them. Onoki secretly glanced at Orochimaru, only to see that he had been accumulating strength and preparing the immortal technique he had cultivated with great difficulty. It seemed that he could not rely on him, so he shook his head. Onoki smiled bitterly, "Can't I take action?" Chapter 357 Why? Onoki looked up at the sky with helplessness. "I am an old man, but I still have to do such hard work." Alas! Although he was helpless in his heart, the situation was pressing, so Onoki had to bite the bullet. Super light heavy rock technique. Onoki stepped on his feet, and his short body blasted out like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye he was far away from everyone's sight. Pain stepped on the seven tails, and seeing that someone came to stop him again, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This time, he did not hesitate to consume a lot of chakra, and the satellite created by Chibaku Tensei covered a whole area of 5 miles. It was extremely huge, and they could not stop it at all. It can be said that Might Guy had blown up his body twice before, which had already made Pain, who claimed to be a god, feel ashamed and angry. As a god, it was a shame to be blown up by a mere mortal. In order to wash away this shame, Pain can do anything. Under Pain's teasing eyes, Onoki suddenly came under the satellite. "See how you die." Pain smiled coldly, his heart full of expectations. When he was under the satellite, less than 100 meters away from it, Onoki deeply felt that the pressure brought by this satellite was unprecedented. He dared not imagine how terrible the disaster would be if such a satellite fell down. "Although I don't know how useful it is, I have no choice but to fight." Dust release. Original realm stripping technique. Onoki's eyes condensed, he focused on the front, and suddenly put his hands together in front of his chest. Buzz! Under the crazy flow of chakra, a white halo suddenly appeared in the palms of Onoki's hands, and finally turned into a square cube. After Onoki completed the dust release, he pushed forward without hesitation. Buzz! Silently, the white cube, with a terrifying aura that almost suffocated people, suddenly fell towards the huge satellite. Seeing this, the people in the lobby below, who were not without knowledge, immediately recognized that this was the unique skill that made Onoki famous. The Raikage hugged his arms in front of him and snorted coldly. "This stinky old man is still the same, always likes to hide his weakness, wouldn't it be better if he showed it earlier?" Behind him, Kirabi looked at him with a puzzled look. "Brother, is this original world peeling technique very powerful?" A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Raikage, which was a look that Kirabi had never seen before. In his impression, his elder brother was a man of iron, and nothing could stump him. But now, facing the unique skills of this old man Onoki, the Raikage looked like he had a headache, which was rare. The Raikage frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Kirabi, you must remember, if you face him one day, remember, you must not resist." The Raikage's words immediately aroused Kirabi's curiosity. In his opinion, if he is defeated, he can still summon the 8 tails. How many opponents are there in this ninja world? What a pity! Today, Kirabi finally realized that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. This ninja world is huge, you can never imagine how many villages are stronger than you. Under Kirabi's curious eyes, the white cube hit the satellite with a bang, just like a tiny mantis trying to stop a huge car. But this time, the tiny mantis made a great achievement. Thousands of lights gathered, as if it had become the only one between heaven and earth, just like endless galaxies gathered into one, and the endless light finally turned into a dazzling light point, and finally exploded and spread in all directions. From beginning to end, there was no sound. But wherever the light went, there seemed to be a terrifying and invisible wave mark, turning everything into dust. The dazzling light shone in all directions, making the world pale and temporarily grabbing everyone's attention. When they opened their eyes again, they were shocked to see that the huge satellite, which was originally so huge and invincible, was cut in half. This is a huge satellite that covers a radius of 5 miles, which is equivalent to the size of several football fields. But now, it has been cut in half. And looking at the cut cross-section, it is as smooth as a mirror, as easy as cutting butter, which is even more eye-catching. Alas! However, facing such a result, Onoki sighed. It seems that the chakra is not enough. Facing the remaining half of the satellite, Onoki is really helpless. Because just now, he has used nearly half of the chakra in his body. As for the remaining half of the chakra, of course, it is to keep a hand to prevent any accidents. Onoki is also an old man, and he will not rely on others for his safety. Although he and Orochimaru had reached a secret agreement privately before, Onoki was also afraid of being killed by Orochimaru. Humph! Seeing that half of his masterpiece was destroyed, Pain's face was somewhat ugly. He claimed to be a god, but he didn't expect that someone would dare to challenge his majesty as a god. This is simply a slap in his face. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Under Pain's control, the remaining half of the satellite accelerated with a roar, carrying supreme anger, and was bound to let these mortals know the consequences of angering the gods. Seeing this, Onoki's face changed drastically, and he dodged to the side with the super light and heavy rock technique. Hey! When he passed by the satellite and saw it up close, he could deeply feel the scorching heat caused by the high-speed falling of the satellite and the friction with the surrounding air. Sparks flashed by the side of the satellite, and then gathered into a raging flame, enveloping the remaining half of the satellite, like a blow from heaven, making people feel deeply desperate. Hat! Just when everyone below was at a loss, Yang Ming raised his mouth and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing this, the Thunder Shadow looked at him suspiciously. Boss Yang Ming, it's already this time, what are you laughing at? Of course, Yang Ming couldn't tell these people that they didn't need to take action just now. As long as the satellite was about to touch the skyscraper, this place that had become his absolute domain, he could naturally solve it. Yang Ming's face, he showed a half-smile on his face and said lightly, I am laughing. What qualifications does a satellite meteorite have to come here? Could it be? The Raikage showed a stunned expression on his face and said in disbelief, Boss Yang Ming, do you have a way? Suddenly, everyone remembered that Yang Ming had easily blocked the power of Shinra Tensei before, and they all turned their eyes to him. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Yang Ming calmly stretched out a finger and pointed it at the arrogant satellite meteorite. Destroy it for me. Chapter 358 Shocked People. Destroy it for me. With Yang Ming's calm voice, everyone was shocked to see that the huge satellite meteorite that was originally shrouded above was actually broken inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like a piece of watermelon thrown into a machine and being messed up, it was easy to completely smash the meteorite. Hey! A breeze blew, and the coolness blew on their faces, making everyone suddenly come back to their senses. At this moment, there were no satellite meteorites in the sky, only the dust floating in the wind, as if it still showed its existence. Is this the legendary boss Yang Ming? A drop of cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the Raikage. If you look closely, you can find that his hands hidden in his sleeves are shaking. If it is said that the Raikage is afraid of Onoki's dust release, it is because he is not sure that he can resist it. But this does not mean that the Raikage cannot kill Onoki. But now, what did he see? Facing the satellite meteorite that even Onoki couldn't solve, Yang Ming only uttered a few words, and he didn't even need to make a seal, and easily completed the task that they could not solve. What's more terrifying is that the Thunder Shadow didn't notice that Yang Ming had just used chakra. What does this show? Either Yang Ming has mastered an ability that the Thunder Shadow doesn't know, or his realm is far beyond him, just like the gap between an elephant and an ant. Kirabi was confused. Brother, you just told me that if I go against Onoki, I must not resist it. what if I go against Boss Yang Ming? Thunder Shadow. Regarding this question, the Thunder Shadow considered it again and again, and said in a deep voice, no. You'd better never be an enemy of Boss Yang Ming. Kirabi blinked, never expecting that his elder brother would actually respect Boss Yang Ming so much. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi watched Yang Ming's movements throughout the whole process. Seeing him solve the problem so easily, a strange look flashed in his eyes. I can't believe that there are such strange people in this world. Even if Uchiha Itachi opened the Mangeki Sharingan, he still couldn't see through Yang Ming. It was as if there was a layer of fog covering him, adding a bit of mystery to him. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi's mouth curled up slightly. Perhaps, only in this way can he cook so many magical dishes. With a little emotion, his eyes showed a little heat. After all, Yang Ming spared no effort to recruit him and promised him to provide a resurrection dish every year. Uchiha Itachi was only worried about what the result of this resurrection dish would be. If it was like the impure world reincarnation, neither a human nor a ghost, he would not agree. It was because of this worry that Uchiha Itachi did not respond to Yang Ming's invitation. At this time, Pain, who was far away in the sky, saw that his attack was resolved again, and his face had already darkened. However, Pain had been the leader of the Akatsuki organization for so many years, and it was not in vain. Ho ho ho. Pain took a deep breath, calmed down his mood, and made his mind clearer. Pain looked at Yang Ming with fear in his eyes. As the creator of the Chibaku Tensei, he knew better than anyone that Yang Ming could break the satellite meteorite in just a few words. This seemed easy, but it was terrifying inside. How did Boss Yang Ming do it? How strong is Boss Yang Ming? What should he do if Boss Yang Ming dealt with him like this? One question after another kept coming to Pain's mind, making him feel annoyed. Pain had never felt so difficult with a person like today. To put it bluntly, even if Uchiha Madara stood in front of him, Pain would have the courage to fight him one-on-one. But, facing the unfathomable Yang Ming, Pain hesitated for the first time and had no idea where to start. Even though Pain hated Might Guy for blowing up his body twice, now that Yang Ming was so clearly determined to protect Might Guy, Pain had no choice but to swallow his anger. Simply put, even if you are angry, you have to hold it in. It's quite frustrating. Fortunately, there is a considerate Zionin beside Pain. Seeing Pain's eyes flickering and the murderous intent on his body flickering, Zionin having been his partner for so many years, how could he not know what he was thinking? Conan stretched out a jade hand, firmly grasped Pain's hand, and said softly, "Forget it this time, I think we should grab the resurrection food first." Pain and Conan looked at each other, and felt the concern in Conan's eyes. Even if he had a heart of iron, he couldn't help but soften. Okay. Pain sighed in his heart and chose to listen to Conan's opinion. Pain's mind moved, and the 7 tails under his control suddenly flew up and approached the huge shark in the sky rapidly. Seeing this, Orochimaru and the others were immediately shocked. Oops. Orochimaru was even more anxious in his heart, secretly hating himself. The new fairy technique he cultivated was so difficult to use, and he hadn't prepared for so long. However, when Orochimaru glanced at Afei from the corner of his eye, he suddenly felt very strange. Logically speaking, Afei and the others should be the most anxious. But why did Afei look so calm? No. There is something wrong. After thinking about this question, Orochimaru suddenly woke up. Just now, so many of them attacked, but only Zetsu did not attack. And now, Zetsu, who was originally beside Afei, has disappeared. Where did Zetsu go? Could it be that? Thinking of this, Orochimaru's face suddenly changed, and he was furious. If Orochimaru guessed correctly, Afei and Ju had been teasing him from the beginning. When Orochimaru raised his head, with his excellent eyesight, he immediately saw that a black shadow suddenly appeared on the huge shark. This scene, Afei also saw it naturally. Afei sat on the sofa proudly, crossed his legs, and was very proud in his heart. The mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind. Ju's presence has always been very low, which also allows him to sneak up secretly. A trace of tenderness flashed in Afei's eyes. Lin, I will see you soon. Afei did not doubt Ju at all, and was confident that Ju would do what he said. Unfortunately, he is not the oriole. When the black and white Ju stepped on the back of the shark, the black Ju took the lead immediately. He. Black Zetsu looked down at the people below with a victorious posture, especially when he saw Pain's confused expression. He felt inexplicably happy. Boom! Thunder roared, and the thunder in the sky became the background. Black Zetsu opened his arms, and in the thunder and lightning, he wildly announced a shocking news. Resurrect, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 359 Uchiha Madara resurrected. Boom! Boom! Lightning, thunder. But at this moment, everyone's mind was attracted by the words of Black Zetsu. Onoki was sweating, his eyes were almost popping out, and his eyes were full of horror. His face was flushed, he couldn't believe it, and he said with a little stutter, Uchiha Madara. Onoki shook his head and comforted himself, maybe it's someone with the same name. Even he himself didn't believe this sentence. However, Onoki hopes that this sentence will come true. For no other reason, as an old antique, Onoki has personally experienced the despair that the man named Uchiha Madara once brought him. That is a man who can stop the crying of the waiter just by looking at you with a pair of eyes. In the lobby, the confident Afei suddenly stood up, one of his eyes was almost bloodshot, revealing the bloodthirsty light of betrayal. Z. Afei gritted his teeth and said hatefully, a terrifying murderous aura emerged from him. Afei originally thought that everything was under control and he could act as a yellow bird and easily achieve his goal. But he never expected that Z, his subordinate who he had always trusted, would betray him at this time, and did not resurrect Lin, but chose to resurrect Uchiha Madara. If Afei was furious, then, Pain had a hatred for Ju to the death. Pain didn't know if there would be such resurrection dishes again. But Pain only knew that Zetsu had taken away his hope of reviving his companions. You, damn it! Pain stared at Zetsu, his eyes emitting an unparalleled cold light, and he attacked brazenly. Shinra Tensei. An extremely powerful repulsive force was released from Pain's hand, and the terrifying power even shook the space, rippling waves like water waves. Facing all this, Black Zetsu laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! You just realized it now. It's too late. With the sound of falling, a pillar of light fell from the sky, shrouding the Hyujin the shark. This beam of light broke through the boundary between the dead and the living, and it had its own terrifying power. Even the extremely powerful repulsive force could not shake it. And anyone in this beam of light was immune to any attack. Seeing this, all those who were interested in resurrecting food showed a look of discomfort on their faces, as if they had eaten a fly. At this time, a grand and ethereal voice sounded, echoing in the world. Soul is back! Soul is back! Soul is back! These voices, coming from nowhere, have a power to cleanse people's hearts. Even the originally furious people will gradually relax and return to their original calm. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, from the distant sky, that is, the other end of the beam of light, a slightly frivolous soul fell from the sky. He is none other than Uchiha Madara. Everyone could even see that Uchiha Madara was also confused at this moment, and he had no idea what was going on. Uchiha Madara was confused, and thought to himself, fuck, I just returned to the world of the dead not long ago, why is someone calling me again? Don't the young people in the ninja world know how to respect the elderly and love the young, and use me as free labor? Uchiha Madara felt a sudden pain in his heart just thinking of the scene when he was once ordered around by Yang Ming and Orochimaru. He had dominated the ninja world for so many years, but he didn't expect that after his death, he would become someone else's thug. It was so fucking aggrieved. Especially that Yang Ming, who even dared to ask him to kneel down, which was simply unforgivable. Every time he thought of kneeling down in front of the stinky monkey of the Sandame, Uchiha Madara felt a burning pain on his face. Hey, something's wrong. When Uchiha Madara came to his senses, he glanced at the people below, and his face couldn't help but look strange. This is Zetsu? Pain? Why do they look like they are about to fight? Uchiha Madara shook his head, feeling that everything in front of him was out of his control and had evolved to a point where he didn't know what was going on. Seeing that the resurrection food was really useful, Black and White Zetsu was so excited. However, Black Zetsu was very good at hiding his thoughts while being excited. After all, it was not the time for Black Zetsu to carry out his plan. Thinking of this, Black and White Zetsu knelt on the ground respectfully, with a loyal look on his face, welcome to your resurrection. Uchiha Madara looked at his still illusory palm and shook his head, I haven't really resurrected yet. Tell me, what is going on? Black and White Zetsu was shocked, and then thought of what Yang Ming said at the auction before, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. Then, Black and White Zetsu told Uchiha Madara all these things in the most concise words. Oh! Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back. That means, as long as I eat the shark below, I can truly revive, right? Black and White Jew bowed his head respectfully. That's right. Well, I know. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. Since Yang Ming is here, it will be easy. As long as he is truly resurrected, he must avenge the hatred of kneeling in the past. If he doesn't avenge this, he will find it hard to swallow this breath. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara bit off the shark under him. What surprised him was that with his bite, the originally huge shark suddenly shrank at this moment, condensed into the size of a meatball, and fell into Uchiha Madara's mouth. Well, this is... Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, and his face suddenly showed an intoxicated expression. Hiss! Oh my god, how can this be so delicious? There are such wonderful dishes in the world, really. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and was completely immersed in the ocean of delicious food. The meatballs made from the concentrated shark not only tasted explosive, but were also filled with concentrated juice. Concentrated is the essence, not to mention that a large amount of spices are used in it. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's entire mouth, chest, and abdomen seemed to be swollen by the fragrance. At this moment, Uchiha Madara even had an illusion that even the sweat on his body was fragrant. Uchiha Madara was always busy with wars during his lifetime and never stopped to enjoy it for a day. He never thought that the food was so wonderful, no less than the king's hegemony. While Uchiha Madara was sighing, his originally thin soul was constantly filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. First the skeleton, then the meridians, and then the skin. When Uchiha Madara opened his eyes again, he felt better than ever before. This was peak power. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, suddenly raised his head and roared to the sky, announcing his existence to the world. Ha ha ha! I, Uchiha Madara, am back. Chapter 360 Come and Fight Me. Seeing that Uchiha Madara is really resurrected, everyone feels mixed emotions. A hint of warmth flashed in Uchiha Ataka's cold eyes, and his gaze towards Yang Ming became much friendlier. He pondered for a moment and murmured in a low voice, perhaps, joining Yang Ming's shop is a good idea. For Pain, the resurrection of Uchiha Madara not only means taking away the hope of his partner's resurrection, but also represents the catastrophe that they will face. Due to the resurrection food, Uchiha Madara's eyes are both alive, and they are still in peak condition. In Pain's horrified eyes, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly changed, first the Sharingan, the Manjiki Sharingan, and finally the Samsara Eye. Pain looked like he had seen a ghost, and asked, how come you also have the Samsara Eye? Hat. Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of pride that looked down on the world. Uchiha Madara looked down at Pain, and said, after so many years, it seems that you, Nagato, a little kid, have not made any progress at all. Pain's face changed drastically, his eyes flickered, and he was full of doubts. Pain was tense, as if he had met a creature at the top of the food chain, staring at him with vigilance. How do you know my true identity? Uchiha Madara had no intention of answering Pain's question, just like an elephant would care about the doubts of an ant under its feet. What's more, Uchiha Madara saw Yang Ming and Orochimaru under his feet. For these two people who dared to tease him with the impure world reincarnation, with Uchiha Madara's pride, he would never allow them to go out alive. Uchiha Madara's eyes burst out with a shocking cold light, and his body swept out with a majestic momentum, like a tornado surrounding him. Even the sky was affected, forming a swirling vortex cloud layer. Then, a large amount of chakra flowed out, forming a solid skeleton outside Uchiha Madara's body, followed by a mighty armor. Susanoo. A mighty giant 1,000 feet tall, wearing samurai armor, with wings covering the sky and the earth spread out behind him, and two ferocious faces on his head, one in front and one behind, full of malice towards humans. Pain gritted his teeth and looked at Uchiha Madara coldly. I don't care who you are. Since you took away the resurrection food, you have to give me an explanation. Explanation. Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, galloping in the ninja world, with unparalleled momentum like a rainbow, and the pressure of the sky seemed to be real, pressing heavily on Pain's shoulders. You are not qualified yet. Uchiha Madara's eyes turned cold, and he said in an extremely domineering manner. Who is he? He once worked with Hashirama Senju to create a legend in the ninja world. You are just a little kid from Nagato, so you are not qualified to ask him to explain. As he said that, Uchiha Madara had a thought, and Susanoo suddenly pulled out a narrow samurai sword. Uchiha Madara stared at Yang Ming and Orochimaru below, his heart full of murderous intent. Go to hell! The sword came out, and the sword was cold for 3,000 miles. It was as if he had traveled through time and space, across the other side of life and death, with a great terror between life and death, as if even the sky was cut in two. Seeing this, Pain misunderstood and thought that Uchiha Madara was attacking him. Damn it! Pain was completely annoyed. Pain claimed to be a god descended from heaven, and he couldn't stand others doing this. When the heavens are angry, millions of people will die. Shinra Tensei. Pain suddenly attacked, and a terrifying repulsive force blasted out from his hands, and the space in front of him suddenly became turbulent, rippling like waves. However, facing Pain's strong counterattack, Uchiha Madara sneered. Boy, you are still young. Uchiha Madara's mind moved, Susanoo swung lightly, the katana in his hand was as cold as 1,000 miles, the speed did not slow down at all, tit for tat, and did not give in. Boom! In the shocked eyes of Pain, the Shinra Tensei that he had always been proud of was actually no match for the sword in the opponent's hand. As easy as a butcher knife cutting a cake, Susanoo was not hindered at all, and the shocking sword light poured out. Seeing this, everyone at the auction was dumbfounded. They did not expect that the legendary Uchiha Madara would be so strong. However, with the previous experience, everyone learned their lesson this time. There was no tension on their faces. Instead, they discussed with interest what boss Yang Ming should say this time. I have to say, this is a huge change. This shows that these people have completely recognized Yang Ming's strength. Yang Ming calmly moistened his throat, and then calmly raised a middle finger to Uchiha Madara under the gaze of everyone. Yang Ming's mouth curled up, and a half-smile appeared on his face. Uchiha Madara, do you still want to kneel down to me? As soon as he said this, the whole room was shocked. Yang Ming was a man who never stopped talking. His words made the others dumbfounded and they felt like they were dreaming. What did he say? Did Uchiha Madara kneel before Yang Ming? Oh my god, he was a legendary big shot. How could this be possible? Questions came one after another, like bombs, constantly stimulating everyone's nerves. What surprised them even more was that facing Yang Ming's words, Uchiha Madara's face suddenly changed. Yang Ming. Uchiha Madara wanted to cut Yang Ming into pieces, and he spat out these two words word by word from his teeth. It can be imagined how much he hated Yang Ming in his heart. Even the power of Susanoo was amplified by this shocking anger, carrying the momentum of destroying the world, and fell towards the auction. Once hit, let alone the auction, even this 100-meter-high skyscraper will be split in half. Facing all this, Yang Ming shook his middle finger to both sides. Stop! With a loud shout, the samurai sword that was originally shrouded in the auction, narrowly passed through the glass cover, as if time had stopped, and it was stuck immediately. Seeing this, even the people at the auction who had confidence in Yang Ming were all stunned. It's actually possible? Whether it's Onoki, Reikichi, Orochimaru, or Afei, they all looked dazed and dumbfounded. If Yang Ming had previously disintegrated Pain's offensive with just one sentence, it could be explained by some ninjutsu they didn't know. But now, as soon as Yang Ming's voice fell, Susanoo's samurai sword stopped in midair as Yang Ming said. This amazing scene can no longer be explained by ninjutsu. This is a miracle. Not to mention their shocked faces, even Uchiha Madara was stunned. Of course, how could the proud Uchiha Madara give in so easily? He ordered Susanoo to try his best to pull out the samurai sword. But what made Uchiha Madara feel extremely embarrassed was that the samurai sword could not be pulled out. How embarrassing! Chapter 361 Yamata no Orokai. Seeing Susanoo's sword stuck in the air, Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically, almost turning the color of pig liver. Both embarrassed and annoyed. Uchiha Madara did not expect that his upright attack since his resurrection would end like this. Looking at these juniors below, who wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh, Uchiha Madara's forehead was bulging with blue veins. Not to mention, among these juniors, there is also Tsunade, an old acquaintance. As soon as he saw Tsunade, Uchiha Madara thought of Hashirama Senju, and the thought of himself making a fool of himself in front of his granddaughter made him even more angry. Yang Ming. Uchiha Madara looked at Yang Ming with gritted teeth, wishing he could tear him apart to vent his anger. Seeing this, the black and white Zetsu beside him was startled and hurriedly grabbed his arm. Master Madara, don't be impulsive. Why don't we retreat for the time being and implement the Moon Eye plan? Behind the seemingly respectful black and white Zetsu, there is a sinister intention. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara is such a proud person, and he is angry. How can he listen to him? Uchiha Madara suddenly pulled his hand away, his face was full of frost and full of murderous intent. No, I must kill Yang Ming today. The humiliation of kneeling at the beginning has long become Uchiha Madara's inner demon. Black and white Zetsu was anxious and shouted, Master Madara. Pa! Who knew that before he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara slapped him and slapped him away directly. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Uchiha Madara looked at the back of black and white Zetsu indifferently, without any pity, but as if it was a matter of course. He has always been a man of his word, so he would never allow others to talk too much. Uchiha Madara's murderous eyes swept over Yang Ming and Orochimaru, especially the latter, whose hair stood on end, as if he was stared at by the god of death, and his whole body tensed up. Then, he suddenly formed a seal and said something that made everyone present look sideways. Would release. The tree world is coming. One by one, the vigorous and powerful tree roots flew out, like flying tentacles, dancing wildly in the air, looking very scary. Each tree root was as thick as several adult men hugging together, like a blue dragon coming out of the sea, carrying the momentum of soaring into the sky, and swept over. Seeing this, Tsunade was completely stunned. Tsunade stared with anger, and she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. How can this man know Hashiramas would release? Not to mention Tsunade, even Orochimaru, who is good at developing ninjutsu, saw this and a hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The golden vertical there was an inexplicable look in his eyes. Ah, what a miscalculation! I didn't expect that he would be resurrected in the end. However, is his current state due to the implantation of the cells of the first generation? Orochimaru is worthy of being Orochimaru, and he sees the problem very clearly. Of course, this is also because he has learned about the transplantation experiment of Hashirama Senju's cells in Konoha village. However, Orochimaru did not dare to be careless at all, because he found that half of these tree roots were attacking him. Tisk tisk tisk. Orochimaru raised a feminine arc at the corner of his mouth. This person's temper is really as rumored. However, the fairy technique I have prepared for so long is finally ready. After saying that, Orochimaru stepped on his feet, as light as a flying bird, and turned over and jumped to the glass cover on the top. Around Orochimaru, snake-shaped chakras suddenly drilled into his body, and the strange stripes on his face suddenly expanded, and in just a blink of an eye, they covered his entire body. Senjutsu. Yamata no Orokai. As the voice fell, everyone was surprised to find that Orochimaru's clothes exploded instantly and turned into a huge monster that was 100 feet tall. This is a giant snake covered with white phosphorus, but the strange thing is that he has 8 heads, and each head has 2 bulges on the forehead, as if something is pregnant inside. Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the Yamata no Orokai with disdain. Boring tricks. That's what he said, but the originally separated sea of trees, like a cat smelling fishy smell, all pounced on Orochimaru. Just looking at the crazy surge of the sea of trees is enough to shock people. Who knows? Facing the sea of trees that claims to be infinitely regenerated as long as there is enough chakra, Orochimaru smiled and said, My body of Yamata is not that simple. In fact, this fairy art Yamata no Orokai evolved from a ninjutsu taught to Orochimaru by the Dragon Immortal. Because Orochimaru captured Naruto some time ago, he did not waste such a good experiment. Through the study of Naruto and the 9 Tails, the birth of the fairy art Yamata no Orokai was born. To put it bluntly, when Orochimaru became what he is now, the chakra contained in his body alone is definitely not less than that of a tailed beast. This is knowledge is power. Orochimaru mastered a huge secret forbidden art, and at this moment he finally blossomed with a different brilliance. Under the control of Orochimaru, Yamata no Orokai raised 5 heads and suddenly opened his mouth. Fire escape. Water escape. Earth escape. Lightning escape. Wind escape. 5 different escape techniques, released by 5 heads at the same time. For a moment, red, blue, black, purple, and green, 5 colors like a 5-color rainbow across the sky, launched a fierce counterattack against Uchiha Madara. Seeing Orochimaru take out this trick, the people below who had some knowledge immediately looked at this scene with blurred eyes. Even the Raikage, who has always been strong, couldn't help but admire Orochimaru who could use 5 escape techniques at the same time. What a genius. Then, I don't know who suddenly brought it up. Since his 5 heads can use 5 different escape techniques, what about his remaining 3 heads? Hearing this, for a moment, everyone didn't know what to say. Because thinking about it carefully would be scary. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara was not as worried as these people. Instead, he was happy to see the prey and showed a happy smile on his face. He had been at the top of the ninja world for so long that he thought that the only enemy in the world was Hashirama Senju. No one could understand the feeling of being at the top and looking down on all the other mountains, with only the loneliness of being invincible. If you have the guts, come and kill me. Facing Orochimaru's fierce counterattack, Uchiha Madara fought back, and the more turbulent sea of trees, like an inverted waterfall, swept over with the momentum of swallowing the sky. The wheat spikes faced the needle tip, and no one would give up an inch of land. Who can compete with them? The whole world seemed to be cut into 2 halves, one half was the endless sea of trees, and the other half was the 5-color rainbow. They collided with each other, and a terrifying mushroom cloud suddenly rose to the sky, and the dust in the sky covered the sky. Chapter 362 Yin and Yang Escape. The whole world seemed to be cut into 2 halves, one half was the endless sea of trees, and the other half was the 5-color rainbow. They collided with each other, and a terrifying mushroom cloud suddenly rose to the sky, and the dust in the sky covered the sky. When the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, the scene in front of everyone was immediately eye-catching. The huge sea of trees was completely destroyed. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo broke an arm. Snap! Uchiha Madara raised his hand expressionlessly, looking at the crack on his hand, dripping with drops of ruby-like blood, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Good. 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 3 consecutive good words came out of Uchiha Madara's mouth. He stood proudly in the air, like a demon descending, and a terrifying momentum of destroying the world burst out. Whoosh! 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 The wind suddenly rose, like a roaring blue dragon, and the rapidly turning hurricane spread out in all directions with Uchiha Madara as the core, changing the color of the sky and the earth, and changing the wind and clouds. Uchiha Madara smiled proudly, I have participated in battles since I was a child. When I was dying, I had fought hundreds of battles of all sizes. I originally thought that I had been in the ninja world for so many years and had been invincible in the world. I didn't expect that someone would hurt me so soon in my first battle after my resurrection. Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Orochimaru quietly with the eyes of a senior looking at a junior. Everyone thought he would be angry, but he changed his tone. You have a bright future, why don't you follow me? As soon as the words came out, the whole room was shocked. No one expected that Uchiha Madara would actually invite Orochimaru. Oh my god! This is the man who created the myth of the ninja world in the legend. What an honor! No matter how others slander Uchiha Madara's achievements, his strength is here. Standing at the top of the ninja world, he is definitely the object of worship and willing to follow by many ninjas. What should I do? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru in doubt. Even if she didn't want to see him go astray, she knew that the words were pale and difficult to be convincing. After all, this opportunity is too rare. For every ambitious ninja, they will seize this opportunity and take the opportunity to follow Uchiha Madara to make further progress in strength. Seeing this, a flash of thunder flashed in the hands of the Raikage. The Raikage's expression was more serious than ever before. No, it's hard to deal with Uchiha Madara alone. If Orochimaru still joins him, who will have the final say in the ninja world in the future? Although the Raikage looks rough on the surface, he is actually a man of great talent. Forget about the hidden strong men in the ninja world like Pain, but the Raikage has long heard of Uchiha Madara. The Raikage believes that once Uchiha Madara is resurrected, the ninja world will surely start a bloodbath again. Although the Raikage is not the type of person who thinks deeply, he has always believed in his intuition. Silence. Unprecedented silence. A group of people were expressionless, quietly waiting for Orochimaru's answer. Once he really agrees to Uchiha Madara's request, he will definitely face many sneak attacks. Even Onoki, who secretly allied with Orochimaru, would never want to see Uchiha Madara's power increase. In the eyes of everyone, Orochimaru turned into the Yamata no Orokai, and the 8 heads all laughed up to the sky. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was full of rebelliousness, and the sky-high arrogance swept the world. Uchiha Madara didn't expect that he would be laughed at by Orochimaru after he took the initiative to put down his heirs and recruit people. His face suddenly sank, and a trace of cold light filled his eyes. Orochimaru, what are you laughing at? If you don't give me an explanation, I will let you know what the consequences of offending me are. A trace of teasing flashed in the golden vertical pupils of Orochimaru's 8 heads, and they all showed a half-smile expression. As an old man, what qualifications do you have for me to follow you? Quiet. Quiet before the thunder. Everyone stared at Orochimaru with eyes wide open, looking at him in disbelief. They didn't expect him to dare to say that. Facing a legendary figure in the ninja world, Orochimaru actually spoke so much, which was really eye-opening. This courage alone is enough to be admired. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara clenched his teeth, his face was hideous, veins on his forehead bulged, and his face was cold and gloomy. Looking for death. Uchiha Madara spit out thunder, and under his thunderous anger, his terrifying momentum stirred the wind and clouds. Under his control, Suzanu's other hand carried the rage of destroying the world, as if a demon descended to the earth, and it came with a bang. Destroy the world with one punch. Facing all this, Orochimaru was not afraid, but laughed at the sky. What's the point of destroying me? You're still as arrogant as ever. This time, Orochimaru transformed into the Yamata no Orokai, and not only did the 5 heads fight back together, but the other 2 heads also joined in. How amazing is Orochimaru, why should he be humble and follow others? If you are a strong man, I will kill you and take your place. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, in addition to the 5 escape techniques of fire, water, earth, thunder, and wind, there are actually 2 other completely opposite escape techniques. Yin escape. Yang escape. 7 different escape techniques, transformed into 7-colored divine light, like a torrent of destruction. Not afraid of Susanoo, he crashed into it. Boom. Uchiha Madara's face suddenly changed. He knew how terrible yin and yang escapes were. However, what relieved him was that Orochimaru could only use these 2 escapes roughly, and could not use them more profoundly like the 6-path sage. At this moment, Orochimaru was like a millionaire, but when fighting, he would not buy guns, but bought a lot of bricks to blow at the enemy's face. However, even with such a rough use, Uchiha Madara could not withstand the joint attack of 7 escapes. Uchiha Madara's face suddenly changed, and he spit out a mouthful of old blood. The Susanoo that was originally 1,000 feet high outside his body was completely destroyed to help him resist the aftermath. The battlefield changes rapidly. No one expected that Uchiha Madara, who is so strong, would be beaten like this by Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Madara teasingly and said jokingly, "How about it? Do you still want me to follow you now?" Under Uchiha Madara's ugly face, Orochimaru continued to stimulate him, "Now it's not your time. You should be glad that it was me who made the move, not Boss Yang Ming. Otherwise, you would be worse off than dead." Uchiha Madara's eyes were full of doubts and his face was ugly. He glanced at Yang Ming who had been watching the show below with a look of disbelief. "Impossible, how could a mere Yang Ming be stronger than you?" After that, Uchiha Madara bypassed Orochimaru's obstruction at lightning speed and came to the auction. Chapter 363. Please allow me to pretend calmly. As the saying goes, a man's knees are made of gold. Uchiha Madara hated Yang Ming so much because Yang Ming actually made him kneel down after he was reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation. He was once the patriarch of the Uchiha family, a strong man who was on par with Senju Hashirama, but he actually knelt down in front of a chef. It was simply a lifelong shame. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. Uchiha Madara carried a raging rage, and his cold samsara eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. He passed through Orochimaru's obstruction at lightning speed and came to the auction. No. If you have to say it, it was Orochimaru who deliberately created this opportunity for Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru looked down quietly with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Let Uchiha Madara go and explore the current trump card of Boss Yang Ming, is it also a good choice? Thinking of this, suddenly, Orochimaru felt a cramp in his lower abdomen. Orochimaru's face changed drastically. Damn! The relative is here again. Fortunately, no one will pay attention to Orochimaru now. So they will not see that Orochimaru's incarnation, the Yamata no Orokai, curled up with blood flowing from below. The view returned to the auction. Pa! As soon as Uchiha Madara's toes landed on the ground of the auction, he suddenly exerted force and flew out like a sharp arrow, as fast as thunder. Everyone's eyes could not catch his figure at all, and only the Sharingan could keep up with his speed. Originally, Uchiha Madara was still 100 meters away from Yang Ming, but his speed was so fast that it seemed to shrink the ground into an inch. In just a blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's fist suddenly covered Yang Ming's face. Don't underestimate Uchiha Madara's physical skills. In those chaotic war years, physical skills were not devalued. Even if Uchiha Madara's physical skills were not as good as Might Guy's, they were still quite strong. Therefore, this punch even has the power to split rocks and break jade. Before the fist arrived, the cold killing intent had already swept over, like the biting cold wind in the far north, exuding a bone-chilling cold. Facing Uchiha Madara's punch, Yang Ming seemed dumbfounded, standing still, as if he had lost all consciousness. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! Uchiha Madara's kneeling to Yang Ming was simply a demon in his heart. Seeing the fist approaching Yang Ming's hateful face, he was ecstatic. Once the murderous rage is ignited, only the complete death of one party can end it. At this moment, no one can save Yang Ming. Whether it is Jiraiya, Kisame, or Zabuza, all of them can do nothing to help. However, facing all this, Yang Ming just said a word lightly. Stop! As soon as the word fell, Uchiha Madara's movements were like the movie stopped, and the whole person was stuck on the road, motionless. His huge fist had clearly touched Yang Ming's nose, but at the last moment, it could not move forward an inch, which looked quite funny. Seeing this, those who were worried about Yang Ming before breathed a sigh of relief. This scene just now was really too thrilling, and it was a heartbeat. Fortunately, Yang Ming once again used his actions to announce to the world that his strength is still bottomless, and it is not what you think. Mei Terumi patted the big weapon, and took Yang Ming's arm with a worried look. Damn, you almost scared me just now. Seeing this, Tsunade was not to be outdone and took Yang Ming's other arm. Yang Ming, don't do such dangerous actions in the future. Then, Terumi Mei and Tsunade stared at each other and said in unison, who asked you to come? Originally, this kind of hugging looks good. But the key is that there is a light bulb in front of them. Or Uchiha Madara, the 1000-year-old single dog, is the light bulb. No. It should be said that there is true love between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Things between opposite sexes are just for reproduction. Uchiha Madara disdains it. Uchiha Madara stopped on the road. Even if his forehead veins bulged, his teeth clenched, and he tried his best, he couldn't break free from the restraints on his body. He was more like a prisoner than a prisoner. At least, prisoners can still walk around in the prison. But Uchiha Madara could only stare blankly at the three bastards showing affection in front of him. This was a double blow to a 1000-year-old single dog. Uchiha Madara's eyes were fierce and fierce. Even if he couldn't move, it couldn't stop his killing intention against Yang Ming. Shinra Tensei. A layer of terrifying repulsive force burst out from the Samsara Eye, and even the space was rippling with waves like water waves, carrying a terrifying rage, sweeping over. At such a close distance, Uchiha Madara didn't believe that this couldn't kill Yang Ming, the bastard. Who knew that Yang Ming just took the time to raise his head from between the two women, opened his mouth in front of him, and blew a breath. Then, a scene that made Uchiha Madara furious happened. The Shinra Tensei that he was so proud of was blown away by Yang Ming's breath. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this. Who stipulated that Yang Ming could only activate his ability by speaking? Just look at the description of the A-level prop at the time, and you will know. Absolute domain, designate an area, within which the host can do anything. That's right, it is omnipotent. As long as he is in this skyscraper, Yang Ming is a god. Uchiha Madara stared with bloodshot eyes, like a gambler who lost all his property, and roared in a low voice, this is impossible. It's no wonder that Uchiha Madara lost his composure. What happened in front of him was really too subversive. Blow away the Shinra Tensei in one breath? This is not a dream, right? But everything in front of him seemed so real, constantly stimulating Uchiha Madara's nerves. Yang Ming broke free from the two women and patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder with one hand. Then, Yang Ming imitated Uchiha Madara's tone to Orochimaru before, just like a senior teaching a junior. You are very good, why don't you kneel down to me? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened and roared, you dare. But no matter whether he was willing or not, Uchiha Madara's body was out of control and he really knelt down. Kneeled down. Kneeled down again. Uchiha Madara's face was full of shame and anger. For him who has always been extremely proud, this is far more painful than killing him. Especially, this time it was in full view of everyone. And there was also Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, which was even more embarrassing. Yang Ming looked at Uchiha Madara who looked like he was going to eat him, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a half-smile expression. "Don't be so angry, let's sit down and talk slowly. Damn you! Who wants to flirt with you?" No matter how angry Uchiha Madara was, Yang Ming changed the subject. "Why don't you try wearing women's clothes?" When Yang Ming finished speaking, Uchiha Madara was shocked to find that his clothes had changed and turned into a policewoman's uniform. The tight leather pants stretched his two beautiful legs tightly, revealing his attractive curves. Puff. "No, I can't make it up anymore, let me laugh for a while." Chapter 364 Uchiha Madara, "You have a bright future, why don't you come?" Silence. All is silent. Weird silence. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all on Uchiha Madara, his face flushed, as if he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It's not their fault. Anyone who sees the legendary Uchiha Madara, who is said to have dominated the ninja world, wearing a policewoman's uniform, will actually be so. It's so eye-catching. The tight clothes made Uchiha Madara's body concave where it should be, and convex where it should be, and it looked magnificent. Puff. Finally, Tsunade couldn't help it and burst into laughter. This laugh immediately led to the others, and the whole auction was filled with laughter. Where was the tense atmosphere before? Ah-Fei glanced at Uchiha Madara furtively, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly shifted his gaze. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Ah-Fei's forehead. If he took off his mask, he would even his face turned pale. Damn it! I just felt a little excited. When Ah-Fei thought of the graceful figure of Uchiha Madara in policewoman costume, it was perhaps too exciting and left a deep impression in his mind. He could not get rid of it. Ah-Fei shook his head and muttered to himself, "No, no, no, I like Lin." But the more Ah-Fei thought about it, the more he remembered the voice and appearance of Uchiha Madara in policewoman costume. This made Ah-Fei so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If this goes on, he will become gay. Unlike Ah-Fei, Uchiha Madara's face was gloomy at this time, as if it contained the fire of thunder. Even, you can see that Uchiha Madara was shaking unconsciously, that was all because of anger. Even if it was women's clothing, Uchiha Madara didn't care at all. But what made him feel most ashamed was that after wearing women's clothing, he was surrounded by people and looked at him as if he was a rare animal. Whenever those pairs of fiery eyes swept over his body, Uchiha Madara felt uncomfortable and had goosebumps all over his body. Not to mention, for some celebrities present, some people really have this special hobby, and they like male beauty the most. Seeing Uchiha Madara wearing a policewoman's uniform, these people seemed to have discovered a new world, with terrible eyes bursting out, and they wanted to rush up and strip Uchiha Madara's clothes. Among them, the daimyo of the land of earth was the worst. He. The daimyo of the land of earth had an evil face and came to Uchiha Madara. He looked at Uchiha Madara up and down with evil eyes, feeling extremely satisfied. Just like some men like to counterattack and catch up with beautiful women, this daimyo of the land of earth likes all kinds of men the most. Being stared at by such a disgusting person, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of anger in his heart, his eyes widened, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Believe it or not, I'll dig out your eyes. Uchiha Madara has killed countless people. Once he gets angry, he bursts out with a momentum as big as a mountain and as big as the sea. Even if he can't move, he is still not someone who can bully him. The daimyo of the land of earth was caught off guard and was completely drowned by the murderous aura. He felt a flash in front of his eyes and appeared in a sea of blood. There were corpses everywhere and piles of bones everywhere. At the end, there was a throne made of countless bones. Uchiha Madara sat on the throne like a demon. The heavy pressure swept over, making the daimyo of the land of earth have no evil thoughts. Bang! The daimyo of the land of earth felt weak under his feet and knelt on the ground suddenly. He was sweating profusely. In a short moment, his clothes were completely soaked. He looked like he had just been fished out of the river. This change instantly woke up the others. They suddenly realized that Uchiha Madara was still the legendary Uchiha Madara, and they could not bully him at all. And what made them feel even more frightened was still to come. Uchiha Madara's eyes were full of cold light. It was fine if Yang Ming could control him, but who was the daimyo of the land of earth? I said, I will dig out your eyes. Like the whisper of the devil, in the shocked eyes of the crowd, Uchiha Madara's pair of reincarnation eyes suddenly changed and returned to the state of the Mangeki Sharingan. If there were careful people, they would see that the eyes of the daimyo of the land of earth had turned into the appearance of the Sharingan without knowing when. This is a sign of being controlled by Uchiha Madara. Go ahead, dig out your eyes. In the malicious murmur, accompanied by the exclamation of the land-country daimyo and the splash of blood, he actually dug out his own eyes alive. Quiet. Shocked quiet. Afterwards, the others could not help but distance themselves from Uchiha Madara, and never dared to look down on him again, lest they suffer an accident. Tisk. Although Uchiha Madara could not move, he also noticed it, and a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a bunch of losers. Uchiha Madara said it bluntly, as if he slapped these people in the face, with a loud slap. However, even so, few people dared to speak rudely again. The power of anger was so terrifying. Especially those celebrities who had ulterior motives, all of them looked scared. They never thought that even if he fell into this situation, Uchiha Madara was still not a lamb to be slaughtered, but a tiger that devoured people. As if slapping a fly to death, Uchiha Madara didn't care at all, but cast his eyes on Yang Ming with a weird look on his face. Illusion, start. Uchiha Madara didn't believe this evil, relying on his eternal Mangeki Sharingan illusion, he couldn't cure this damn Yang Ming. However, 1 second passed. 1 minute passed. Yang Ming even yawned, looking indifferent, which made Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank into pins, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. This shouldn't be. Why is he fine? Uchiha Madara was puzzled. Based on his past experience, this was completely impossible. Yang Ming looked at his confused face and couldn't help but laugh. Don't look at it anymore. Your illusion has no effect on me. As he said that, Yang Ming patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder again and said earnestly, it seems that you haven't recognized the reality yet. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that his head suddenly felt light, as if something was missing. In the eyes of others, in just a blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's hair was gone. Yes, Uchiha Madara became bald. He became bald, but he didn't become stronger. What a tragedy! Uchiha Madara looked at Yang Ming in a daze, wondering what he had done. Yang Ming raised the corner of his mouth, and a half-smile appeared on his face. Uchiha Madara, you have a promising future, why don't you come to my shop to help customers? What? At this moment, Uchiha Madara was instantly petrified, and the whole person was not feeling well. Chapter 365 I'm really stupid, really. Uchiha Madara, you have a promising future, why don't you come to my shop to help customers? What? At this moment, Uchiha Madara was instantly petrified, and the whole person was not feeling well. Gurgle. Uchiha Madara's throat moved with difficulty, and he swallowed hard, but it was still difficult to hide the horror in his eyes. Yang Ming, kill me. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Uchiha Madara's eyes were bloodshot, his face changed drastically, and he looked ferocious, as if he was going to eat Yang Ming alive. Seeing this, Yang Ming was happy. In fact, Yang Ming had no ill feelings towards Uchiha Madara, he was just teasing him. After all, it is a great sense of accomplishment to see that a powerful man who once dominated the ninja world is helpless against his methods and even forced to seek death. Yang Ming patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder, sighed, and pretended to be helpless. I have always been magnanimous, so I will spare you this time. Seeing this scene, the others looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Especially the person involved, Uchiha Madara was so proud in his heart, like a king of beasts on the grassland, that is a person who would rather die standing than live on his knees. Uchiha Madara stared at Yang Ming fiercely, his heart filled with unparalleled anger. He has never hated a person so much. It can be said that Yang Ming is unique. Uchiha Madara's eyes seemed to be spewing fire, and every word seemed to be bitten and spit out. Are you pitying me? I'd rather die than have your mercy. Yang Ming didn't expect that the other party would not only not accept his kindness, but would be even more angry, and he was furious. You know, Uchiha Madara is now in his territory. Here, if you are a dragon, you have to coil up, if you are a tiger, you have to lie down. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was so ungrateful, other people who didn't want to see him alive were worried for Yang Ming. Pain was hanging in the air, frowning tightly, and a river-shaped shape squeezed out of his eyebrows. Among all those who didn't want to see Uchiha Madara alive, Pain was the most unwilling. After all, due to the resurrection food, they both had the samsara eye at the same time. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. In addition, seeing that Uchiha Madara's samsara eye was different from his, and it turned into a Mangeki Sharingan, Pain had a bad premonition in his heart. Pain has been the leader of Akatsuki for so many years, and his mind and brain are not ordinary. Naturally, he thinks of something, so he has the strongest killing intention against Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, Pain can't beat Uchiha Madara at the moment. It is precisely because of this that Pain hopes to kill Uchiha Madara with the help of boss Yang Ming. Seeing that Yang Ming was a little hesitant, Pain decided to add fuel to the fire. Boss Yang Ming, if you are soft-hearted and let Uchiha Madara go, aren't you afraid that he will retaliate against you and the people around you later? Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara laughed out loud after hearing this. Pain frowned, looked at Uchiha Madara coldly, and said in a cold voice, "What are you laughing at?" Although Uchiha Madara couldn't move, he had a convincing aura. Even if he is now bald and wearing a female police uniform, it is still difficult to conceal this heroic spirit. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sarcastic arc, and his face showed an unprecedented confidence. "I, Uchiha Madara, must win in an upright manner, why use such despicable means?" Each word was sonorous and powerful. That is Uchiha Madara, who has the strength to stand at the top of the ninja world, has the confidence to say this. Clap. Clap. Yang Ming applauded Uchiha Madara for this sentence, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as expected of Madara, a man with such a magnanimity. However, Uchiha Madara's next sentence shattered Yang Ming's good impression of him. "Yang Ming boy, if you let me go, I will definitely kill you." As the voice fell, a sea of blood suddenly swept over, trying to drown Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming just blinked and broke this illusion. Yang Ming didn't expect Uchiha Madara to be so stubborn. As his eyes moved, he suddenly caught the figure of Ah Fei. Suddenly, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Yang Ming still remembered that when his tavern just opened, Ah Fei played a trick on him. He actually used the Sharingan to secretly cast an illusion on him and used a fake lottery ticket to cheat him into entering the tavern. Moreover, the system gave Yang Ming a task for this, but there were so many things that he almost forgot it. Yang Ming's mind turned quickly, and he had already thought of an idea in his mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing a half-smile. Seeing Yang Ming's expression, for some reason, Uchiha Madara felt a little uneasy in his heart. Sure enough. Then, Yang Ming aimed his eyes at Uchiha Madara and smiled, "Have you ever seen a bullet fly?" As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically. Because he felt that his whole body was suddenly out of his control, and suddenly flew out of the air like a cannonball. After leaving the skyscraper, which was Yang Ming's absolute domain, the only thing Uchiha Madara was thankful for was that not only were the restraints on his body untied, but his policewoman uniform also returned to its original state, and even his bald head grew back to hair. What a pity! Before Uchiha Madara could be happy for long, Yang Ming made a new move. Yang Ming pointed his hand at Ah Fei, and the corner of his mouth curved up. "You should also accompany him." What? Under the mask, Ah Fei's face suddenly turned bad. Unfortunately, he couldn't control himself and flew straight into the air. What made Ah Fei even more headache was that his mask was actually opened by Yang Ming. Under Yang Ming's control, the two of them, one in front and one behind, collided with each other at the moment before they were freed from the restraints. The result? When Ah Fei felt the heat on his lips, he felt bad. There was no other reason. At this moment, Ah Fei and Uchiha Madara were face to face. It was really eye-catching. When Ah Fei woke up, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He first became a virtual being, and then was drawn into the space of the Sharingan. Sure enough. When Uchiha Madara came back to his senses, his face was gloomy, and the terrifying repulsive force burst out instantly, carrying a raging anger, wanting to annihilate Ah Fei. Unfortunately, Ah Fei was so cunning that he escaped first. Uchiha Madara touched his lips with his fingers, and could even feel the remaining temperature, and his eyes were filled with thunderous anger. "Yang Ming, I must kill you." No matter how angry Yang Ming was, the system prompt sounded at this time. Hidden task, teach the liar a lesson. Task description, as the owner of a small shop, how can I allow myself to be deceived by a liar like Ah Fei? Task reward, raise Nan. Task completed, reward has been issued. Chapter 366 Building a Food Capital. Uchiha Madara touched his lips with his fingers, and could even feel the remaining temperature, and his eyes were filled with thunderous anger. "Yang Ming, I must kill you." That's what he said, but Uchiha Madara didn't do anything. There is no other reason, it is just that everything just now is too weird for Uchiha Madara. The miraculous means of breaking all ninjutsu, the puzzling binding ability, and even Uchiha Madara put on a policewoman's uniform as Yang Ming finished speaking. All of this is terrifying. As a generation of heroes, although Uchiha Madara is now full of anger, he still has reason. It seems that I need to find Zetsu to understand the situation. Then, in the puzzled eyes of everyone, Uchiha Madara said no more and left directly. In this regard, those who wanted to kill Uchiha Madara kept silent and did not dare to intercept him. They knew very well that the reason why Uchiha Madara left was just because of Yang Ming's deterrence. Seeing this, pain sighed in his heart, knowing that the plan had failed, so he had to leave with Xionin and others. Then, the others came back to their senses and said goodbye to Yang Ming one by one. Just like that, this world-class auction came to an end. Yang Ming returned to his room alone and began to count the harvest. The roast duck was sold at a high price of 1.5 billion by the daimyo of the Land Kingdom and the Land of Thunder. The daimyo jointly won the auction. With the help of the system, all the products pledged by the two of them were collected by the system, and then sold into currency, and the nearly 300 million debt owed to the system was paid off. However, Yang Ming withheld the legacy of the six-path sage pledged by the ape demon, and did not exchange it for currency, but used it for other purposes. Yang Ming was not happy that the things auctioned this time were snatched in front of so many people. Although the person who snatched it was very powerful, it also exposed Yang Ming's problems. It seems that it is necessary to recruit some more powerful employees. Yang Ming has always put his position very upright. He is a chef and a boss. As for fighting and killing, of course, it is left to his younger brothers. Yang Ming put this idea aside and turned his attention to the system column. When the main line task 3 was triggered, the system column was updated. Food City, completion 1%. Owner, Yang Ming. Building, comprehensive skyscraper. In this building column, there are many building lists, so I won't go into details here. Obviously, to complete the main task 3, the completion rate must reach 100%. Among them, to complete all these buildings is the completion indicator. Yang Ming first focused his attention on a building. Bread wall, a wall made of bread, which never deteriorates, automatically repairs and cleans, and can be eaten. Construction conditions, the cost of each cubic meter is 1,000 yuan. Should I say, it is worthy of being a food capital. Even a city wall is made of bread. However, the cost is a bit expensive. Yang Ming plans to build 4 walls, each of which is 5,000 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 5 meters high. The bread wall will cost 500 million. Yang Ming was determined, and in order to complete the task, he gritted his teeth and paid the money. Then, Yang Ming turned his attention to another building. Chocolate moat, a moat made of mellow chocolate, which never deteriorates, automatically repairs and cleans, and can be eaten. Construction conditions, cost of 10,000 yuan per cubic meter. Well, chocolate is more expensive than bread. Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. He thought that after this auction, he would become a millionaire. Now, there is such a greedy system, Yang Ming is drunk. Angry, but what should be done must be done. This moat is slightly longer than the city wall. Each section is 5,100 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 3 meters deep. The cost is 612 million. It's a crazy price. In just a moment, Yang Ming hasn't warmed up his pockets, and the 1.5 billion from the roast duck auction is almost gone. Looking at the few tens of millions, Yang Ming almost fainted from tears. So poor. Of course, Yang Ming can't keep these tens of millions. As mentioned before, the system built this skyscraper to take care of Yang Ming, but there are still many incomplete places inside, which is another bottomless pit. Yang Ming invested the remaining money in the construction of the skyscraper with tears in his eyes. In order to stop himself from being entangled, Yang Ming decided to go out and relax. Who knows, when he opened the door, he found that Mei Terumi was standing at the door with a panicked look on her face. Yang Ming frowned slightly, and was still thinking about how Mei Terumi appeared here, but the other party spoke first. Yang Ming, something bad has happened. I don't know what happened outside. Suddenly, a wall appeared and surrounded us. It's no wonder that Mei Terumi was so panicked. Anyone who blinks and the surrounding environment changes drastically will feel an inexplicable panic in their hearts. Yang Ming patted Mei Terumi's shoulder to comfort her, and said calmly, "It's okay, I made it." Really? Mei Terumi blinked her big eyes. Although she was questioning, she showed an admiring expression on her face. Mei Terumi pulled Yang Ming's arm, and a cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes. How about you take me to see it? Without waiting for Yang Ming to reply, Mei Terumi dragged Yang Ming away. Unexpectedly, when the two of them came to the elevator, they accidentally met Tsunade. Tsunade was angry when she saw the close relationship between the two. She pulled Yang Ming's other arm and looked at Mei Terumi coldly. Why are you here too? Mei Terumi raised a cold arc at the corner of her mouth. Yang Ming is my boyfriend, why can't I be here? What are you doing here? Yang Ming saw that the two of them were about to quarrel again, and suddenly felt a headache. He comforted her, I will take Mei Terumi to see the newly built city walls and moats. Since you are here, let's go together. Tsunade naturally accepted this. After leaving the skyscraper, all you can see is a desolate scene. However, now there are towering the tall city wall can be seen from a distance. When they got closer, Mei Terumi and Tsunade's eyes almost popped out. This is actually a city wall made of bread. What an incredible thing! Even though they are both well informed, one is a Hokage and the other is a Mizukage, they have never been as surprised as today. I saw that the bread on this city wall is not a whole, but is made up of countless loaves of bread, highlighting the beautiful texture. And between the bread and the bread, there is a layer of white cream, exuding waves of tempting sweet fragrance, attracting guests to taste it. Chapter 367 Bread and Chocolate. Whether it is a girl or a woman, they have a unique preference for desserts. Mei Terumi and Tsunade are no exception. At this time, they are happy to see the prey and can't help but touch it. Feeling the soft touch of the bread city wall, Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes rippled, and she was completely overwhelmed by amazement. Yang Ming, can I try it? Mei Terumi turned around and looked at Yang Ming expectantly. Yang Ming shrugged, it's up to you, eat as much as you want. Great. Mei Terumi is also a real foodie. At this time, she was so close to the bread wall, and she was already salivating at the smell of all kinds of butter. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't mind, Mei Terumi stretched out her jade-like fingers and carefully took off a small piece of bread. Ah! Mei Terumi opened her sexy red lips, dipped the bread in some butter, and threw it into her mouth. Suddenly, the wheat aroma of flour and the hazelnut aroma of nuts overlapped in the whole tongue, creating a magical taste. The more you chew, the more fragrant it is, and it even makes people feel like they can't stop. How can it be so delicious? Mei Terumi opened her cherry mouth slightly in surprise. In order to maintain a good image, she covered her mouth with two beautiful jade hands, but she still couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. It's incredible. Mei Terumi originally saw that the wall was made of bread, and she was a little worried about its taste, but she didn't expect the response to be so good. This bread can make people feel happy with the sweetness. It is like an old man. The more you taste it slowly, the more you can feel its charm. As a senior foodie, Mei Terumi has eaten a lot of bread, so she understands the value of this bread wall. You know, bread is the closest distance between the tip of the tongue and nature. The mellow wheat aroma and rich nutty flavor all express bread's respect for nature. When the bacteria inside the fresh grapes are fermented and reproduced, byproducts such as lactic acid or acetic acid are born, which eventually brings a sour taste to the bread made from natural yeast. Without the sharpness of edible vinegar and the richness of fruit acid, the soft and sour taste of natural yeast has become the unique taste of bread. When most people are chasing delicious food wrapped in gorgeous packaging and with all kinds of flavors, bread has become the food that is closest to the soil and exudes the original taste of grain. This is the true taste of life. Taking a bite of bread, Mei Terumi's appetite was immediately aroused. She couldn't help but reach out her jade hand again and take a much larger piece of bread than before. This time, she didn't care about being reserved. In front of the ultimate food, there is nothing to fear. This also proves the saying that only food and wine should not be let down. Bread crumbs are wrapped around the tip of the tongue, and the sticky butter sticks to the tongue. The unique flavor of bread is presented to Mei Terumi's taste buds in its original form, which is enough to make all food lovers crazy. This bread wall in the food capital is so mouth-watering, and it stands out with its unique charm that cannot be imitated. Flour and butter, geography and climate, steam and heat, the fusion of countless conditions has created the most delicious bread in the world. But now, this bread wall, which is completely different from the traditional sense, has conquered everyone who has tasted it with its unique flavor. Whether you are a pauper or a king, here, just at this moment, you can enjoy the same deliciousness. Mei Terumi tore off the thin golden outer layer, revealing the delicate and porous bread inside, and ate it voraciously. Even if you eat while walking, it still feels so good. No wonder Naruto constantly praises women, bread, and red wine in his poetry. It seems that this bread can sometimes really taste different. Unlike Mei Terumi, Tsunade doesn't seem to like bread very much. Instead, she points to the turbid brown moat outside the city wall. Yang Ming, don't tell me that this can also be drunk. Yang Ming raised the corner of his mouth and asked back, guess. Just try it and you'll know. Tsunade pouted and strode towards the moat. Getting closer, the aroma of cocoa, accompanied by the breeze, lingers on the tip of the nose. The mellow aroma can make everyone look sideways, for intoxicated by it, even dying for it. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she felt like she had discovered a new world. Tsunade likes the color of chocolate. The color of chocolate is solemn, revealing melancholy and mystery. When you taste it, it also reads you. You taste its bitterness, it reads your loneliness. You taste its rich fragrance, it conveys sweetness to you. Tsunade likes chocolate, likes the taste of chocolate. Tsunade gently scooped up a mouthful of chocolate water with both hands, put it to her mouth, and took a sip. Tsunade held the chocolate between her lips and teeth, and it melted instantly. What stimulated Tsunade's taste buds was bitterness, but after that brief bitterness, it brought Tsunade the rich fragrance. After quickly replenishing Tsunade's physical strength, her mood began to soar. For a moment, Tsunade felt that in the depressed evening, after the silky smoothness of chocolate and the sweet feeling of milk disappeared, the fine bitter fragrance slowly, permeated the deepest part of Tsunade's heart. Every time she drank a mouthful of chocolate, Tsunade would feel the fragrance of chocolate lingering all over her body. Tsunade especially liked the feeling of chocolate slowly melting in her mouth. Then, it slid down the throat into the esophagus, all the way to the stomach and heart. Finally, it seemed to flow with the blood to various parts of the body, and then quietly exuded its fragrance. Through Tsunade's skin, through Tsunade's bones, gradually submerged Tsunade, as if she was the only one left in the world. This experience was very unique. Instead of making Tsunade panic, it brought a kind of spiritual relief, as if the shackles on the soul were all untied. Just like the four elements are empty, at this moment, all distracting thoughts in Tsunade's mind were cleared. What there is just the sweetness and bitterness brought by chocolate. There is a constant cycle between sweetness and bitterness, just like life. No one has a smooth life, and no one has a life of suffering. The cycle of sweetness and bitterness on the tip of the tongue is just a condensation of life, but it makes people indulge in it and can't stop. For Tsunade, the obsession that she can't let go of in her heart is just the death of her brother and lover. Now, Tsunade tastes the sweetness and bitterness brought by the chocolate on the tip of her tongue. Although she can't say that she has a great enlightenment, she has also let go of her obsession for many years. Just like chocolate, whether it is sweet first and then bitter, or bitter first and then sweet, it's just a matter of personal opinion. Only by forgetting the bitterness of the moment can we welcome the next round of mellow sweetness with the best mentality. Chapter 368 Uchiha Madara becomes Hokage. After tasting the bread wall and chocolate moat, Tsunade and Mei Terumi were completely captured by the food, and a look of happiness appeared on their faces. What surprised them even more was that they could never finish eating these two delicacies. For example, Mei Terumi had been eating the bread wall for so long, but every once in a while, the part of the wall that was eaten would be repaired and restored to its original appearance, and the taste inside would not change at all, which surprised Mei Terumi. So, Mei Terumi and Tsunade, the two foodies, completely abandoned Yang Ming and enjoyed the delicacies here alone. Mei Terumi even suggested that all her sisters who often had afternoon tea together should be called to the food capital to let them taste the taste here. However, the good times did not last long. With Bai's horrified arrival and a shocking news, the originally happy atmosphere disappeared. "Boss, something bad has happened." Bai's face was pale, he was panting, sweating, and his chest was heaving violently. Seeing this, Yang Ming waved his hand and comforted him, "Don't worry, talk slowly." Perhaps influenced by Yang Ming's calmness, Bai took a deep breath and calmed down his violent breathing. However, this still could not cover up the shock in his eyes. This scene made Yang Ming and others feel uncertain. What on earth could make him so panicked? Bai's throat moved up and down, his lips trembled, as if he dropped an atomic bomb in the sea, and said something that everyone did not expect. Uchiha Madara became the new Hokage with the help of Danzo and the elders. What? Yang Ming and others were dumbfounded. What's going on? Especially Tsunade, the whole person seemed to be hit by an invisible force and almost fainted on the ground. Although Tsunade once disdained the position of Hokage, no one knew how much she loved Konoha village in her heart as the granddaughter of the first generation. But what about now? Not to mention that Tsunade was stabbed in the back by Danzo and others, who drove her out of the position of Hokage, and even let the mortal enemy of the first generation become Hokage. Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. Thinking of this, Tsunade suddenly burst out with an unparalleled murderous aura, like the wrath of winter, changing the color of the sky and the earth. Hucky! Hucky! Tsunade's beautiful eyes were full of bloodshot, and she was filled with suppressed anger, wishing to cut Uchiha Madara into pieces. Uchiha Madara! She spoke each word with a pause, wishing to torture him to death with a knife to vent her hatred and anger. Tsunade, where are you going? Yang Ming saw Tsunade walking towards the two-way portal of the skyscraper, and was afraid that she would be blinded by anger, so he grabbed her wrist. I'm going to kill Uchiha Madara. Tsunade said angrily. Yang Ming shook his head, calm down, listen to Bai's introduction of the current situation in the village. If it were someone else, Tsunade would definitely not give up. However, Yang Ming's words made Tsunade have a different idea in her mind. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and said expectantly, Yang Ming, you will help me, right? Hearing this, Yang Ming felt a slight headache. Although Yang Ming had beaten Uchiha Madara without mercy before, that was also in the field of skyscrapers. But if it was Konoha village, cough cough cough, then they would be beaten by Uchiha Madara. But at this moment, Yang Ming and Tsunade were on the same side, and neither wanted Uchiha Madara to become Hokage. After all, Yang Ming's shop was still in Konoha village. Yang Ming stretched out his hand, patted Tsunade's shoulder heavily, and said with certainty, if I don't help you, who can I help? Yang Ming. At this moment, Tsunade's heart surged with an impulse, and she wanted to hug Yang Ming's arms. However, Tsunade was also a generation of Hokage, so she naturally knew the limits, and she forcibly suppressed the impulse in her heart, took a deep look at Yang Ming, and buried this feeling deep in her heart. Then, Tsunade wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, returned to her usual resolute appearance, and turned to look at Bai. At this moment, Tsunade, who usually has a tough style, is back again. Bai, I hope you can tell me everything you know about Uchiha Madara. A trace of admiration flashed in Bai's eyes, admiring Tsunade for being able to cheer up so quickly. You know, ordinary people are easily depressed after such a blow. Bai thought for a while, considered the tone, and told the information he knew one by one. It turns out that on the day the food auction ended, Uchiha Madara arrived in Konoha village. Then, with the unanimous recommendation of Danzo and the elders, Uchiha Madara was elected as Hokage. Of course, there are also some families who had a grudge against Uchiha in the past and did not want to see Uchiha Madara come back. As a result, Uchiha Madara was ruthless and beat to death those clan leaders who disagreed on the spot. It is said that the scene was extremely bloody, which frightened other clan leaders who were unclear about their positions, and made them choose to support Uchiha Madara. Tsunade's eyebrows were tightly frowned, squeezing out a river shape. She did not blame the clan leaders of those big clans at all. After all, they represent not only one person, but the millions of clan members behind them. However, what puzzled Tsunade the most was that Uchiha Madara had just been resurrected. Logically, Danzo could not be very familiar with him. Why did all this seem to be premeditated? At the same time, an underground base in Konoha village. Danzo picked up the green tea in his hand, took a sip, and exhaled comfortably. Opposite him, Hibaiju sat cross-legged, holding a chess piece, not knowing how to play. Danzo smiled slightly, and his turbid eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. This plan was successful. I guess you came here not just to play chess with me, right? He he he. Hibaiju laughed strangely, threw the chess piece in his hand casually, and a gleam of light burst out of his eyes. Danzo, don't you want to unify the ninja world? With the help of Madara-sama, I believe you will be able to do so soon. Upon hearing this news, even though Danzo was cunning, his hands holding the teacup shook involuntarily, spilling some tea. However, Danzo was Danzo after all, and within a moment, his face returned to its usual calm. Danzo stared at Black and White Zetsu, and tentatively said, could it be that Madara-sama is not interested in the position of the king of the ninja world? Hat. Black and White Zetsu looked at Danzo with contempt, Madara-sama is as powerful as a god, and he doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. So what do you need? Danzo revealed his true intentions and said the questions that had always been in his heart. Black and White Zetsu grinned, revealing a bad smile, as if he was mocking Danzo. We need to gather all the tailed beasts. Chapter 369 Naruto's Disaster. Gather all the tailed beasts. Danzo's eyes fixed, and his mind turned, wondering if there was any secret in this. However, even if Danzo racked his brains, he still couldn't understand what the benefit of gathering the tailed beasts was. Who cares? Danzo smiled slightly, showing a kind expression. In this case, we will cooperate happily. Gee. Black and White Zetsu laughed strangely, and his body gradually merged into the ground. Before his head sank, he said, "You made a wise choice." After checking the surroundings several times and confirming that Black and White Zetsu had really left, Danzo exhaled heavily. To be honest, facing this treacherous Black and White Zetsu, even if Danzo was very cunning, he still felt a lot of pressure, as if all his cards were seen through by the other party. After a sigh of relief, Danzo narrowed his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in the gap. It just so happens that the nine-tailed boy is in the village now. Danzo raised his hand, and several root members suddenly appeared from the darkness and half knelt in front of him. Go, capture Naruto for me. Several root members nodded heavily and said in unison, yes. Then, they left quietly just like when they came. It was a clear and crisp autumn day. Naruto was in a good mood and planned to go to Yang Ming's shop to meet his elder brother Yang Ming and indulge in luxury to satisfy his appetite. As Naruto walked, he took out his wallet and counted carefully. Although he had a headache with numbers, he had to bite the bullet and count in order to eat delicious food. 1,000, 6,000, 13,000. Naruto raised a beautiful arc at the corner of his mouth, feeling proud in his heart. These were all the property he had accumulated with great difficulty. After all, at the last class reunion, Naruto had spent all his savings despite the pain. What should I eat today? Naruto was obsessed, drooling at the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't help but speed up his pace. He wished he had a pair of wings on his back and rushed to Yang Ming's shop for a big meal. However, just as he was daydreaming, Naruto didn't pay attention and his forehead hit the person in front of him heavily. Bang! With a muffled sound, Naruto came back to his senses from the fantasy of food, hugged his swollen forehead tightly, and looked at the person blocking his way in front of him with an unhappy face. You don't know until you see it, you will be shocked. In front of Naruto, there stood a row of people in black robes, wearing animal masks on their faces, but the patterns on them were more complicated. Suddenly, Naruto changed his previous stupidity, frowned coldly, and a spirit of eliteness emanated from him. At the same time, Naruto carefully stepped back a few steps and looked at the people who came with a vigilant face. What are you doing? With his innate intuition, Naruto could clearly feel that the people who came were full of deep malice. The leading root member raised his hand. Danzo-sama has ordered to capture you and take you back. As soon as the voice fell, the other root members stood up and fell, like cheetahs, suddenly bursting out with extreme speed, and attacked Naruto brazenly. However, since Naruto escaped from Orochimaru's hands, he has long been different. Boom! These root members underestimated Naruto's combat power and thought he was just a kid with the strength of a chunin. The moment he rushed forward, he was slapped back by a giant hand that suddenly appeared. How fast these root members went, how fast they were slapped away by Naruto. One by one, like a ball that was kicked away, they couldn't help but draw arcs in the air, and hit heavily in the distance, making screams of pain one after another. The leading root member was stunned. I saw that outside Naruto's body, there was a layer of red fox-shaped chakra, and a long tail was swaying left and right behind Naruto. It was the giant hand that slapped those people away just now, and it looked like it was showing off its power. Damn it! The leading root member gritted his teeth and quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth Escape! Earth Dragon Bomb! Should I say, he is worthy of being the leading root member? In a short moment, near his feet, the originally solid floor turned into sticky soil, and a person-high earth dragon head poked out from it, suddenly opened its huge mouth, and the bright light accumulated in its mouth, and then it burst out the destructive power contained in it towards Naruto. Boom! This beam of light wave was like a meteor across the sky, so fast that it was difficult for people to react. In just a blink of an eye, it flew in front of Naruto. If it were in the past, Naruto would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. But now it was different. Naruto's eyes changed, and the pupils of the nine tails overlapped on them. Behind Naruto, nine tails composed of red chakra emitting an ominous aura, like an indestructible shield, guarding Naruto. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and violent smoke filled the air, disturbing this originally peaceful day. Before the smoke was blown away, the pupils of the leading root member suddenly shrank under the mask. Whoosh! 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 There were bursts of wind-breaking sounds, and the entire black smoke was suddenly divided by several red lines. The nine chakra tails were like the sharpest daggers, like antelopes' hanging horns, and they fought back from all the tricky angles, forming an airtight cutting line. How could that root member have thought that the little devil in his eyes could actually burst out with such power? It can only be said that one step wrong, all steps wrong. Accompanied by a tearing scream, the leading root member fell. However, his death could not stop the others. All the root members present seemed to be crazy, and all kinds of ninjutsu and hidden weapons were thrown at Naruto like crazy, forming a torrential attack. Naruto was not to be outdone, and the nine chakra tails danced in the air unruly, and every attack was accompanied by a few screams. In just a few minutes, all the root members who followed the order to attack were killed, without any escape. But at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. Humph! With the sound of falling, Naruto was shocked to find that the whole space seemed to be frozen, and a bone-chilling chill like a winter wind wrapped his whole body. Naruto raised his head stiffly, and saw a man in old-style armor stepping into the air from the sky. In Naruto's body, the nine-tail was originally bored to yawn, but when he saw this person, he shuddered all over and got goosebumps. The pupils of the nine-tail shrank into needles fiercely, and every inch of muscle was tensed. How come he's still alive? It was the first time that Naruto saw Kyuubi being afraid of a person in this state, so he asked in confusion, "Who is he?" Kyuubi said in a solemn tone, "He is Uchiha Madara, a man you can never beat." Chapter 370, 2 minutes of charging. Uchiha Madara. Naruto was confused. In his impression, the Uchiha family had been destroyed a long time ago, so how could there still be Uchiha people, and they were so powerful? But before Naruto could think about it, relying on his innate intuition, Naruto's heart suddenly sounded alarm bells. Flash! This thought flashed through Naruto's mind, and Naruto followed his intuition, stepped on his feet, and flew out like a cannonball. At this moment, a giant fist fell from the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world, and slammed into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, Naruto's pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that a huge deep pit was smashed out at the place where he was just now. If he hadn't dodged in time, even if he had the protection of the nine tails chakra outside his body, he would have been crushed and seriously injured. Naruto woke up in a cold sweat, with the throbbing feeling of surviving a disaster in his heart. Naruto glanced at Uchiha Madara fiercely, but was shocked to find that the giant hand just now came from the other party. I saw that a purple chakra that revealed a repressive atmosphere formed a Susanoo arm outside Uchiha Madara's body. For Uchiha Madara, he had never thought of personally taking action against Naruto. After all, it was too cheap to do so, just like an adult bullying a kindergarten child, he simply disdained it. However, when Uchiha Madara heard that Naruto was actually Yang Ming's younger brother, he suddenly changed his mind and came to kill him personally. Facing a brat like Naruto, relying on Uchiha Madara's pride, evolving a Susanoo arm was already a sign of respect for him. Uchiha Madara put his hands behind his back, stepped on the air, looked at Naruto coldly, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. "Stinky brat, blame it on you being Yang Ming's younger brother." With the sound of falling, the purple-blue Susanoo arm, like a god of destruction, fell from the sky, carrying a powerful momentum, to destroy all living beings. Oops! Naruto secretly said that it was not good, and dodged away swiftly. Unfortunately, Susanoo's hand swept towards Naruto with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops, and failed to hit him with one blow. No matter whether it was a house or a tree in front of him, they were all destroyed at the touch, and nothing could stop them. How arrogant! Tear! Susanoo's fingers slashed across the street, like a knife cutting into butter, easily tearing a long crack on the ground. Seeing this, Naruto's soul was scared. Damn! How can it be so powerful? Seeing Susanoo's arm chasing him, Naruto was furious and cursed countless times. What hatred do I have with you? Is it worth playing with me? Wait! Naruto dodged the pursuit again with difficulty, and recalled what Uchiha Madara said just now in his mind. Could it be that he is my brother's enemy? Naruto gritted his teeth and glared at Uchiha Madara angrily, but he saw that he was in a good mood, as if he had just come out to walk the dog after dinner, and his expression was indescribably relaxed. It seems that I can only go to Yang Ming's shop to ask my brother for help. Although this decision was very frustrating, Naruto could only easy to recognize. With an idea in mind, Naruto immediately had a direction, and he kept rushing towards Yang Ming's shop while moving. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara smiled coldly. Stinky kid, why don't you run? To be honest, Uchiha Madara had not thought of capturing Naruto so early, but planned to catch other tailed beasts first. After all, in this world, there is also Pain who has the Samsara eye. This led to a very embarrassing situation. Uchiha Madara wanted to summon the Outer Path Demon statue, and he would definitely be interfered by Pain. So, now Uchiha Madara is just venting his anger. Who told him to be fooled by Yang Ming before, and Naruto is Yang Ming's little brother? Uchiha Madara smiled coldly and followed Naruto leisurely. However, just as he came to the street where Yang Ming's shop was located, a shocking blade swept over. Zabuza raised a beheading sword as tall as a person, not afraid of Susanoo at all, and his wolf-like eyes shot out a terrible light. That was the light of a hunter seeing his prey. Zabuza raised a bloodthirsty and cruel arc, and his chest was ignited with high fighting spirit because of the long-lost battle. Go to hell! The beheading sword drew a sharp arc in the air, like a fairy from the sky, an antelope hanging on the horns, and fell at a tricky angle. A sword split the road of life and death, and the sword was cold for 3,000 miles. Tear! The beheading sword chopped heavily on Susanoo's arm, making a sound like the friction of cowhide that made people's teeth ache. Then, in the surprised eyes of Uchiha Madara, the arm of Susanoo, which had amazing defensive power, was almost cut off by a knife. Now, this arm is only connected a little, but it is already shaky. What a courage! Uchiha Madara's eyes turned cold, and the supreme invincible momentum burst out from his body. A huge airflow came into being, forming a tornado around Uchiha Madara, setting off him like a god descending to the earth, full of unchallengeable majesty. Accompanied by a large amount of chakra, the arm of Susanoo, which was almost cut off, was restored to its original state in a short moment. At the same time, other parts of Susanoo also appeared together, showing a mighty body of 100 feet high, like a giant god soldier walking out of a myth, emitting a suffocating pressure. Zabuza was shocked to see that his all-out attack was ineffective. When he saw Uchiha Madara being played by boss Yang Ming, he thought he was just like that. Only when he faced it in person, he would feel the deep sense of powerlessness. Just as he was stunned, with Uchiha Madara's order, Susanoo raised his huge fist and punched down without any warning. Zabuza was horrified and quickly used Flying Thunder God. At the critical moment, he returned to Yang Ming in a dangerous situation. Boom! Back to Yang Ming's shop, Zabuza felt the ground shaking violently, and the whole Yang Ming shop began to shake slightly, as if it was hit by an earthquake. Zabuza looked at Uchiha Madara with his eyes wide open. How can this man be so strong? When Susanoo pulled back his arm, Uchiha Madara frowned as he saw that there was no one in the deep pit below. This guy runs pretty fast. However, I don't know if it was Uchiha Madara's illusion, he always felt that the ninjutsu used by the other party to escape had a sense of déjà vu. Never mind. Uchiha Madara shook his head and swept this thought to the back of his mind. Anyway, he has come out, if he doesn't catch Naruto, the human pillar, wouldn't it be a waste of time? But when Uchiha Madara came to Yang Ming's shop, his face suddenly became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. Chapter 371 Pretending for 2 hours. When Uchiha Madara came to the door of Yang Ming's shop, he saw that not only Zabuza who had just attacked, but also Jiraiya and the others came, staring at Uchiha Madara with a vigilant look. At this time, even if Uchiha Madara didn't know all the employees of Yang Ming's shop, he knew that he had come to Yang Ming's shop, and the damn boss Yang Ming might be here. Uchiha Madara glanced at Naruto standing next to Jiraiya, and the corner of his mouth twitched inadvertently. Then, he swept his eyes gloomily over everyone present, and secretly felt lucky that Yang Ming hadn't come out for so long. This is indeed a very contradictory mentality. On the one hand, Uchiha Madara hated Yang Ming to the bone, but on the other hand, he didn't want to see him again. To be honest, until now, Uchiha Madara still couldn't figure out why Yang Ming could play tricks on him like this. Because he didn't know Yang Ming's background, he was so wary of Yang Ming. At this moment, seeing that Yang Ming was not there, Uchiha Madara was full of confidence, pointed at Naruto, and said in a deep voice, "Come out." Naruto shrugged, looking like you are an idiot. You called I will come out if I want to. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me? Uchiha Madara's forehead was bulging with veins. He didn't expect this brat to speak to him in such a tone. Uchiha Madara suddenly jumped up. Suzanu's huge hand suddenly attacked, turning into a big hand covering the stars, pretending to catch Naruto. Jiraiya would never see his apprentice Naruto being caught, but he also knew that he was no match for him alone, so he shouted to the other employees of the small shop, "Come together." Kisame smiled grimly and turned into a black whirlwind. The same hata in his hand was like a life-threatening death sickle, drawing a sharp arc in the air and slamming into the arm of Susanoo. Then, a scene that surprised Uchiha Madara happened. The originally indestructible Susanoo actually collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. No. To be exact, it was swallowed by same hata. Burp. Even though it was just an arm, it still contained a huge amount of chakra. Even the greedy same hata couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. Seeing this, Kisame was ecstatic, his confidence soared, and he laughed wildly, "Uchiha Madara, nothing more than that." Then, Kisame raised same hata again and slashed at Susanoo. At the same time, Zabuza and Jiraiya came from both sides, forming a combined attack. However, they forgot that Uchiha Madara not only had the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara always stood with his hands behind his back, his serious face was covered with frost, and his eyes contained thunder and anger. If Yang Ming had taken action, it would have been fine, but now even his employees dared to disrespect him. Such people should be killed. After a short moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes turned into Samsara eyes. Shin. Luo. Tian. Zhang. The attacks of the three people were about to hit him. Even the Susanoo that protected Uchiha Madara was turned into nothing under same hata's swallowing. The gate was wide open, and it was the best time. Unfortunately, this one step away became a natural chasm that could never be reached. Boom! With Uchiha Madara as the core, the terrifying repulsive force instantly exploded around, like a missile falling down, and even a deep pit appeared under Uchiha Madara's feet, and snake-shaped cracks spread in all directions. Then, the whole ground was lifted up like a carpet, and large pieces of stones were lifted up, and then exploded under the terrifying repulsive force. For Jiraiya and the others, this was simply a natural disaster. Bang! 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 The three people were like rags thrown away at random, limp on the ground, covered in blood, flowing all over the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Zabuza climbed up from the ground with difficulty, holding the beheading sword. "I was so careless." Zabuza looked at the beheading sword in his hand solemnly, and saw that this extremely solid weapon was now covered with spider-web-like cracks, as if it would fall apart with a little force. The outbreak of Shinra Tensei just now was so sudden that Zabuza only had time to block the swinging beheading sword in front of him before he was blasted out. Zabuza licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, and his wolf-like eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he felt like he was ready to move. However, when Zabuza wanted to move again, he was shocked to find that another him suddenly emerged from his shadow. This shadow Zabuza raised a bloodthirsty and cruel arc at the corner of his mouth, and swept over with a fearless posture. The big knife in his hand was deadly, without any defense, as if he wanted to die with Zabuza himself. Seeing this, Zabuza didn't know that he was in Uchiha Madara's illusion. Unfortunately, even if he knew, it was useless. He was tripped by the shadow Zabuza for a while and had no time to untie it. Seeing the enemy's desperate look, Zabuza waved the beheading big knife, forming a continuous knife momentum, and defended with difficulty. Not only Zabuza encountered this problem, but even other employees were also trapped in the illusion at this time. Uchiha Madara smiled coldly, and was about to deal with them in one go to avenge Yang Ming's teasing of him, but unexpectedly, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Uchiha Madara, give me a favor and let them go." Uchiha Madara's body trembled, and he turned back stiffly, only to see that the guy he dreamed of killing actually walked out of the small shop in broad daylight. Yang Ming thought to himself that it was a close call. If it was a step later, maybe all his employees would have died. Although Yang Ming did not rely on the absolute domain at this time, it was a pity that Uchiha Madara did not know it. Uchiha Madara seemed to see a man at the top of the food chain, his muscles tensed, and he stared at Yang Ming with a vigilant face. To be honest, he was really not sure about facing Yang Ming. Seeing this, Yang Ming was secretly happy in his heart, but his face was still calm. Yang Ming said lightly, "How about it, Uchiha Madara, for my sake, don't be so picky about my employees." Uchiha Madara frowned tightly, with mixed feelings in his heart, should he let him go or not. Yang Ming secretly thought it was not good, stepped forward, and looked directly at Uchiha Madara with an imposing manner. "Do you want to experience the auction again?" Yang Ming really brought up the matter, which was simply rubbing salt on Uchiha Madara's wound. Boom! A terrible murderous aura burst out from Uchiha Madara, making him look like a devil reincarnated, looking down on the world. Uchiha Madara's cold eyes seemed to be real, as if they turned into a pair of sharp swords, piercing Yang Ming's face painfully. "You dare to threaten me?" Chapter 372 Blackmailing Uchiha Madara. Boom! A terrible murderous aura burst out from Uchiha Madara, making him look like the reincarnation of a demon god, looking down on the world. Uchiha Madara's cold eyes seemed to be real, as if they turned into a pair of sharp swords, piercing Yang Ming's face. "You dare to threaten me?" However, facing such a powerful Uchiha Madara, Yang Ming was not afraid at all, and his face was still calm. Seeing Yang Ming like this, Uchiha Madara was in a state of doubt. Thinking back to the auction, Yang Ming was so calm, and he was pitted badly. Even now, when he thinks back, Uchiha Madara still has lingering fears. Seeing this, Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled gently. "Actually, there is no hatred between us, so there is no need to make it like this." Uchiha Madara stared at Yang Ming suspiciously, his mouth twitching slightly. "Damn you! You asked me to kneel down and dress like a woman before, and you actually said you have no hatred against me." But in the end, Uchiha Madara resisted the urge to complain, put away his terrifying aura, and stared at Yang Ming calmly. To be honest, now that we are not in the absolute realm, Yang Ming is really a little scared when he is stared at like this. But since he is going to act calmly, he has to keep acting all the way. Yang Ming raised his mouth, and a half-smile appeared on his face. "Uchiha Madara, do you know that the Six-Path Sage left a legacy before his death?" Uchiha Madara's expression moved, and he asked suspiciously, "Why do you suddenly mention this?" Yang Ming shrugged, pretending to be helpless. "There is no way. Who told me to pay this price to take pictures of the resurrection food before?" Then, Yang Ming changed his tone and finally revealed his true intentions. "Tell me, if the secret of my becoming the Six-Path Sage is made public, what will happen to this ninja world?" As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Madara suddenly changed color. No other reason, because this really hit Uchiha Madara's soft spot. "Let's call the level of the Six-Path Sage the Six Paths level. You know, to become a Six Paths level, you must have the body of a sage and the Samsara Eye, and then become the 10 Tails Jinkra Ki, and finally the quantitative change will become a qualitative change, thus fundamentally transforming." If Yang Ming spreads this news, the entire ninja world will be shocked. Now it is not like the original work. If Yang Ming really uses this trick, Uchiha Madara will be in a very embarrassing situation. Although Uchiha Madara's strength is superior to the heroes of the ninja world, he is still not invincible. Take the Akatsuki organization's Haiden for example. If he can obtain Uchiha Madara's blood and complete the evil god ritual, no matter how strong Uchiha Madara is, he will die. What's more, Uchiha Madara's chakra is not that of the tailed beast. Although the amount is large, it is not as terrifying as the tailed beast. Otherwise, why couldn't Konoha village unify the ninja world when it had Uchiha Madara, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, the most powerful lineup in history? No matter how strong they are, they still can't resist the human wave tactics. This is why Uchiha Madara listened to the advice of Black and White Zetsu and became the Hokage. What's more, there are several tailed beasts in Pain's hands now, and Uchiha Madara can't get them for the time being. Even the Outer Path Demon statue was interfered by Pain, causing him to be unable to summon it, which is quite embarrassing. It can be imagined that if the ninja world knew how to become a six-path level, those shadow-level strongmen would probably flock to seize Uchiha Madara and Pain's Samsara Eye. A drop of cold sweat dripped down the forehead of Uchiha Madara, slid down his cheek into his mouth, and tasted salty. Uchiha Madara is not a foolish hero, and that is why he is particularly angry at Yang Ming. "How dare you!" Uchiha Madara stared at Yang Ming coldly, emitting a terrifying sharpness, like two sharp knives stabbing into Yang Ming's pupils. Yang Ming shrugged indifferently, spread his hands, and said lightly, "If you have the guts, come and bite me." Huff! 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 Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, then loosened them, and the veins on his arms bulged, as if there were several. The green snake was wrapped around it, looking particularly ferocious and terrifying. But in the end, Uchiha Madara still suppressed his anger and murderous intent. It was because he had no confidence in facing the unfathomable Yang Ming. Uchiha Madara's mind was full of thoughts, and a flash of inspiration came to him. Yang Ming, what if I bid for the Six Path Sage's legacy? Yang Ming raised his lips and stretched out his finger, as long as you give me this amount. Uchiha Madara frowned, 600 million? That's fine. No, no, no. Yang Ming shook his fingers left and right and said lightly, it's 6 billion. Puff. Uchiha Madara was almost choked to death by Yang Ming. 6 billion? Why don't you just go and rob it? Uchiha Madara stared at Yang Ming coldly and said coldly, are you kidding me? Yang Ming folded his hands in front of his chest, his face remained the same, and he showed a calm and composed attitude. Believe it or not, I believe it anyway. This is impossible. Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with anger. Not to mention that he couldn't afford the money, he wouldn't give it even if he had it. Yang Ming shrugged, in that case, I'll just have to make it public. Don't. Don't. Uchiha Madara's heart skipped a beat and he felt an extra headache. If he hadn't been afraid of Yang Ming's unfathomable ability, according to Uchiha Madara's temper, he would have slapped him to death. Alas! Uchiha Madara sighed in his heart and had to seek common ground while reserving differences and come up with a compromise. If I pay you to delay the announcement, how about that? Yang Ming raised his lips and was ecstatic. Okay, 100 million will be postponed for a month. Puff. Hearing Yang Ming's shameless words, Uchiha Madara almost vomited blood. Of course, Yang Ming would never admit that he learned this thick skin from Danzo. Uchiha Madara pointed at Yang Ming, his fingers trembling slightly. How can someone as strong as you be so greedy for money? Even if Uchiha Madara was beaten to death, he would never understand why there was such a weirdo like Yang Ming. He kept talking about 100 million, do you think he is a diamond bachelor? Even if he is, he can't afford such consumption. However, after a while of talking, the two finally reached a consensus. Uchiha Madara paid 200 million yuan and asked Yang Ming to postpone the announcement of the news. And Yang Ming also added a condition that Uchiha Madara was not allowed to send people to disturb him from opening the door to do business. When the deal was negotiated, Uchiha Madara left with a gloomy face. It's not that Konoha village doesn't have that much money, but Uchiha Madara plans to go back and reorganize Konoha village, organize the army to attack other ninja villages, implement a gradual annexation plan, expand strength, find the whereabouts of Pain and others, and capture the tailed beasts. It can be said that in this year, the ninja world will end its short-lived peace and usher in a series of local wars. Chapter 373 Beautiful Anchor visits the store. When the food auction that attracted worldwide attention came to an end, celebrities from various countries and villages and ninja strongmen finally parted ways and brought what they saw and heard to any corner of the world. Resurrection food really works. Uchiha Madara reappeared in the ninja world again. These two pieces of news were like a bomb dropped on a calm water surface. The ninja world, which seemed calm at first, was completely shocked by the news. As for Yang Ming, who cooked the resurrection food, as these people spread the word, it immediately spread to the civilians at an astonishing speed. Before, Yang Ming's name was only circulated in the upper class of other countries. But now, even the old man who farms in the countryside occasionally mentions Yang Ming when chatting with others. Whenever he talks about the auction of resurrection dishes, he always dances with joy, as if he had experienced it personally. And today, a different outsider came to Konoha village. The leader was a beautiful woman with a little light makeup on her beautiful face, but it was difficult to hide her natural beauty. There was always a kind of fascinating charm between her frowns, which made the villagers around her almost pop their eyes out. Even if this beauty was wearing an ordinary dress and walking on the street, she would inevitably become the focus of the crowd. This person is the famous female star Fuji Fuyuki. She is an important character in the Naruto the movie, Snow Princess Ninja Scrolls. Fuji Fuyuki frowned slightly. Even though she was used to the life of a big star, she still felt uncomfortable being stared at with fiery eyes. She originally planned to go to the food auction, but unfortunately the journey from the snow country to Konoha village was a bit far, and she occasionally encountered robbers on the way, which delayed her time and made her miss this grand event. Forget it. Fuji Fuyuki fiddled with a small and exquisite instrument in her hand, her sexy red lips slightly curled up, revealing a soul-stirring smile. With this miniature camera, I will definitely take Yang this time. Take a picture of the delicious food in Yang Ming's shop. As a popular star in the world today, Fuji Fuxui left her photography team behind this time and sneaked out alone, calling it a holiday. In fact, Fuji Fuxui was just greedy after hearing about the various magical dishes cooked by boss Yang Ming. Of course, in order to make up for the loss of this holiday time, Fuji Fuxui thought of a way to satisfy her appetite and make money. That is to take selfies. Fuji Fuxui believes that with her name as the leader, these selfies will definitely sell well. After walking through the crowds, Fuji Fuxui finally came to the vicinity of Yang Ming's shop. Coincidentally, it was already the time for Yang Ming's shop to open at noon. However, when she saw the long queue at the door of Yang Ming's shop, the exaggerated length made Fuji Fuxui slightly open her cherry lips, with incredible eyes. My god, so many people! Having said that, it also dispelled Fuji Fuiuki's bad thoughts to a certain extent. After all, so many people lined up to eat, which was enough to prove that Yang Ming's shop was worthy of its name. Fuji Fuiuki suppressed her excitement, turned on the mini camera in her hand, and began to act as a beautiful anchor. Hello, dear audience, I am your Fuji Fuiuki. You must be curious about where I am now. As she said that, Fuji Fuiuki pointed the camera at Yang Ming's shop and the people in line, and raised her charming voice. Look, I am now at the famous Yang Ming's shop. This place is incredible. So many people have queued up so early. I'm a little worried that I won't be able to eat. The person in front of Fuji Fuiuki is Might Guy. When he heard that it was Fuji Fuiuki, he was very excited. Might Guy turned around and tried to pose in a way that he thought was cool, showing off his row of shining teeth. Fuji Fuiuki, can you give me an autograph? Fuji Fuiuki didn't expect that Konoha village actually had its own fans. She secretly laughed in her heart, of course. After Fuji Fuiuki signed her name, she happened to be in line now. She also wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about Might Guy. Thinking of this, Fuji Fuiuki pointed the camera at Might Guy. Excuse me, are you a regular customer of Yang Ming's shop? When Might Guy saw that he had the opportunity to appear on the screen, he immediately raised his thumb and showed his gleaming teeth, of course. A curious look appeared on Fuji Fuiuki's face. I heard that not long ago, boss Yang Ming held a food auction that shocked the world. Is the legendary resurrection cuisine really here? Might Guy looked proud, raised his head and chest, and his face was full of excitement. It must exist. Seeing the scrutiny in Fuji Fuiuki's eyes, Might Guy simply brought out the tray. That day, I was a guest at the auction and saw the resurrection food with my own eyes. A trace of surprise flashed in Fuji Fuiuki's beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that her fans would have the honor to participate in this grand event. The curiosity in her heart suddenly surged, as if she was tickled, and she couldn't help asking, what is that resurrection food like? Might Guy gestured with his hands. It's a very large shark, floating in the sky. It is said that a large amount of spices are poured into its body, and it is not cooked in ordinary ways, but roasted with thunder. Listening to Might Guy's words, Fuji Fuiuki was completely stunned. Sharks flying in the sky? Cooking food with thunder? These news were more sensational than the last, so incredible that Fuji Fuiuki looked at Might Guy with suspicious eyes, almost putting a copy of "You're teasing me" on his face. Seeing this, Might Guy shrugged and said bluntly, you don't believe it. This. Fuji Fuiuki hesitated, and finally nodded and admitted, this is really shocking, beyond my imagination. Might Guy shook his head. When you go to Yang Ming's shop and taste all kinds of magical dishes, you will know that what I said is true. Looking at Might Guy's sincere face, Fuji Fuiuki's heart beat wildly, like a deer running wild, instantly lost its direction. Could it be that everything he said is true? For the first time, Fuji Fuiuki had a strong desire to see these magical dishes, not just for the sake of food. By the way, Might Guy turned around suddenly and asked, do you have enough money? Fuji Fuiuki blinked her beautiful eyes and slightly opened her lips. Ah! Chapter 374 Beautiful Anchor interviews Kisame about his feelings of being Ultraman. While chatting with Might Guy, Fuji Fuiuki kept looking at the people in line. Soon, she was surprised to find that among the guests queuing, there were actually non-human creatures. Might Guy noticed Fuji Fuiuki's strangeness and couldn't help but follow her line of sight. When he saw Gamabunta transformed into a normal-sized appearance, Might Guy's mouth twitched slightly. Don't panic, it's actually a summoned beast from Miyaboku Mountain. Fuji Fuiuki covered her mouth with one hand, her face full of disbelief. Yang Ming's shop is so magical. It's no wonder Fuji Fuyuki was so surprised. As a famous star in the world of Naruto, Fuji Fuyuki has traveled all over the country, stayed in the most luxurious hotels, and eaten the most sumptuous dishes. However, these restaurants have not been favored by summoned beasts. At this moment, Fuji Fuyuki felt shocked and felt that she had lived in vain. At the same time, a hint of surprise flashed in Fuji Fuyuki's beautiful eyes, and her hand holding the miniature camera tightened. It seems like this is a good opportunity. Fuji Fuyuki was eager to make a move, full of infinite desire. Fuji Fuyuki felt that this was a good opportunity for her career transformation. When the crowd in front of her became smaller and smaller, after half an hour, Fuji Fuyuki finally stood at the door of Yang Ming's shop. I saw that the two sides of the shop were full of flowers, a row of lush green bamboos, and a breeze blew, a piece of floating light and green shadows, which looked green. As a top star, Fuji Fuyuki had a sharp eye and could see at a glance that the door of Yang Ming's shop was made of a 1,000-year-old sycamore tree, which made her more recognized. After all, those real high-end restaurants also did this. Only in the eyes of those who really know the business can this low-key luxury be recognized. What made Fuji Fuyuki even more amazed was that the door was carved with dragons and phoenixes. Just at a glance, a high-end atmosphere came to her face. The slightly old wooden door gives people a sense of time and space. Even though Fuji Fuyuki is very knowledgeable, she can't help but admire the superb craftsmanship of the carving. On one side of the gate, Fuji Fuyuki was surprised to find that a tall and mighty man stood quietly, like a statue carved from rock, motionless, quietly doing his job. Originally, Fuji Fuyuki thought it was a dummy, and looked up and down at Zabuza with curiosity. Perhaps he couldn't stand her gaze, and Zabuza glanced at Fuji Fuyuki with his wolf-like eyes. But who knows, Zabuza doesn't understand how intimidating his eyes are. Fuji Fuyuki seemed like a frightened deer, his face turned pale and colorless, and he ran into the store like a fly. Seeing this, Zabuza was embarrassed, touched his face, and murmured, "Do I look so scary?" Fuji Fuyuki entered the store, patted his chest in fear, and looked like he had seen a ghost. "That man is so scary," Fuji Fuyuki said with lingering fear. Might Guy, who came before her, couldn't help but smile bitterly. After all, that is Zabuza who is called a demon man. Demon man Zabuza. Fuji Fuyuki's face turned even paler, and his eyes were full of fear. After all, before joining Yang Ming's store, Zabuza had been doing murder and arson, which was notorious. Fuji Fuyuki naturally heard of his name. Seeing this, Might Guy comforted him, "Actually, you don't have to worry. Zabuza is just a gatekeeper now and won't hurt you." Gatekeeper. Fuji Fuyuki swallowed hard. Such a powerful demon Zabuza is just a gatekeeper? It's hard to imagine. Fuji Fuyuki couldn't help but feel a little in awe of Yang Ming's shop. Of course, after coming to his senses, Fuji Fuyuki did not forget his job and quickly set up a micro camera to start filming. What came into view was a hall that could accommodate hundreds of people. The environment was very distinctive and very ancient. Green plants, wooden tables and chairs, dim candles on the table, and the gurgling sound of flowing water can make people who are physically and mentally exhausted find comfort here. There is a lotus lamp on the table, which reveals a hazy halo through a thin cover, giving people a soft visual enjoyment. Then, Fuji Fuyuki caught a strange person. When she saw the other person's strange clothes, Fuji Fuyuki always had the urge to laugh for some reason. Kisame in Ultraman costume. Perhaps it was curiosity that prompted Fuji Fuyuki to take a step forward and point the camera at Kisame. Seeing this, Kisame was confused. "Damn! Why are you interviewing me?" Fuji Fuyuki smiled charmingly, and used her charm that overwhelmed everyone to calm Kisame's embarrassment. Then, Fuji Fuyuki took out a miniature microphone and handed it to Kisame. "Sir, are you an employee of Yang Ming's shop?" Kisame looked wooden. He nodded, still confused. Then, Fuji Fuyuki pointed at his Ultraman costume. "Your outfit, well, how should I put it, very avant-garde." Boom! Kisame was stunned as if struck by lightning. Could this woman be interviewing him just for this matter? How embarrassing for Kisame. Kisame thought that the video of him wearing Ultraman clothes would spread all over the country, even to his former enemies, and he would become a laughing stock. The most weird person in the whole ninja world. This title might befall Kisame. Just when Kisame wanted to say something, Hanabi, the little loli who always sticks to him, interrupted and said, "Big sister, Kisame is a weird uncle." "Oh." Fuji Fuyuki's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked while the iron was hot, "How is he weird?" In front of Kisame's confused face, Hanabi said nonsense seriously, "Uncle Kisame often secretly rules me." Boom! It was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, and Kisame was in a bad mood. "It's over. My lifelong reputation." Kisame noticed Fuji Fuyuki's strange look and felt like crying but couldn't. He glared at Hanabi angrily. Unexpectedly, this scene in Fuji Fuyuki's eyes deepened her prejudice. As a woman, Fuji Fuyuki stood in front of Hanabi and said righteously, "How can you be so cruel to bully such a small child?" "That's right." Hanabi cheered on the side, with a cunning look in her eyes. Kisame was confused. He wanted to say that it would be good if Hanabi didn't get angry. Fuji Fuyuki waved his hand and glared at Kisame with disgust, "You don't have to say anything, I will show your ugly face to the people of the world." "What?" Kisame was stunned. Chapter 375 I am really a big star. After Fuji Fuyuki's words, Kisame left with an ugly face. He was really tricked by Hanabi this time. Afterwards, Fuji Fuyuki invited Might Guy to have dinner with her. Might Guy was delighted. After all, this is a famous star, and Might Guy would be very proud to tell others about it. At this time, Hanabi handed a menu to Fuji Fuyuki and said crisply, "Guest, what would you like to order?" Fuji Fuyuki sighed that Hanabi was so sensible at such a young age, and flipped through the menu. What made her quite happy was that this menu was not like that of ordinary small shops. It not only provided the names of the dishes, but also posted corresponding photos, which was quite humane. However, when Fuji Fuyuki saw the prices on the menu, she finally understood why Might Guy reminded her whether she had brought enough money. A bowl of beef ramen costs 128 yuan. A cup of ice cream costs 250 yuan. A meat bun costs 666 yuan. A serving of grilled lamb kebab costs 777 yuan. Vegetarian dishes. 1 egg fried rice is 998 yuan. 1 snake soup is 999 yuan. 1 plate of dongpo pork is 2,888 yuan. 1 fried steak is 6,666 yuan. 1 fish-flavored pork shreds is 8,888 yuan. 1 curry rice is 23,333 yuan. You need to sign a life and death contract. 1 pangolin is 100,086 yuan. The buffet on the second floor is 19,999 yuan. When she saw that the curry rice actually required a life and death contract, Fuji Fuyuki still had some doubts in her heart even though she accepted the magic of Yang Ming's shop. So, she said to Hanabi, "Give me a portion of curry rice." Hanabi's eyes widened, and she said in confusion, "Guest, don't you think about it." Fuji Fuyuki raised her hand and said confidently, "I am Fuji Fuyuki. I have eaten all kinds of curry rice. I am curious, what kind of curry rice should this be, so that you need to sign a life and death contract?" Fuji Fuyuki. Hanabi opened her mouth wide and made an O shape, "So you are that famous star." No, it's just a little nickname." Although she was modest, Fuji Fuyuki's eyes were full of pride. After all, being a star as famous as her is rare in the world. Counting the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of stars who can be on par with her. When the life and death contract was placed in front of her, Fuji Fuyuki glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. "Eating curry rice from Yang Ming's shop is at your own risk." Fuji Fuyuki raised her lips, and a strange look flashed in her eyes, "Then let me wait and see." While waiting, Fuji Fuyuki did not forget to brag in front of the camera. "Dear viewers, I believe you are also curious about the curry rice in this shop. How about curry rice? But I think this is just a marketing gimmick of Yang Ming's shop. I have traveled all over the country and eaten hundreds of kinds of curry rice, but I have never seen one that can kill people." With this inexplicable confidence, Fuji Fuyuki felt that time passed quickly. After a while, Fuji Fuyuki saw a girl whose appearance made her feel jealous, carrying curry rice. Bai Tian smiled, revealing cute dimples on both sides. "Sir, I have kept you waiting for a long time. This is your curry rice." Bai's attitude is so friendly that even if there are customers who are dissatisfied, they will all be forgiven under this spring-like smile. Fuji Fuyuki nodded imperceptibly, feeling that it was done very well. Bai put the curry rice on the table and then lifted the lid. Boom! A shocking scene happened to Fuji Fuyuki. A beam of light shot out, as if it was going to penetrate the shop and go straight through the ceiling. Did you take a picture just now? After coming to her senses, Fuji Fuyuki picked up the mini camera and looked through it. When she saw the light beam flying out again, Fuji Fuyuki was still excited for a long time. It's amazing. This is not a dream. Fuji Fuyuki repeatedly checked the video, feeling that all the food she had eaten before was in vain. What mountain and sea feasts, what state banquets, in front of this glowing food, all are dregs. At this time, Fuji Fuyuki's nose twitched and she smelled a pungent spicy smell. Like gunpowder filled the air, the pungent spicy smell came to her nose. Even Fuji Fuyuki couldn't help but blur her eyes with tears. How could it be? Fuji Fuyuki wiped her tears, looking shocked. When this spicy smell overflowed outside the store, it was like a stone falling on a calm lake, causing waves. In Fuji Fuyuki's sight, the guests who smelled the spicy smell burst into tears. Fuji Fuyuki looked at the curry rice in surprise. It was full of magma red curry, with yellowish potatoes floating on it, protruding like reefs. Fuji Fuyuki didn't doubt it, took the spoon, and watched the curry bubble like magma, the hot air raised by the high temperature, accompanied by the spicy smell. Fuji Fuyuki took a deep breath in ecstasy, and an abnormal blush appeared on her face. What a spicy aroma! She was so excited that even the fingers holding the spoon began to tremble slightly. Gurgle! Seeing the delicious food so close, Fuji Fuyuki swallowed hard and shouted, "Then I won't be polite." After taking a spoonful, it was like digging a small hole in the rock, and the thick red curry trembled slightly, with a strange charm. Then, Fuji Fuyuki swallowed it in one gulp. When the boiling hot curry entered her mouth, Fuji Fuyuki felt like she had eaten a mouthful of magma. The fiery spiciness was not concealed, and it hit Fuji Fuyuki's taste buds violently like a whirlwind. This was not a spark that could set the prairie on fire, but like a nuclear bomb explosion, releasing unimaginable heat in a short moment. Boom! 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 Like countless nuclear bombs washing the ground, the spiciness plowed Fuji Fuyuki's entire tongue over and over again, and she was almost numb from the spiciness. And on the outside, in the blink of an eye, Fuji Fuyuki seemed to be burned, and her skin was flushed with a thick red as a red shrimp. Hot air rose from Fuji Fuyuki's head, and wisps of light smoke hovered above, condensing into a tangled mass of air, like a small cloud. Hey! Hey! After eating, Fuji Fuyuki let out a sigh of relief, and two streams of white air jumped out like two white snakes and sprayed out from her nostrils. Never once did Fuji Fuyuki feel that eating curry would be so torturous. As if she had fought a battle of equal strength, Fuji Fuyuki got goosebumps all over her body, and sweated all over her body, instantly soaking her clothes, revealing her graceful figure vaguely. Fuji Fuyuki looked at the curry rice in front of her, her eyes lit up, oh my god! Then, she was stimulated by the spicy taste like a tsunami, and suddenly felt dizzy, and fell softly on the table. Chapter 376 Is this a biscuit? When Fuji Fuyuki opened her eyes again, she felt dizzy. What happened to me? The scene of eating curry rice before fainting flashed through Fuji Fuyuki's mind, causing her to suddenly change color. Oh no! Could it be? Fuji Fuyuki looked around in horror, only to find herself in an unfamiliar room. As a young woman, and so beautiful, Fuji Fuyuki subconsciously touched her body. When she found that her clothes when it was intact, Fuji Fuyuki breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Knock. 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 At this time, there was a knock on the door. Then, the door was gently opened and a figure walked in. Who? Fuji Fuyuki looked at the door vigilantly, and when she found that the person who came was Bai, whose appearance made her jealous, Fuji Fuyuki relaxed. Seeing this, Bai was sympathetic and smiled sweetly, "Guest, you are finally awake." Fuji Fuyuki blushed, remembering that she had said something rude before, thinking that curry rice was a marketing gimmick that would kill people. Unexpectedly, she couldn't stand it after taking a bite and fainted. Thinking about it now, Fuji Fuyuki felt her face suddenly hot, making her originally charming face even more charming. Thinking of this, Fuji Fuyuki quickly changed the subject. Where is this place? Bai did not expose the other party's intention, but smiled gently. This is the food capital. Food capital? Fuji Fuyuki was confused and looked confused. Wasn't she in Yang Ming's shop before? What the hell is this food capital? Fortunately, seeing her confused face, Bai carefully explained to her the relationship between Yang Ming's shop and the food capital. Bai, can you introduce me to boss Yang Ming? Fuji Fuyuki's beautiful eyes flashed an inexplicable light, and she was sincerely curious about boss Yang Ming who started all this. Of course. Bai smiled sweetly, I believe boss Yang Ming will also welcome you, the big star. Fuji Fuyuki smiled awkwardly and said that she didn't deserve it. After all, after seeing the horrible curry rice in Yang Ming's shop, Fuji Fuyuki's worldview was completely overturned, and her pride as a big star was shattered one by one. Let me ask you, how can the food in this world be as delicious as Yang Ming's shop? When Bai took Fuji Fuyuki all the way and walked out of the skyscraper, Fuji Fuyuki was shocked again by what she saw along the way. Freely rising and falling elevators. Skyscrapers over 100 meters high. All of this constantly impacted Fuji Fuyuki's original cognition. However, none of this was as great as the impact on Fuji Fuyuki's worldview when she came to the bread wall. Fuji Fuyuki stroked the rough surface of the bread wall, her cherry mouth opened so wide that she could almost swallow an egg. Oh my god! What a miracle! Fuji Fuyuki sighed, but did not forget her work this time. She pointed the micro camera at the bread wall and spoke excitedly. Dear audience, you must be very surprised that there are such wonderful buildings in the world. To be honest, I am no less surprised than you. As a world-class star, I have seen ruins thousands of meters under the sea and ancient civilizations buried under the desert, but I have never seen a city built with food. Under Fuji Fuyuki's explanation, time passed unknowingly. Soon, a young man appeared in Fuji Fuyuki's sight. Between the bread wall and the chocolate moat, a suspension bridge spans the chocolate moat. At this time, the man was standing on the suspension bridge. As Fuji Fuyuki expected, this man was the object of her curiosity all the way Yang Ming. But what surprised Fuji Fuyuki was that Yang Ming not only looked very ordinary, but was squatting on the suspension bridge at this time. Because Yang Ming had his back to Fuji Fuyuki, she couldn't see what Yang Ming was doing, but Yang Ming's action made Fuji Fuyuki feel very uncomfortable. Inexplicably, a word flashed through Fuji Fuyuki's mind. Uncle picking his feet. Fuji Fuyuki couldn't help but curl her lips. Thinking of this, the awe she had for Yang Ming disappeared instantly. But when Fuji Fuyuki got close to Yang Ming, she found that the facts were not what she thought. What did she see? Boss Yang Ming actually cut off a small piece from the suspension bridge and stuffed it into his mouth. This. Fuji Fuyuki's eyes opened wide, and a strange wave flashed in her beautiful eyes. At this time, Bai said softly, Boss, the big star Miss Fuji Fuyuki is here to see you. Oh. Yang Ming turned around and suddenly felt his eyes brighten. Although Fuji Fuyuki has tried to wear ordinary clothes, it is difficult to conceal her elegant temperament. Just one look at her will leave a deep impression on people. Especially her eyes, which are full of spirituality, as if they can speak. If you look at them for a long time, I am afraid that even your soul will be seduced by these eyes. In this regard, Yang Ming can only give her a few words of comment. Beauty is a disaster. Ahem. Buddha realized that Yang Ming was a little stunned, so he reminded the boss a little to prevent him from making a fool of himself in front of this big star. Yang Ming came back to his senses and smiled faintly, what a distinguished guest. My conditions here are simple, why not treat you to some small specialties? As he said, Yang Ming took off a whole piece from the suspension bridge and handed it to Fuji Fuyuki. Fuji Fuyuki was confused. Who can tell me what the hell this is? Fuji Fuyuki looked at the suspension bridge fragment in her hand blankly, and felt that she was not feeling well. Can this thing be eaten? Yang Ming raised the corner of his mouth and explained, don't worry, it's actually a biscuit. What? Fuji Fuyuki felt messy in the wind. This suspension bridge is actually a biscuit? Oh my god! Fuji Fuyuki looked at Yang Ming suspiciously, then looked down at the biscuit in her hand, gritted her teeth, and decided to eat it with some doubts. Snap! As soon as the white teeth bit down, it was surprisingly crispy to Fuji Fuyuki's surprise. When Fuji Fuyuki put the biscuit in her mouth and chewed it with saliva, she unexpectedly found that the biscuit was unusually soft and quickly dissolved in her tongue. What surprised Fuji Fuyuki even more was that after eating a general biscuit, the mouth would feel very dry and she would want to drink water. But the biscuit in her hand was not like that. Instead, it was very smooth. After eating it, the tongue was filled with a faint biscuit fragrance, which made people's appetites open. It's incredible. At this moment, Fuji Fuxui had long forgotten everything outside of her body and concentrated on tasting the biscuit. If readers have any good suggestions for building a food capital, please leave a message in the comment area. Chapter 377, Showing Off in Front of People All Over the World. When Fuji Fuiuki returned to Konoha village, she immediately edited the film she had taken and submitted it to the editorial department. When the editorial department leader saw that the person was the famous Fuji Fuiuki, he immediately made a decision without saying a word and broadcast the video. Strangely enough, the technology tree in the Naruto world is a bit crooked. Although there is nothing to see in terms of weapons, technology is booming in terms of people's livelihood. Most families have at least one TV. Life Curry House. On this day, Riga and Ranmaru came here to eat when they had nothing to do. Riga, as a former member of the 7 people of the Hidden Mist village, looks like a fierce aura. And Ranmaru, who sticks to him, is a very good-looking boy. While waiting for the meal, the two of them watched TV boredly. Who knew that the TV suddenly changed the program at this time? What's going on? Leia has a bad temper and can't help but complain a few words when he sees this. But at this time, he found that a familiar person appeared on the screen. Beside him, Ranmaru suddenly said excitedly, "Hey, isn't this Fuji Fuiuki?" It turned out to be her. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. Tisk. Although Leia also liked this star from the bottom of his heart, he was obviously not forgiving. Isn't she just a little prettier? Ranmaru smiled secretly and whispered, "Who said last time that he wanted to get Fuji Fuiuki's autograph?" Leia was exposed and immediately became angry and punched Ranmaru on the forehead. When Rega turned his eyes back to the screen, his face changed. Zabuza. Rega stared at the screen in doubt. He never thought that Zabuza, who was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village and also had the title of a demon, would actually fall to the point of being someone else's doorman. This is an insult to the title of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Rega suddenly clenched his fists, and a trace of brutality flashed in his eyes. What a great Zabuza, he really made us proud. Rega stood up and turned around and left, which scared Ranmaru. Rega, what are you going to do? Rega carried Ranmaru on his back and said firmly, "Go to Konoha and kill Zabuza." Star Ninja Village. As one of the few senior ninjas in this village, Xiao Rixing reunited with his son not long ago and enjoyed the joy of family at home. Although Xiao Rixing is old and has given birth to a child, she still looks young. In addition, her face exudes the saintly look of a mother, which adds a bit of inexplicable charm to her. When she saw Fuji Fuiuki showing the audience the delicacies of Yang Ming's shop on TV, her heart suddenly ached. As a mother, she used to be immersed in cultivation and rarely cooked for her children, so she ignored her children's feelings. This is her dereliction of duty. This made Xiao Rixing feel extremely guilty. Xiao Rixing looked at her son Smail tenderly, "Why don't we go to Yang Ming's shop to have a look?" Smail Er looked at his mother strangely. Although he didn't quite understand why she was so good all of a sudden, he nodded indifferently and didn't object. Xiao Rixing raised a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth, and she was more determined in her heart to make delicious dishes for her children in the future. She looked at the dishes displayed by Fuji Fuiuki on the screen and made up her mind secretly. She wanted to learn from the master. An unknown small mountain village. Bailuo looked at the TV blankly, and an inexplicable look flashed in his pupils. Kakashi. Jiraiya. When he saw the familiar face in the video shot by Fuji Fuiuki, his fists suddenly clenched, and even his nails dug into his palms and splashed blood. He didn't feel anything. In the theater version of Inheritors of the Will of Fire, Bailuo is a ninja of Konoha, a friend of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, but his qualifications are not as good as these 3 people, and he is an inferior student among ninjas. In order to make up for his innate deficiencies, Hirako secretly studied the synthetic ninjutsu, Katra. At that time, he learned that Uchiha Obito, who died in the Third Ninja World War, gave his bloodline limit Sharingan to Kakashi. He firmly believed that if he could use this power to cultivate Katra, he would be able to defeat Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. After learning about this, the Hokage tried to stop him. Therefore, Hirako cast a puppet curse on Kakashi and left Konoha village. If it were in a novel, Hirako would definitely be the template of a useless protagonist, and then successfully counterattack after his own efforts. Unfortunately, his mistake was that he lived in the world of Naruto, a world where one's father is the boss. It's really tearful to say more. At this time, Obaru already had 4 bloodline limits, and he only needed Kakashi's Sharingan to fulfill his lifelong ambition. The 4 bloodline ninjas who were taken in by Obaru were, Kari of Uegakuer, Yekara of Sandegakuer, Nakayoshi of Mistegakuer, and Troy of Cloudegakuer. These 4 bloodline limits are Steel Release, Speed Release, Dark Release, and Storm Release. He. Obaru suddenly covered his face, screamed in a low voice, and exuded a mysterious aura. It seems that it's time to take back what belongs to me. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared as if he had never appeared. Compared with these people, ordinary people are more shocked by the magic of Yang Ming's shop. Whether it is all kinds of wonderful food or the elegant decoration of the shop, it deeply attracts people from all over the world. Previously, the reputation of Yang Ming's shop was mostly spread among celebrities, and ordinary people only heard of it occasionally. But now, in the video of the big star Fuji Fuyuki, people have a deep understanding of Yang Ming's shop for the first time. Especially when Fuji Fuyuki went to the food capital to show them a different city. This is a city made up of delicious food. Although it still looks very simple now, it will surely become famous in this world in the future. Neither Fuji Fuyuki nor the TV editors had expected how intense the response would be after they broadcast this program. Only the next day, the TV editors were shocked to find that the door of their office was full of envelopes. When they opened them in doubt, they were pleasantly surprised to find that they were all asking Fuji Fuyuki to broadcast live. This is a big news. When they told Fuji Fuyuki the news, she found Yang Ming triumphantly and raised the miniature camera in her hand. "Boss Yang Ming, you have to treat me to a meal this time, I want you to become famous." Yang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "I have been famous for a long time, and I don't need your help." "You?" Fuji Fuyuki was angry and stamped her feet fiercely. "Is it so difficult to treat me to a meal?" At this time, a man wearing a bamboo hat entered the store and started to speak wildly. "Who is Yang Ming? Come out and die." Chapter 378, Stepping on Yang Ming's corpse to rise to power. Who is Yang Ming? Come out and die. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Everyone turned their eyes to this man, wanting to see who was so bold as to dare to provoke Boss Yang Ming. This man was wearing a bamboo hat and a black mask on his nose, looking quite wretched. His small eyes turned around from time to time, and a gleam of brilliance flashed by. At first glance, he was a shrewd and calculating person. Seeing this, Fuji Fuyuki's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately turned on the micro camera for live broadcast. In front of everyone, this man was so rude, either a fool or someone who had already calculated. Fuji Fuyuki was very curious about how Boss Yang Ming would deal with such a difficult matter. The result. After a while, no one paid any attention to this provocateur. It was as if he was a transparent person, and they did what they should do. Even Yang Ming did not come out. Awkward. Extremely embarrassing. Both Fuji Fuyuki and the provocateur felt extremely embarrassed. In their opinion, Yang Ming should have come out immediately at this time. However, they were both smart people, and their brains turned quickly. After thinking about it, they finally understood the root of the problem. Because Yang Ming didn't care about this little provocateur at all. If he won, Yang Ming would be scolded for bullying customers. If he lost, the reputation that Yang Ming's store had accumulated with great difficulty would be disbanded like an avalanche. So, Yang Ming let this provocateur do what he wanted. As the saying goes, invisible pretense is the most deadly. Obviously, when the provocateur thought of this, he felt his self-esteem was hurt and his face flushed. He stomped his foot hard and yelled in exasperation, "Yang Ming, you grandson, your grandfather, Uncle Bajiao, is here to challenge you to a cooking challenge. If you have the guts, get out of here." Bajiao, this man is a fellow apprentice of Uncle Ichiraku, and they once learned to cook ramen together. However, he also practiced ninjutsu and was a chef ninja. Hearing him speak so arrogantly here, and his words were so bad, the diners present cast disgusted eyes. Who knew that Bajiao was not afraid of boiling water, and had an expression that said, "I scolded Yang Ming, what can you do to me?" Even a well-educated big star like Fuji Fuyuki was angry when she saw him, and wanted to teach him a lesson. However, to everyone's surprise, Yang Ming still did not come out, leaving Bajiao at the door, making him look like a stupid dog barking there. A breeze blew, and Bajiao felt a chill in his lower body. What does this mean? What does this mean? Boss Yang Ming doesn't follow the routine. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Bajiao feels his face hurts. Fortunately, Bajiao is not unprepared. Pa pa pa. Bajiao raised his hand and clapped his hands a few times, and several reporters suddenly rushed out from behind him, holding a camera in one hand and a microphone in the other. Mr. Bajiao, what do you think about Boss Yang Ming being afraid of you? Bajiao raised a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, held his head high, and looked like a villain who had succeeded. Yang Ming is just a coward. I think Yang Ming is just a name. Just as they were talking in a serious manner, Yang Ming actually came. Yang Ming looked at Bajiao, who was talking nonsense with a calm face. I heard you want to find me. Gilu. Bajiao twisted his neck stiffly, and when he saw the real person, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Hey, I thought you were a coward, but you'll come out. However, facing Bajiao's foul language, Yang Ming remained unmoved, with a calm expression on his face, not affected at all. Seeing this, Bajiao's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he couldn't help but panic. This shouldn't be. Bajiao thought to himself, why didn't he react at all? Seeing that his first move didn't work, Bajiao finally showed his true colors and grinned. It's said that Yang Ming's restaurant's cuisine is the best in the world, but I don't believe it. Yang Ming, if you really have the guts, do you dare to have a cooking duel with me? Yang Ming looked at Bajiao with a look of a fool, and it was almost written on his face that you're teasing me. Who knew that? Seeing Yang Ming not speaking, Bajiao was more confident and spoke more arrogantly. Bajiao poked Yang Ming's nose with his finger and said in a condescending manner, why, are you afraid now? If you are afraid, then quickly pour tea and water for me, the senior chef, and call me grandpa. Ha! Yang Ming's mouth curled up, and he was amused. Although Yang Ming also knew that people are afraid of fame, pigs are afraid of being fat, and people who are famous are prone to gossip. But Yang Ming never thought that when his fame spread around the world, he would actually attract ignorant people like Bajiao. Perhaps, it is precisely because of ignorance that he is fearless. Who knew that Yang Ming's smile immediately aroused Bajiao's strong self-esteem, and he stared at Yang Ming fiercely. What are you laughing at? Yang Ming's mouth curled up, and a half-smile appeared on his face. Don't you think about it? Who are you to challenge me? As soon as these words came out, it was like a slap in Bajiao's face. Bajiao's face turned red with anger, like a piece of pig liver, and it looked as funny as it was. However, Bajiao's challenge this time was not good in the first place. His small eyes slid, and a sinister and cunning look flashed by. Bajiao nudged the reporter next to him with his elbow. The reporter was originally a hired agent, and he immediately understood. The reporter pointed the camera at Yang Ming and said with a hidden needle, Boss Yang Ming, Chef Bajiao challenged you before, why did you take so long to come out? This made Yang Ming seem afraid of Bajiao. Hat. Yang Ming smiled lightly, do you think that an elephant needs to pay attention to an ant? Pa pa pa. Yang Ming's words once again slapped Bajiao in the face, making his eyes full of fire, as if he wanted to tear Yang Ming alive. Bajiao roared, Yang Ming, do you dare to accept the challenge? Originally, Yang Ming didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Unexpectedly, the news that Bajiao came to tease Yang Ming's shop was known by Danzo, who had been paying attention to this place. So, Danzo had no choice but to choose this time to intervene in this matter. Hey, Yang Ming, you are wrong. As soon as Danzo spoke, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. He was seen walking slowly with a leisurely demeanor and a cane. Danzo said meaningfully, as the signature shop of Konoha village, why don't you accept the challenge, Yang Ming? As expected of Danzo, he gave Yang Ming a high hat as soon as he spoke. What is the signature shop of Konoha village? If he doesn't agree, does it mean that it is not worthy of the name? Yang Ming frowned, and his eyes wandered between Danzo and Hakeku. Well, I accept the challenge. Chapter 379. The theme is, Face is not face. Seeing Yang Ming accept the challenge, the chef ninja Hakeku's wretched face raised a sinister smile. For this cooking challenge, Hakeku prepared for a long time and made full preparations, and even investigated Yang Ming's past. Besides, in this world, as a chef, what is easier to become famous than stepping on Yang Ming's corpse? Without waiting for Yang Ming to speak, Hakeku immediately said, the theme of this cooking competition will be Face is not face. Face is not face? Such a familiar theme. Isn't this the theme of the exam for a top chef in the little chef's world? Suddenly, Yang Ming felt like a flood had washed away the Dragon King temple, and he was speechless. At the same time, the system popped up. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, maintain the reputation of the small shop. Task description: there are all kinds of birds in the forest. If you want to survive in the fierce competition, you must face difficulties and rise to the challenge. Task reward: a random item. Bajiao looked at Yang Ming in silence. Actually he was looking at the system task, and thought that Yang Ming didn't want to agree, and he was immediately anxious. After all, the theme of face is full of malice, and one can fall into the trap if you are not careful. Bajiao thought Yang Ming noticed it so quickly, and his pair of mercenary eyes kept spinning. Suddenly, Bajiao had an idea and said arrogantly, "Why, Yang Ming, why don't you say anything? Are you scared?" Yang Ming knew that the other party was provoking him, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up, revealing a half-smile. "Are you so eager to die? You?" Bajiao's tone stagnated, his eyes widened, and he said angrily, "If you have the ability, let's compete on the field." Clap! Clap! At this time, Danzo listened and clapped his hands. Yang Ming frowned and looked at him suspiciously. "What are you doing?" Danzo had a smiling face, and it was difficult for others to judge what he was thinking from his face. For Danzo, Bajiao's challenge to Yang Ming was really beyond his expectation. He didn't mind taking this opportunity to add insult to injury and push Yang Ming into the water. "What are you talking about?" Danzo said with a smile, "It's rare to have such a wonderful cooking challenge, why don't you invite all the villagers?" Danzo was calculating in his heart. First, this was to put a thorn in Yang Ming's side and find fault with him. Although Danzo didn't know how good Hakugo's cooking was, if Hakugo won, Danzo would be happy. After all, this was a no-cost business. Secondly, Danzo secretly made trouble and let Uchiha Madara ascend to the position of Hokage, causing the people in the village to be unsettled. It just so happened that taking advantage of this cooking challenge, the tense atmosphere in the village could be eased. Of course, Danzo had paid a great price to cooperate with the plan of Black and White Zetsu. He used Kota Amatsukami so many times in a short period of time, which was obtained by sacrificing the Sharingan transplanted on his arm. Because after using the Izanagi illusion, the Sharingan can be used again by Kota Amatsukami. I didn't explain it before, which led to many readers' misunderstanding. Faced with Danzo's proposal, Hachikeku looked eager to try. On the contrary, Yang Ming looked calm from beginning to end, as if he was not affected at all. Perhaps for others, the theme of the competition is difficult. But for Yang Ming, who has been to the world of Little Chef, he knows it well. What's more, he has the most important trump card in his hand. With Yang Ming's tacit consent soon, the news about the cooking challenge spread quickly in the village. Yule restaurant. Uncle Yule looked particularly solemn, as if he had encountered something big. On the side, his daughter Icarus said worriedly, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Uncle Yule said in a deep voice, "Yang Ming has met an opponent in this cooking challenge." Icarus looked unconvinced. "Dad, how could it be? Yang Ming is a world-class chef." "Alas, you don't understand." Uncle Yule's eyes were full of memories, and he said in a deep voice, "I used to learn cooking with Bajiao, and I know him very well. He is a person who will do anything to achieve his goals. How could it be?" Icarus looked unbelievable. "Isn't he a chef? How can he be so despicable?" Uncle Yule shook his head and sighed, "No, Bajiao is still a ninja." Icarus covered his mouth with both hands and said in surprise, "Dad, according to what you said, Bajiao will cheat in the game." Uncle Yule nodded solemnly. According to his understanding, even if Bajiao does not cheat, he will use other despicable means. "Then I'm going to tell Yang Ming to be careful of that Bajiao." Ayam's eyes were filled with horror, and she turned around abruptly and ran towards Yang Ming's shop across the street. As a father, Uncle Ichiraku was only sad. "My daughter has grown up, and she's only concerned about running to other people's homes." Hokage Building. Uchiha Madara flipped through the documents boredly and yawned. To be honest, if possible, he would rather go to the battlefield than sit in the office to correct documents. However, in order to gather the tailed beasts, find Pain and his gang, and complete his century-long plan, Uchiha Madara had to be patient. At this time, Black and White Zetsu suddenly came up from the ground. "He he he." Black Zetsu laughed strangely and handed the latest information about Yang Ming to Uchiha Madara. "What is this?" Uchiha Madara glanced at it quickly, and his cold eyes revealed some interest. Cooking challenge. Uchiha Madara raised his lips. It looks like it can be used to kill time. He waved his hand fiercely. It's decided, let me be the referee of this game. This. Black and White Jew looked at Uchiha Madara with a confused face, and didn't expect him to make such a decision. What are you doing? That's not what I mean. At the same time, as a beautiful anchor, Fuji Fuyaki has never seen a cooking competition, and she is quite curious. So, Fuji Fuyaki seized the time and began to prepare for the recording in a hurry. Even Fuji Fuyaki was more concerned than the challenger Bajiao, and even took care of the venue layout, handling things in an orderly manner. As the cooking challenge was about to start, the whole scene was hot. In the blink of an eye, there were crowds of people, a large black mass, surging up like a tide, crowding the surroundings. Fuji Fuyaki had already discussed with the TV editor, and said to the TV screen, "Dear viewers, now we will do a guessing activity. In this cooking challenge with the theme of face non-face, what kind of dishes will the two sides present? Please leave us a message in the comment area." Chapter 380. Is there such a thing? On the day of the cooking challenge, the sky was clear, and it was a good weather for the competition. What surprised everyone was that Uchiha Madara actually came uninvited to be a referee in this competition. For Uchiha Madara to become Hokage, even if ordinary villagers had complaints, they had no power to stop it. As for those ninjas who had the power to oppose, they were all slapped to death by Uchiha Madara, and then the world was quiet. Off stage, Fuji Fuyaki held her breath and held the camera with excitement. At this time, someone shouted, "Please welcome Boss Yang Ming and challenger Bajiao to the stage." As soon as the voice fell, Fuji Fuyaki's camera captured the figures of the two people. One side had planned it in advance and seemed to be well prepared. A pair of mercenary eyes occasionally flashed a gleam of brilliance. The other side was forced to fight and was unprepared, but his face did not show any signs of danger, with a calm expression. When Yang Ming passed by Danzo, Danzo said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "See how you die this time." Before that, Danzo had privately found Bajiao and learned about his reliance. Therefore, Danzo was extremely sure that Yang Ming would fall into a big trap this time. Yang Ming raised his lips, revealing a half-smile on his face. "Danzo, do you believe I can kill you?" "You?" Danzo's chest rose and fell violently, and his face changed drastically, sometimes purple, sometimes red and green, as if he was changing his face, looking very funny. Afterwards, Yang Ming and Bajiao stepped onto the stage at the same time, staring at each other, refusing to give in. The air seemed to be filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Bajiao smiled with a fake smile, and said, "It is my honor to compete with Boss Yang Ming today." Bajiao emphasized the word honor, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was a naked irony hidden in it. Facing Bajiao's provocation, Yang Ming smiled faintly. "Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this?" Boom! A word caused 1,000 waves. No one expected that just a meeting would cause such a conflict between the two. They were tit for tat, and refusing to give in. "Humph! Let's see what we can do." After saying this harsh word, Bajiao walked to one side of the arena. It is worth mentioning that in this arena, the two people's equipment was on both sides, and the materials needed were provided by the village and placed on the ground. When Yang Ming came to his side, he smelled a faint stench. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. Could it be? An ominous premonition enveloped Yang Ming's heart. Sure enough, after Yang Ming checked the ingredients on the ground, his face suddenly changed. These ingredients included both meat and vegetables, arranged neatly and orderly, with vegetables on the left and meat on the right. However, these ingredients, without exception, were not fresh. For example, the leaves of vegetables were not only yellow and rotten, but there were also so many bugs on them. What the hell? All the vegetables, without exception, were all eaten by bugs. Not to mention eating, just seeing it made me lose my appetite. For example, as a chef, I am very strict about the ingredients of meat, and it is best to use raw poultry that has just been slaughtered. But what about now? Whether it is chicken, duck, or beef, all have been slaughtered and placed on the chopping board piece by piece. What was even more disgusting was that groups of flies were hovering over them, and some of them were clinging to them, which looked extremely disgusting. For a moment, Yang Ming fell into the biggest dilemma ever. On the other side, Bajiao naturally saw all this and was very happy. "I want you to pretend to be calm. Let's see how you can pretend this time. Bajiao was happy. If there were not so many people now, he would have laughed 3 times wantonly and ridiculed Yang Ming. With the secret help of Denzo, it was too easy to secretly trip up Yang Ming with the ingredients provided. However, Bajiao also knew that today's matter was very important, so he quickly gathered his mind. Off stage. Fuji Fuyuki looked at Yang Ming standing in front of the ingredients without moving, and was worried about him. At this time, she saw that Bajiao had already made some moves. Sweet potato. In the strange eyes of Fuji Fuyuki, Bajiao actually chose sweet potato, and no one knew what he was going to do. If Bajiao knew, he would definitely sneer. Although he seemed to be very relaxed, there were hidden secrets in the selection of ingredients. Bajiao specially selected sweet potatoes with smooth surface, no pests, no green heads, and moderate size. After that, he put the selected sweet potatoes into a basket and put them into the water, washed off the dirt and impurities, and cut off the 2 ends of the sweet potatoes. Then he put the sweet potatoes in a wooden barrel and smashed them with punches. As a ninja, Bajiao's physical skills are still very good. He beat the sweet potatoes with his hands and added water, making the sweet potatoes finer and finer. When the sweet potatoes were beaten into a turbid state, Bajiao took out a piece of pulp cloth and filtered it twice. Then, Bajiao put the filtered liquid into a basin and drained the dirty water in the basin. When the basin is completely clear, drain the water, and after taking out the oil powder on the surface, the starch on the bottom is taken out and hung into a ball, and then spread it on a bamboo basket to expose it to the sun. Now the sun is shining brightly at noon, and the evaporation speed is very fast. At this time, the purpose of the star anise is very clear, that is, to obtain the materials for making dough in this way. Then, the star anise poured the sweet potato flour on the chopping board, added water and a little starch, and began to knead the dough. Unlike the dough kneaded with flour, the noodles kneaded by the star anise with sweet potato flour are light gray in color and have a relatively large viscosity. Unlike general noodle making, this last step is to leak the silk. Before leaking the silk, the star anise will try it first to see if the dough is suitable. If the silk thread leaked is not thick or thin and continuous, it is suitable. If the noodles are broken too quickly, it means that the slurry is too thin, and dry starch should be added to make the noodles moderately tough. Or, if it is difficult to make noodles or the speed is too slow, and the thickness is uneven, it means that the batter is too dry and you should add some wet starch. Bajiao grabs a handful of sweet potato dough and sees a little bit of it falling naturally and continuously, which means it can be threaded. When threading, Bajiao prepared a pot of boiling water in advance, and only when the water in the pot boiled did it thread. Bajiao kneaded the dough into a lot of thread strips, then poured into boiling water. When the strips sank to the bottom of the pot and then floated to the surface, it meant that they were ready to be taken out of the pot. Bajiao quickly picked up the strips and put them into a pot of cold water to cool them down. Then, Bajiao used his hands to organize the strips into bundles, threaded them onto a wooden stick, and then kept swinging them until the strips became loose. Finally, Bajiao picked up the strips and spread them in a basket to dry. This is the sweet potato noodles that Bajiao had planned long ago. After watching the whole process, Fuji Fengxui was confused. Not to mention that she couldn't think of it, even Yang Ming hadn't thought of it. At this time, there was silence, and everyone had only one thought in their minds. There is actually such an operation. Ahem, there are no fans in the Naruto world, so just treat it as noodles. Chapter 381 I will just watch you pretend quietly. After the sweet potato noodles were dried, Bajiao soaked them in a basin of warm water. Then, he quickly selected the condiments and put them in the corresponding bowls one by one. After Bajiao cleaned the chili peppers and peppercorns, he used his skillful knife skills to chop them in a short time. Then, Bajiao prepared a pot, heated it over high heat and poured in oil. After the oil was hot, it was turned to low heat, and Bajiao added chili peppers and peppercorns to stir fry. Suddenly, a strong spicy aroma spread, which made people feel refreshed and their appetites opened. Uchihamadara sat on the referee's bench, his nose twitched, and he sighed comfortably, it smells so good. Gurgle. Gurgle. As soon as the voice fell, Uchihamadara's stomach started to protest, making low muffled sounds. Uchihamadara hadn't eaten the delicacies of the world for a long time. Looking at Bajiao cooking, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but want to have a big meal now. After the pot is fried, Bajiao immediately adds boiling water and simmers it over high heat for a while. Then, Bajiao pours the sweet potato noodles into the pot and cooks them. When the noodles are soft, they are served in a bowl. Then, Bajiao quickly adds seasonings, soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and chicken essence to the bowl. Finally, Bajiao sprinkles pickled mustard, coriander, chives, crushed peanuts, sesame oil, and pours the soup base in the pot on the noodles and stirs them evenly. A bowl of hot and sour sweet potato noodles is ready. Hokage, please enjoy. Bajiao respectfully brings the noodles to Uchihamadara's table. His expression and movements are just like a younger brother, and he is almost digging out his heart to show his loyalty. Well, go ahead. Uchihamadara waved his hand as if to drive away a fly. The corner of Bajiao's mouth twitched fiercely. Bajiao didn't expect that the other party would treat him so lightly. I was so angry. Bajiao clenched his fists and felt very unhappy. Why, do you want me to ask you to go down? Uchihamadara raised his eyes and said indifferently. Boom. Bajiao seemed to be struck by lightning, goosebumps all over his body, and an unnatural smile appeared on his face. Although Bajiao is stupid, it doesn't mean that he is blind. Seeing that Uchihamadara showed an unwelcome attitude, Bajiao nodded and bowed quickly. Yes, I'll go down right away. After the annoying flies left, Uchihamadara was in a good mood and focused his attention on the hot and sour sweet potato noodles. I saw that various condiments and noodles were mixed together, and a layer of red oil floated on the soup, which looked very spicy. The fragrant spicy smell spread like crazy, constantly stimulating Uchihamadara's sense of smell, making him feel that the saliva in his mouth was constantly secreted and he had to swallow it down. Gurgle. Uchihamadara's throat moved up and down. With the delicious food in front of him, he finally couldn't help it. I'm starting. Uchihamadara picked up the chopsticks, first put them on his chest and prayed, and then really started to taste them. He picked up a column of sweet potato noodles, and saw that the light grey noodles were light and thin, each as thin as long hair, but surprisingly very tough, and did not break when the chopsticks were pinched. Slurp. Slurp. Uchihamadara opened his mouth wide and ate crazily, making bursts of crisp and loud sounds. In the world of Naruto, the test of whether a dish of noodles is delicious depends on the sound made by the guests when eating the noodles. The louder the sound, the more delicious the bowl of noodles. At this time, the sound made by Uchihamadara while eating this bowl of noodles was as loud as a bird's cry, and even the crowd watching below the stage could hear it clearly. This alone is enough to prove the excellence of this bowl of noodles. As the person involved, Uchihamadara deeply experienced the essence of sour and spicy sweet potato noodles. When the chewy noodles entered the mouth, the sour and spicy taste contained in it burst out instantly, like a storm, and immediately conquered the taste buds on the tip of the tongue. After the wave of sour and spicy taste, only numbness was left on the tip of the tongue. Yes, it is numbing. Uchihamadara felt that his tongue was not his own, and he had no feeling at all. Only the residual fresh fragrance in his mouth vaguely let him know that he was still eating noodles in his mouth. It can be said that this bowl of hot and sour sweet potato noodles was made into a god by star anise. Not only is it numbing, spicy, fresh, fragrant, and sour, but it is also oily but not greasy after eating it, and the more you eat, the more you want to eat. Slurp. Slurp. Uchihamadara's eyes burst into a gleam of light. Since he was reborn, he has rarely eaten such a great delicacy. He couldn't help but hold up the big bowl, not caring about his image at all, and ate it voraciously. When Uchihamadara was eating, he suddenly realized that this bowl of hot and sour sweet potato noodles was not only the main ingredients, but also the spices that went with it were also amazing. Among them, coriander and chopped green onions bring a natural fragrance, pickled mustard brings a salty and fragrant taste, and peanuts bring a unique taste experience. No matter which one is missing, this bowl of spicy and sour sweet potato noodles will lose its luster and not be as delicious as it is now. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, a bowl of spicy and sour sweet potato noodles was eaten up by Uchihamadara, and even the soup at the bottom of the bowl was drunk up, which shows how delicious it is. Uchihamadara stuck out his tongue, licked his lips with satisfaction, and looked at Bajiao expectantly. Do you have any more spicy and sour sweet potato noodles? Give me another bowl. No. 3 bowls. Wow! Hearing Uchihamadara's words, everyone was in an uproar. Everyone never thought that Uchihamadara would have such a high opinion of Bajiao. Bajiao's face was happy, and then he glanced at Yang Ming, pretending to be embarrassed, lowering his head and hesitating, making it difficult for people to hear what he was saying. Bang! Uchihamadara slammed the table and shouted, "Speak up!" Bajiao shuddered, showing an embarrassed expression, pointing at Yang Ming, and said hesitantly, "Hokage-sama, isn't there another person? Maybe he will make something good." After saying that, Bajiao showed a hypocritical expression on his face, and he looked as friendly as he could. "Boss Yang Ming, don't you think so?" Facing Bajiao's provocation, Yang Ming did not speak. Bajiao was proud in his heart, secretly swapping Yang Ming's ingredients, which was indeed a correct choice. Bajiao was not worried that Yang Ming would talk about the bad ingredients. After all, Danzo was watching him covetously. When the time comes, Danzo will launch a public opinion offensive, and it depends on whether Yang Ming is afraid. Off stage. Fuji Fuyuki looked at Yang Ming nervously, forgetting her job as a beautiful anchor, and her fingers holding the camera were pinched white. "Boss Yang Ming, why is he still standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and make a super delicious dish and fight back." Chapter 382 Uchihamadara's Shock. At this moment, the whole situation is very unfavorable to Yang Ming. Among the ingredients provided by the village to Yang Ming, all the vegetables are yellowed, and there are many vegetable worms on them, which have eaten holes in the vegetables. As for meat, except for seafood, chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, etc. are all not fresh. Danzo didn't make things difficult for Yang Ming with seafood because he didn't believe that this thing could be used for anything. But for Yang Ming, this was a ray of hope. Previously, Yang Ming blackmailed Uchihamadara not only to raise money for the construction of the food city, but also to complete the system task. Hidden task: blackmail Uchihamadara. Task description: there is a long way to go to build a food city, and every penny must be cherished. Task reward: dace noodles. I'm afraid Danzo didn't think that there are noodles made of fish in the world. Yang Ming didn't do it before, but he was curious about what kind of food Bajiao was going to make. Since Bajiao wanted to show off, a chef like Yang Ming would certainly be embarrassed to steal the spotlight. Isn't it also a reflection of his master style to watch him show off quietly like this? At this time, Bajiao didn't understand that Yang Ming was deliberately being modest before. Seeing Yang Ming still in a daze, Bajiao couldn't help but sneer, "Boss Yang Ming, if you are out of tricks, just surrender. Do you know that my time is very precious? If I wait for you for one more minute, I don't know how much money I will lose." "Oh." Yang Ming raised his mouth, "You said that?" Bajiao was confused by this sentence, not knowing what Yang Ming was selling. At this moment, Yang Ming turned around suddenly, his hands became claws, and he flew into the pool like an eagle. Puff! With a splash of water, Yang Ming raised his hand and caught a dace as long as his arm. Seeing this, Bajiao raised his mouth with a sarcastic arc, and said sarcastically, "Boss Yang Ming, you don't want to use the fish meat for noodles? I'm not saying anything bad about you. Even a child knows that this won't work." The reason why Bajiao was so sure was just because of his habitual thinking. However, Yang Ming used his actual actions to fight back fiercely. Yang Ming quickly slapped the dace to death, then picked up a kitchen knife and cut it in half from the fins. Then, Yang Ming picked out the fish bones smoothly and carefully scraped out thin slices of fish green with a kitchen knife. Seeing this, Bajiao's disdain on his face suddenly disappeared, and his face became particularly solemn. Yang Ming is really using fish meat to make noodles. No matter how reluctant Bajiao was to admit it, this was the fact. Dace noodles are made from the most delicious fish green from the dace. Yang Ming put the scraped fish green into a basin, checked again to see if there were any fish bones, then poured in some salt and stirred it with his hands. After the paste was formed, the original pieces of fish disappeared and mixed into a ball. Yang Ming put the fish ball on the chopping board and cut it into small pieces. Then, Yang Ming took out a wooden stick and crushed the fish ball into flakes. It can be seen that the flakes are crystal clear, quite transparent, and exude a faint fish fragrance, which is very novel. Then, Yang Ming cut them into strips and put them aside for later use. Seeing this, Bajiao's eyes almost popped out. How is it possible? Bajiao was completely unbelievable. This was simply subverting the three views. What made Bajiao even more unbelievable was that Yang Ming did not add anything else throughout the whole process. Originally, Bajiao thought that Yang Ming would at least add some starch to bind it, but he only added a little salt. No matter what others thought at this time, Yang Ming still cooked the dishes step by step. In order to make the noodles more fresh, Yang Ming even used dace bones to carefully cook the soup. Aren't all the ingredients provided by the village to Yang Ming spoiled? Well, Yang Ming won't use them, and will use dace all. In addition to dace noodles, Yang Ming also made other little things. The fish balls shaped like chicken waists, white, smooth, and tough, the abalone shaped like goldfish floating in the water, and the most delicious hungry intestines in this season, all of which have become the embodiment of the deliciousness of dace. The whole dace noodles allow guests to enjoy an authentic and sumptuous full dace feast. When watching Yang Ming carry the fragrant dace to Uchihamadara's table, everyone present was stunned. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their mind. Is there such a thing? Compared with Bajiao's hot and sour sweet potato noodles, Yang Ming's dace noodles are undoubtedly better in terms of production, and can be described as ingenious. How can he cook this kind of food? Bajiao was jealous and crazy, and wanted to tear Yang Ming apart with his hands. On the stage, Uchihamadara sat upright, leisurely appreciating the dish in front of him. Uchihamadara looked at this bowl of crystal clear and thin dace noodles. When the chopsticks picked it up, it drew a beautiful wave mark in the emerald-like soup, and it exuded bursts of fragrance from time to time, which really made him salivate. Slurp! Slurp! In front of the delicious food, Uchihamadara couldn't help it anymore. If the sound of Uchihamadara tasting the hot and sour sweet potato noodles before was as crisp as a bird's cry, then the sound now is just like the roar of a turbine. Although others did not taste the delicious food, just hearing such a sound was enough to make everyone present imagine it. As the person involved, Uchihamadara felt the most profoundly. The freshness and chewiness of the dace noodles made him unforgettable and unforgettable. The most difficult thing is that all the ingredients of this bowl of dace noodles come from the same dace, which tastes particularly fresh and delicious, as if the dace exposed its whole body in front of him, full of extreme attraction. When the dace noodles were eaten, Uchihamadara seemed to see a gurgling river in front of him, and a dace jumped out of the river and drew a tortuous arc, as if it was about to jump over the dragon gate, showing a spirit of unyielding to fate. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like a century. When Uchihamadara came to his senses, he found embarrassedly that the person was still there, but the noodles were gone. Fortunately, there are 3 kinds of delicious food in the bowl: fish balls, fish abalone, and hungry intestines. Even if you finish eating all of them, there is still a bowl of thick soup with a strong fish aroma. Pour it into your mouth, and it falls into your stomach through your throat. The warm temperature spreads in your body, and you feel a kind of high-class feeling, which is very refreshing. Ha! It's so delicious! Uchihamadara exhaled with satisfaction, wiped the corners of his mouth, and leaned lazily on the stool, with a happy expression on his face. This dish can be eaten in an old store in Zhongshan City. 380 Chapter 3 Danzo, How Do You Want to Die? Silence. The whole audience was in solemn silence. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the stage, quietly waiting for Uchihamadara to make a judgment. Although many people have confidence in Yang Ming, who can say for sure? Uchihamadara touched his slightly swollen belly, and slowly stood up in the expectant eyes of many people. I declare, Yang Ming wins. Clap! Clap! As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience was shocked and gave warm applause. It's over. As a loser, Bajiao's face was grey and he collapsed to the ground powerlessly. At this time, a root member came to him and said maliciously, Master Bajiao, you are tired and sleepy, I will take you to rest early. No. Bajiao's eyes were wide open, full of horror. I am not sleepy at all, and I don't need you to take me to rest. Bang! The root member was too lazy to pay attention to him, and directly knocked him out with a knife. Humph! He stared coldly at Bajiao under his feet and said disdainfully, the wail of a loser. Even if Bajiao disappeared, no one would care about his life or death. Who called him a loser? In this world, only successful people are destined to get flowers and applause. At this time, the long-lost voice of the system sounded beside Yang Ming's ear. Hidden mission, maintain the reputation of the store. Mission description, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. If you want to survive in the fierce competition, you must face difficulties head-on. Mission reward, a random item. Mission completed, reward issued. The system said seriously and seriously. However, Yang Ming did not have the time to inspect any items at this time. Yang Ming glanced and saw that Danzo sneaked away while no one was paying attention. A cold light flashed in his eyes. This Danzo came to trouble him again and again, and really treated him as a soft persimmon. It's time to deal with him. Fortunately, Yang Ming was prepared. He raised his hand slightly, and the employees who were ambushed under the stage immediately understood and quietly followed Danzo. Uchiha Madara saw the little actions of Yang Ming and Danzo, and a strange light flashed in his deep eyes. Uchiha Madara did not intend to help Danzo, although Danzo contributed a lot in his process of becoming Hokage. But after becoming Hokage, Uchiha Madara knew clearly what happened before and after the Uchiha clan was exterminated. To be frank, if it wasn't for Danzo's insistence, how could the Uchiha clan be exterminated? You know, the Sandaime had been committed to a peaceful solution at that time. Although when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama broke up, the Uchiha clan betrayed him and did not stand on his side. But after all, he has Uchiha blood flowing in his body. Even if the Uchiha clan needs to be taught a lesson, it's not Danzo's turn to intervene. Outside the village. Outside a root base. Danzo suddenly stopped, narrowed his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in the gap. Come out, rats behind you. Swish. Swish. No one responded, only the strong wind blew, and the shaking leaves around made a sound. The swaying leaves fell to the ground, forming all kinds of strange patterns. Coupled with this quiet environment, this place is rendered into a quiet ghost land. Boom! Danzo's hand tightened, and he smashed the cane in his hand heavily on the ground, making a muffled sound. Something is wrong. Very wrong. This is a forest outside Konoha village. There should be chirping birds, but now there is no sound at all. A drop of cold sweat as big as a bean left on Danzo's forehead. He even exposed his hidden Sharingan and looked around with a vigilant face. What? Danzo tried to use a calm tone to cover up the panic in his heart. You have the courage to follow me, but you don't have the courage to come out. This time, to Danzo's surprise, someone actually responded. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The only answer to Danzo was the undisguised mocking laughter coming from all directions, making it impossible to guess where the other person was. Seeing that no one came out, Danzo moved his feet and ran forward quickly at a speed that was totally unbelievable for his age. Danzo actually escaped. However, Danzo soon found that it was useless. No matter where he escaped, the feeling of pricking his back was still looming and did not retreat at all. At this moment, Danzo also knew that he was in big trouble and stopped immediately. It was not that he wanted to stop, but that a person who he never expected appeared in front of him. Yang Ming. Danzo's eyes widened, and he looked at Yang Ming walking slowly with an unbelievable look on his face. At this time, several figures appeared in the forest that was originally deserted. Jiraiya, Kisame, Zabuza, and the giant panda Yuan approached Danzo from 4 directions. Jiraiya was still in the mood to chat with Yang Ming. Boss, you didn't see that Danzo was scared just now. If it weren't for waiting for you, boss, we would have killed Danzo long ago. Danzo's face changed drastically, as gloomy as an ink's tone, and ink was about to drip out. Danzo looked at Yang Ming and others coldly, and shouted in a weak voice, Yang Ming, do you want to betray the village? Do you know what you are doing now? Zabuza flicked his ear with his finger, spit on the ground, and said with disdain, Old man, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Yang Ming. Danzo looked as if he wanted to eat him alive, his eyes almost spitting fire. Is this how you discipline your employees? At this moment, Danzo still thought that Yang Ming was afraid and didn't dare to do anything to him. After all, before this, although Danzo had targeted Yang Ming many times, Yang Ming only verbally sprayed him a few words at most. Over time, Danzo thought that Yang Ming was easy to bully. In response, Yang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth and shook his head slightly. In the past, the reason why Yang Ming didn't do anything to Danzo was just because he was worried that he would be wanted by Konoha village. After all, no matter what, Danzo is still a big boss in Konoha village. But now, with the gradual construction of the food capital and powerful employees, Yang Ming doesn't need to be good to Danzo. Let you pretend and let you have fun. Now it's time to collect the interest. Yang Ming raised the corner of his mouth, raised his hand to Danzo, and shouted, Kill him. You dare. This time, Danzo's soul instantly jumped out. Danzo finally realized that Yang Ming was really going to kill him this time. When Yang Ming's voice fell, Jiraiya and the other 3 suddenly jumped up, like 4 cheetahs, and descended quickly, carrying the long-suppressed anger, which suddenly poured out. Zabuza smiled coldly, Danzo, how do you want to die? Chapter 384, Killing Danzo. Zabuza tightly grasped the beheading sword as tall as a person, with a bloodthirsty and cruel smile on his face. As one of the earliest employees to follow Yang Ming, Zabuza had been persecuted by Danzou many times, and his heart had long been filled with countless anger. Now, Yang Ming finally had no worries and let these employees kill Danzou. What else can he say? Kill. 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 Zabuza's wolf-like eyes shot out a dazzling edge. In his sight, Danzou actually ran towards him. Was he treating him as a soft persimmon? Go to hell! Zabuza roared, and the beheading sword in his hand turned into the sickle of the god of death, drawing a sharp arc in the air, like the sky falling, to cut the world in half. A shocking sword light flashed. Puff! Danzou's body was cut in half by the beheading sword in just a moment. Something is wrong. Seeing this, Zabuza's body trembled. His years of combat experience told him that this was very wrong. With his battle-hardened sixth sense, Zabuza didn't think twice and continued to swing his sword, rolling forward. Tear! In a flash, at this gap, a sharp wind blade passed through Zabuza's original position. The powerful wind blade even cut a deep mark on the ground, stretching for hundreds of meters. The big tree blocking the wind blade was as soft as tofu. It was torn apart in just a moment. Zabuza looked back and looked at Danzou's back with lingering fear, thinking that he was lucky. Danzou is worthy of being Danzou. Even if he was surrounded, he still calmly made the best judgment and escaped from Zabuza's side with the help of Zabuza's momentary negligence. But Zabuza took out a kunao with the Flying Thunder God technique in his arms, and his mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. Danzou, where can you escape to? As soon as the voice fell, Zabuza's figure disappeared from the spot. Huff! 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 Danzou leaned against a rock with an extremely ugly face. He was too old to withstand such intense exercise. Feeling his physical strength quickly draining away, Danzou secretly hated it in his heart. If I were 20 years younger, why would I do this? Danzou calmed his breath, took out a few military ration pills and stuffed them into his mouth to replenish his chakra. However, before Danzou could recover, a sharp sound of breaking wind swept over. Oops! Danzou's face suddenly changed, and he rolled to one side. Boom! At this moment, the rock on which Danzou leaned against collapsed with a loud bang, and was actually cut in half. Danzou looked up suddenly, and in the rolling smoke and dust, a burly figure walked slowly towards him with heavy steps, one step at a time. Danzou, you really know how to escape. When Zabuza walked out of the smoke, a malicious smile suddenly appeared on his face. It must be said that Danzou is really an old fox. Before this, Zabuza and his companions saw the direction in which Danzou fled, and finally caught up with him, but found that it was just a shadow clone of the other party. As for Danzou's original body, he was hiding in the original place from beginning to end, but he buried himself underground with earth escape. It can be said that Danzou played a trick on them. The farce ends here. Zabuza's eyes turned cold, and when his voice fell, Jiraiya and his companions walked out from behind him, staring at Danzou with resentful eyes. Hey! Danzou smiled coldly, without any awareness of being at a disadvantage. Danzou remained calm and composed, without any sign of panic. Do you think you can beat me? Danzou raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth, then you are too naive. You know, Danzou had noticed that someone was following him before, so he walked all the way to a secret base of the route here. Danzou had been running away before, just to buy time to summon his men. As soon as Danzou's voice fell, more than 30 root ninjas came out from under the ground and stood in front of Jiraiya and the others. These root ninjas are Danzou's last elite troops, all of them are elite jonin, and each of them is the purest killing machine. They have no emotions, no pain, and no fatigue, and will only obey the command of Danzou alone. Danzou's enemies are the ones they are aiming at with their blades. Kill! Although they didn't shout, Zabuza and the others all felt the oppression brought by this group of people at the same time. None of them spoke, they just silently grabbed their weapons and attacked silently. This is an army of zombies. But for the first time, Zabuza and the others felt their scalps tingling. Zabuza wielded the beheading sword fiercely, slashing it down, as if to chop the enemy to death. But something extremely horrifying happened. The root ninja opposite Zabuza seemed to have not seen it. With the attitude of preferring to die in glory rather than live in disgrace, he fought desperately towards Zabuza with a style of fighting that would rather die than die in disgrace, without any regard for any casualties. What is even more terrifying is that this is not just the behavior of this root ninja, all the root ninjas present took suicidal attacks. Are these people crazy? Zabuza killed one person with one sword, but he was also seriously injured. His body was burned by flames and had disgusting pustules. Seeing this, Danzo laughed heartily, very satisfied with his masterpiece. From time to time, Danzo would seize the loopholes of Zabuza and his group to launch a sneak attack, which was disgusting. Bang! Zabuza was attacked from behind by a root ninja without paying attention. His body was like a rag bag, and was thrown away fiercely and rolled far away. Danzo's eyes lit up, and he felt that the opportunity had come. Wind escape. Vacuum jade. Danzo took a deep breath, his stomach was bulging, and then he suddenly opened his mouth. Boom! The terrifying air pressure blasted out, turning into a large number of air bullets, and even the space was rippled, carrying the force of thunder and lightning, surrounding Zabuza tightly. It's over. Seeing this, Zabuza's soul was surging, and he endured the serious injuries in his body and used the Flying Thunder God technique at the critical moment. Boom! 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 The dense air bullets bombarded Zabuza's position, causing a huge sensation. The entire ground was bombarded beyond recognition, and deep pits as big as bowls were scattered all over the scene, turning it into a mess. Puff! When Zabuza appeared next to Yang Ming again, Yang Ming only saw a few black holes as big as fingers on Zabuza's body. Even though Zabuza used Flying Thunder God in time, there were still some fish that slipped through the net, and with the rapid speed, he was severely injured. Yang Ming helped Zabuza up and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zabuza gritted his teeth and cursed, "Danzo, that old dog is too despicable. What's going on?" Yang Ming asked in surprise. Later, from Zabuza's narration, Yang Ming finally understood that Danzo had always grasped the initiative on the battlefield with his cunning. Chapter 385 Uchiha Ataka joins Yang Ming's shop. Just when Yang Ming felt that Danzo was in trouble, a familiar voice sounded. "Boss Yang Ming, if you don't mind, I would like to take Danzo's head." Yang Ming turned around suddenly and saw Uchiha Ataka descending from the sky and walking slowly towards him. At the same time, Uchiha Ataka lowered his proud head and whispered, "This is my token of joining you." Yang Ming was stunned at first, and then overjoyed, "Itaki, have you finally thought it through?" Uchiha Ataka's eyes were no longer cold, and he smiled slightly, "Of course, as long as the boss doesn't forget the original promise." The promise Uchiha Ataka made was Yang Ming's promise to cook him a resurrection dish every year to help him revive his parents and friends. It's not that Yang Ming doesn't want to make more, but the resurrection dish is too difficult to cook, so he can only cook one dish every year. Before that, although Yang Ming had invited Uchiha Ataka a long time ago. However, Uchiha Ataka has always been cautious and planned to see the situation first. After the food auction, Uchiha Ataka planned to join Yang Ming's shop. However, Uchiha Ataka is a proud person in his heart, and he doesn't want to join empty-handed. It was not until he realized that Yang Ming was going to take action against Danzo that Uchiha Ataka came late, just in time for Zabuza to be seriously injured. As the saying goes, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. Obviously, Uchiha Ataka knew the essence of it. At this moment, the sound of the system prompt sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Hidden task, recruit Uchiha Ataka. Task description, with the development of the store, the demand for takeout is increasing. It's time to recruit a strong and handsome takeout boy. Task reward, Jounin Chakra. Task completed, reward has been issued. Feeling the thriving chakra in his body, Yang Ming smiled lightly, "Itaki, I'll leave Danzo to you." Uchiha Ataka nodded slightly, and the whole person instantly split apart, turning into a group of crows, flying towards Danzo. Bang! Danzo once again used his cunning to seize an opportunity and appeared behind the giant panda Yuan, with a shuriken flying out of his hand. Wind escape. Shuriken. Danzo's move must be a masterpiece. Look, this ordinary-looking shuriken is actually murderous, and it contains a large amount of wind attribute chakra, making it sharper and able to cut rocks easily. On the battlefield, no one can always be alert to the surroundings, not to mention that the shuriken thrown by Danzo is silent and extremely vicious. When the shuriken approached the giant panda Yuan, it realized it later and felt that a great crisis was coming. Unfortunately, it was too late at this time. Puff! With the sharpness enhanced by the wind chakra, the shuriken easily broke through the thick fat on the giant panda's skin like cutting butter, and penetrated deeply into its body. Then, the wind chakra exploded in the giant panda's body. Puff! A column of blood spurted out of the giant panda's mouth. In just a moment, its breath weakened a lot, and it looked extremely listless. Good opportunity. Danzo's eyes lit up. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Danzo didn't care what others thought of him. Since he was an enemy, as long as he could kill the other party, no matter how despicable, Danzo would be happy. The wind chakra gathered in Danzo's hand, and then a burst of attributes changed, becoming even sharper. Go to hell! Danzo attacked. At this time, Jiraiya and Kisame were entangled by a group of suicidal root ninjas, and they could not rescue them at all, and could only watch. Danzo's eyes flashed with a fierce light. It was worth it to kill one of Yang Ming's employees here. However, at this moment, there were bursts of sharp weapons breaking wind in the air. Swish! Swish! 3 kunai were in the shape of a finished product, horizontally in front of Danzo. Danzo originally disdained this. However, there were other kunai following closely behind. The most eye-catching thing was that these kunai collided with each other and suddenly changed direction. 2 of them stabbed into Danzo's eyes, 1 flew towards his crotch, and 2 flew around to the sides and flew towards his ribs. For a moment, Danzo's soul was scared. If he continued to act on his own, even if he killed the giant panda Yuan, not only would his eyes be blinded, but even his life would not be saved. Where did this master come from? This thought flashed through Danzo's mind, and then he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet hard, like a cannonball blasting out, flying behind him. Ding ding ding! Dang dang dang! Losing the target of pursuit, these kunai fell to the ground in an orderly manner. At this time, Danzo had time to observe the surroundings to see who was blocking him. Puff puff puff! Puff puff puff! The sound of wings flapping sounded, and Danzo could only a figure walked out from the depths of the forest, and behind him a group of crows merged into his body. When Danzo saw the true face of this person, he shuddered all over, and turned around and left without caring about the remaining half of his men. The person who came was Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi did not expect that Danzo was so afraid of him, and ran away as soon as he saw him, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I should not have pretended earlier. This should be good now. Just a blink of an eye, Danzo ran away and only a back figure was left. Then, Uchiha Itachi's cold eyes turned and focused on the remaining men of Danzo. Looking at the more or less scars on Jiraiya and Kisame, Uchiha Itachi frowned. Logically speaking, the 2 cage-level strong men should not be so embarrassed. But after observation, Uchiha Itachi's frown relaxed. This is not Jiraiya and Kisame's fault. The main reason is that nearly half of the root ninjas have control-type ninjutsu. For example, similar to Shikamaru's shadow binding technique, Jiraiya and Kisame will be hit if they are not careful. Although the gap in strength between the 2 sides is so large that this control time is very short, who can blame these root ninjas for being crazy? They didn't even think about defense. As long as they got a chance, they would pounce like mad dogs. Now that we know the situation, it will be much easier to solve. Jiraiya, Kisame, you guys spread out. As soon as Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, a huge chakra emerged from him, forming a 100-foot-high Susanoo. Then, Susanoo raised his huge fist, carrying the momentum of destroying the world, and punched down with a bang. At this time, Jiraiya and Kisame had already hidden aside. Boom! When the fist fell, a huge shock wave raised huge smoke and dust in all directions, and the root ninjas at the center of the explosion were destroyed without a single one left. After dealing with these guys, Uchiha Itachi said, let's continue chasing, don't let Danzo escape. Chapter 386 Bull-Headed King. Ta ta ta. Ta ta ta. A flustered sound of footsteps sounded, and Uchiha Itachi came to the entrance of the root base in front of him. What does this guy Danzo want to do? Uchiha Itachi has been following behind Danzo and followed him here. Obviously, Danzo has already hidden in this base. This root base is buried deep underground, with only one exit outside, and it is hidden very well. If Uchiha Itachi hadn't stared at Danzo, he might not have found this place. Uchiha Itachi is also skilled and bold, and he stepped directly in. Tick. 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 This is a deep and quiet corridor. Because of the humidity, the sound of dripping water can be heard from time to time, forming waves of echoes. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi took a step forward, and the place where his foot landed suddenly sank. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, the mechanism was triggered, and kunai flew out from both sides of the corridor, forming a dense firepower network, blocking all the space around Uchiha Itachi. Humph! A trifling trick. Uchiha Itachi's tiger body shook, and a white skeleton appeared outside his body, blocking the kunai flying from all directions. For others, the place is full of dangers, but Uchiha Itachi seems to be walking leisurely in the garden, continuing to explore forward. Although it was easy to deal with, Uchiha Itachi did not dare to be careless, frowning, looking puzzled. Uchiha Itachi had dealt with Danzo many times. He didn't understand why he didn't go to the village so close to here, but had to go to this base. The more he thought about it, the thicker the fog became. He didn't believe that Danzo was such a brainless person. There must be a mystery hidden in this. When he was about to walk out of the narrow corridor, Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes and a large hall appeared in front of him, with a majestic statue standing in the middle. At this time, under the statue, Danzo stood with a man who looked like a researcher. Uchiha Itachi arrived so quickly, and Danzo was not surprised at all. Danzo grinned, revealing a cruel smile. For some reason, when seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi's heart was alarmed. At this moment, something strange happened. Boom! 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 The huge amount of detonating tags hidden around the corridor exploded together under Danzo's control. A huge explosion sounded, and a roaring sea of fire rolled up, like a gluttonous fire dragon, completely submerging Uchiha Itachi's figure. At the same time, the corridor collapsed in the blink of an eye after such a strong bombardment, and large pieces of rocks completely blocked the intersection. Danzo certainly understood that Uchiha Itachi could not be killed by this method. But this was enough. Because Danzo only needed to buy a little time. Danzo looked at the researcher beside him with a gloomy face. Hurry up. Yes. 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 The researcher was busy controlling the equipment and said anxiously, Sir, the bull-headed king has only completed part of it. It will collapse after 1 day at most. I know. Danzo said impatiently. Bull-headed king is a powerful weapon that appears in Naruto. This weapon can absorb the chakra of others to grow infinitely and summon the demon beast Nu that is comparable to the tailed beast. It is the ultimate weapon that the root led by Danzo has been secretly developing until Naruto. Of course, although this weapon is powerful, it requires the ninja who acts as a Jinchuriki to have the cells of Hashirama Senju to succeed. It just so happens that the arm where Danzo transplanted the Sharingan has enough cells of Hashirama Senju. Boom! At this moment, the corridor was blasted out by a huge force. Uchiha Itachi exuded an ominous aura and walked out step by step. Ever since he knew that Danzo had transplanted the eyes of his Uchiha Itachi clan into his body, Uchiha Itachi had never stopped killing Danzo. Now that the enemies met, they were particularly jealous. Although limited by the place, Uchiha Itachi still summoned Susanoo, stretched out his slender arms, and punched Danzo. Before the punch arrived, a strong wind arrived first. The researcher standing next to Danzo had no fighting power and was blown away by the wind in an instant. With a bang, he hit the huge statue behind him heavily. Facing the angry attack of Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi was surprised to find that Danzo was actually laughing. Itachi, you are late. Danzo laughed wildly, and a strange chakra emerged from his body. The hair that was originally erected scattered, swaying in the air like a wild dance. On Danzo's chest, a pattern of strange colors suddenly appeared, and a strong strange chakra suddenly spurted out. Boom! In just a moment, a burly monster appeared in front of everyone. This is the monster Nu. It has the appearance of a monkey, the body of a raccoon, the limbs of a tiger and the tail of a snake. It can fly without wings. It is comparable to the ultimate weapon of the tailed beast. As the product of the bull-headed heavenly king, Danzo has transferred all his chakra into it. Facing the extremely powerful punch of Susanoo, the monster Nu did not show any weakness. He raised his fist covered with tiger stripes, tit for tat, and refused to give in. Boom! The strong collision broke out with a huge roar, and the airflow generated was like a gust of wind, wantonly rolling up smoke and dust. At this moment, the alarm in Uchiha Itachi's heart not only did not stop, but became louder. A scene that made Uchiha Itachi feel extremely terrified happened. When the demon beast Nu touched Susanoo, it immediately began to devour chakra. Unlike Samehada's devouring chakra, the momentum emanating from the demon beast Nu became even stronger after devouring chakra. Obviously, it has become stronger. Uchiha Taka's face changed drastically, and he quickly withdrew and flew back, putting away Susanoo by the way. Ha ha ha. Danzo stood on the head of the demon beast Nu with a mysterious look on his face, looking like a demon king reborn in the world, with his arms open, as if welcoming a new era. Kill. Kill. Kill as much as you want. At this moment, Danzo abandoned his previous mask and showed his bloodthirsty and brutal side. Faced with the enemy's bombardment, Uchiha Taka had no choice but to withdraw from this root base and come to the vast forest outside. Outside, Jiraiya and Kisame saw Uchiha Taka coming out in a mess, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Itaki, what happened inside?" Uchiha Taka pointed to the root base and smiled bitterly, "You will know soon." Boom. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, a huge roar sounded, and the whole ground seemed to be hit by an earthquake and shook violently. Then, the earth cracked into spider web-like cracks, and then it could no longer support it and collapsed. Then, a giant beast with a strange breath suddenly jumped out from underneath. Chapter 387 The Death of Danzo. What is this? Jiraiya and Kisame looked at the monster that Danzo had created, and their expressions became particularly solemn. Be careful. Seeing this, Uchiha Taka warned, it will absorb chakra. Under Danzo's control, the demon beast Nu absorbed part of Susanoo's chakra, and now it has become a 100-foot-tall summoning beast, looking more sturdy and powerful. It flicked its tail, which had a tail similar to a snake's head, and drew a sharp arc in the air, like an antelope hanging its horns, and attacked everyone at an unexpected angle. Whoosh! 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 A sharp sound passed through the air, as if even the sky was about to be scratched. The snake-like whip-tail was as fast as thunder, and it swung over fiercely, but unexpectedly it did not hear was no one to attack, but to catch one to absorb chakra. Jiraiya didn't believe in evil, and he opened his big hand. The rapidly spinning Raise Nan turned into a deadly killer and hit the whip-tail of the monster Nu fiercely. But what he didn't expect was that in just a blink of an eye, the Raise Nan in his hand was absorbed completely, and he was tied up in the process. Be careful. Seeing this, Kisame raised Samehada, like a black whirlwind sweeping over, as if he was splitting Hwashin, and chopped it down heavily, cutting off the tail of the monster Nu and saving Jiraiya. Hey! 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 Jiraiya collapsed on the ground with a look of exhaustion. In a short moment, the chakra in his body was almost completely emptied and absorbed by the monster Nu. Hiss! 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 At this moment, a mass of flesh protruded from the broken end of the monster Nu's tail. Then, from this meat ball, hundreds of thousands of smaller snake heads flew out, turning into a large net that covered the sky above Kisame. Seeing this, Kisame had to carry Jiraiya on his back and dodge the dense attacks with difficulty. On the other side, Uchiha Taka kept attacking with hidden weapons to buy time for the two of them as much as possible. For the summoning beast that absorbs chakra and becomes stronger, it can be said that it is very restraining for Uchiha Taka, a ninjutsu-type ninja. Whether it is Susanoo or Amaterasu, they are the materialization of chakra, which can be easily swallowed by the demon beast Nu and become food for the enemy. However, today, the demon beast Nu also encountered an enemy who was a match for him, that is, Kisame, who can also absorb the enemy's chakra. Although Kisame cannot absorb others' chakra to become stronger, he can also avoid being so embarrassed in the battle with the demon beast Nu. As Kisame's partner for so many years, Uchiha Taka naturally thought of this. Kisame. No need to say more, Uchiha Taka just shouted and gave a look, and Kisame already knew what he wanted to do. Kisame showed a ferocious smile on his face, put Jiraiya in a safe place, and then rushed up without caring about his own safety, wanting to fight with the demon beast Nu in close combat. At this moment, after absorbing Jiraiya's chakra, the size of the demon beast Nu swelled again, looking like a small hill, exuding a terrifying momentum. The demon beast Nu waved his hand, carrying 1,000 pounds of force, and smashed heavily on the ground. Boom! A snake-like crack appeared on the ground, winding towards Kisame, and then the whole ground was like a lifted carpet, rippling with wave-like folds, and large chunks of rock were lifted up and smashed towards Kisame. Just as Kisame attracted the attention of the monster Nu, Uchiha Taka climbed onto the monster Nu silently with his ghostly speed. As if the god of death had arrived, Uchiha Taka held the cold kunao in his hand and stabbed into the opponent's chest accurately from behind Danzo. At this time, Danzo's chakra was almost gone, and coupled with his old body's slow reaction, he was immediately hit by a fatal blow. Blood flowers spread on his chest, and a strong feeling of dizziness surged into Danzo's heart. Danzo knew that it was now a matter of life and death, and he could not be stingy with his Sharingan. It is worth mentioning that after using Izanaga so many times, such as using this ninjutsu to restore the cooling Kota Amatsukami, Danzo only had 2 Sharingan left. Danzo cherished his life more than anyone else. He gritted his teeth, turned around suddenly, gathered sharp wind attribute chakra in his hands, and slapped Uchiha Ataka's chest heavily. Bang! In an instant, Uchiha Ataka's body broke into pieces and turned into crows flying all over the sky. Danzo's eyes darkened, and the whole person collapsed decadently. In this regard, Uchiha Ataka had already seen Danzo's shamelessness and did not dare to be careless. The crows roamed around in the air, looking for any traces of Danzo's possible existence. As soon as Danzo's resurrected figure appeared, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a burst of quacking birds in the air. When Danzo looked up and saw flocks of crows flying towards him, he was immediately scared. At this moment, Danzo didn't care about the so-called dignity of a strong man. He turned over and hid under the belly of the demon beast Nu, hoping to use it to resist Uchiha Ataka's attack. Unfortunately, although the demon beast Nu was powerful, it was born too recently and did not absorb too much chakra. It could not grow into a complete form. It was immediately embarrassed by Kisame, who had the ability to absorb chakra. Without Danzo's guidance, the demon beast Nu could only rely on its not-so-smart beast instincts to fight Kisame with difficulty, and soon fell into a disadvantage. Tear. Kisame saw an opportunity. In his hand, the heavy Samehada turned into a clever killing machine, and cut off one of the demon beast Nu's arms at the root as easily as cutting butter. Then, Kisame rushed to the sky with a slash of his sword, and Danzo's head, with a hideous and unwilling face, flew into the sky, blood gushed out like a spring. Finally dead. Kisame said with a little doubt, searching the scene suspiciously. After all, the scene of Danzo's resurrection just now shocked his nerves. At this moment, Kisame heard Uchiha Ataka shouting. Amaterasu. The black flames were like a red lotus that was purifying the world, sweeping away all the injustice in the world, and fell not far behind Kisame. If it weren't for the trust that had been established for a long time, Kisame would have almost jumped up and cursed. Ah! At this moment, Danzo's familiar screams rang out, and his sinful body was quickly devoured under the judgment of the blazing flames, and his soul was freed from then on and went to the world of the dead. The weapon of the bull-headed heavenly king was engraved on Danzo's body. As a human pillar, the Warcraft Nu would naturally be destroyed. Goodbye, Danzo. Uchiha Ataka stood in front of the immortal black flame, bowing his head slightly. Although he despised Danzo's character, this was a recognition of his past achievements. Finally the water is finished, cough, it seems that I have told the truth. Tomorrow is the Chinese Valentine's Day, are there any girls who want to rent the author? It only costs 9.98 cents. Chapter 388, The Dilemma. Hidden mission, maintain the reputation of the store. Mission description, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. If you want to survive in the fierce competition, you must face difficulties and rise to the challenge. Mission reward, a random item. Mission completed, reward issued. After solving Danzo, Yang Ming had time to check the item. I saw a super cool car appeared in front of Yang Ming. Batmobile, it has the ability to walk on flat ground, and can still move forward even on water. That's right, the Batmobile in front of Yang Ming is Batman's car. Cool appearance, graceful curves, flowing metallic color, when the engine starts, the sound of the powerful motor is so exciting. When Uchiha Ataka and others arrived, they all surrounded Batman and marveled. For men, beautiful cars and beautiful women are always their favorite. Look, a group of employees can't let go of it, constantly groping for the Batmobile, and can't wait to try it now. At this time, Yang Ming announced two news to all employees. From today, Yang Ming's store officially starts takeaway service. Uchiha Ataka will be the takeaway boy, and the Batmobile will be his tool for going out. Who knows, the employees can accept the first news, but Jiraiya and others are not happy with the second news. Jiraiya looked at Yang Ming with resentment, and he looked like a bullied wife. Boss, you can't be so partial, let me use the Batmobile too. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, the other male employees nodded. Yang Ming underestimated their desire for cool mounts, so he had to promise to give each of them one in the future. Afternoon. Hokage Building. Uchiha Madara finally finished today's work, stretched comfortably, rubbed his sore eyes, and sighed. Being a Hokage is so tiring. It's better to go to the battlefield and fight and kill. Before his death, Uchiha Madara didn't become a Hokage, and he always felt resentful about this position, even at the cost of turning against Hashirama Senju. But when he sat in this position now, Uchiha Madara always felt boring, as if something was missing. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't fight the entire ninja world alone now, Uchiha Madara would have wanted to stop being a Hokage. Dong! 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 At this time, the door knocked. Come in. Uchiha Madara said with a look of despair. Creak. The door opened, and Hibaiju pushed a small cart in, saying with a flattering face, Mada, it's time for dinner. Well. Bring it here. Uchiha Madara said lazily. The small cart was filled with exquisite delicacies, which exuded a fresh fragrance. Hibaiju fulfilled the duties of a loyal servant and cleaned Uchiha Madara's desk before bringing the plate up. The huge wooden table was filled with plates, and a clean hand holding a knife and fork cut a piece of the orange and white steak on the large plate and slowly put it into his mouth. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes slightly, and his ruddy mouth chewed slowly, as if he wanted to eat every inch of the food. Hibaiju lowered his head slightly and stared at Uchiha Madara's face carefully. He frowned slightly and showed a dissatisfied expression. For a moment, black and white Zetsu seemed to feel some great fear and trembled involuntarily. As Uchiha Madara's expression became more and more difficult as he chewed deeper look, sweat covered the face of black and white Zetsu, as if he felt great fear. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, gently put down the knife and fork in his hand, stood up elegantly, and poured the plate of fresh steak down. The meat bounced twice on the expensive carpet and fell at the feet of the trembling black and white Zetsu. He immediately looked ashen. It's such a disgusting feeling, as if I stepped on a cockroach while walking on the beach, and then found that the beach was actually full of cockroach feces. Uchiha Madara stood up, wiped his lips with a napkin in disgust, and even tore the napkin fiercely. His cold eyes stared at the ugly-looking black and white Zetsu, as if he had made some kind of judgment. In short, it's too rubbish. But Lord Madara, this is indeed the freshest wild salmon. Black and white Zetsu couldn't help but argue. He picked up the fish meat on the ground. Look at its cut, its color. The chef I invited did not use any processing methods that might damage its meat quality. Yes, it is indeed fresh enough, and it is pure salmon. Uchiha Madara rinsed his mouth. That's what he said, but Uchiha Madara's face became even uglier. He ate Yang Ming's cooking at noon today, which made him interested in fish, so he asked the chef invited by black and white Zetsu to make this dish. But what the hell is this? First of all, there are still teeth marks left by sharp teeth on the place you hold in your hand. Are your fishing department and supervisors blind and idiots for letting such defective ingredients mix into normal ingredients? What? Hibaiju subconsciously looked at the fish fillet in his hand, and indeed saw a not so obvious tooth mark on the thin fat layer, and his expression suddenly became horrified. Although it is indeed a defect, how is it obvious? It's so disgusting, that kind of residue and rotten stench actually entered my mouth, and the chef you invited is also a waste. Trash. Real trash. Uchiha Madara slammed the table and roared angrily. Finally. This idiot actually processed salmon that were in the migratory period as ingredients. This shrunken lean meat and fat made me want to vomit. You provided a plate of pure garbage. A glutton-like fisherman, a useless chef, and you are so stupid. Tell me, how can a garbage with these three things have the courage to cook for me? Seeing Uchiha Madara's unprecedented anger, Hibaiju was completely stunned. Haven't you been eating this level of food these days? You are eating well, why do you suddenly change your mind now? You know, the chefs he invited by Hibaiju are not bad, how could the food he made be garbage? In fact, this is the so-called easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Uchiha Madara had eaten Yang Ming's cooking at noon, which was simply a heavenly delicacy, making him feel happy physically and mentally. And when he ate this ordinary food again, Uchiha Madara had a comparison, and the difference was something that everyone could eat. Besides, he was a proud man, how could he swallow it? Uchiha Madara waved his hand fiercely and shouted angrily, I don't care, if you don't get me a satisfactory dinner today, you can get out of here. For a moment, Hibazetsu was in a bad mood. Oh my god! Chapter 389 The Truth About Hibazetsu Being Brokeback Mountain. Bang! Uchiha Madara slammed the table and roared, what are you still standing there for? Get out of here! Yes, yes, yes! Hibizetsu was about to leave in a panic. Wait! Uchiha Madara suddenly said. Hibizetsu had a gloomy face, and clenched his fists behind his back, with anger in his heart but nowhere to vent. Can you stop playing tricks on me? Uchiha Madara pointed to the messy ground and said impatiently, take away these garbage-like foods, it makes me upset just looking at them. Are you too picky? Black and White Jew wanted to cry but had no tears. It was really a shame to have such a boss. When Black and White Jew finally managed to deal with it, it was already dark. Walking on the road, Black and White Jew felt a headache. Where can I find a chef for him? Black and White Jew didn't know what was wrong with Uchiha Madara. The food he usually ate was delicious, but today it was so disgusting. Black and White Jew went through all the famous chefs in Konoha village in his mind and felt deeply annoyed. Not to mention whether boss Yang Ming could invite him, he also had to be willing to come. Don't think that their relationship has improved just because Uchiha Madara was the referee. In fact, Uchiha Madara wanted to tear Yang Ming apart. After all, Yang Ming holds the thing that Uchiha Madara fears the most, the inheritance of the six-path sage. As long as someone can get this thing and find out the shortcut to becoming a six-path sage, then Uchiha Madara will definitely become a rat that everyone wants to beat, and there will be no place for him in the entire ninja world. Although Uchiha Madara is now powerful, he is not yet at the level of being able to sweep the entire ninja world. Strength, so he had to reach a temporary compromise with Yang Ming and postpone the time of announcing the news. Yes. Suddenly, a light flashed in Hibiju's mind, there is also Ichiraku Ramen. Thinking of this, Hibiju was excited and suddenly went underground, heading towards Ichiraku restaurant at a very fast speed. Ichiraku restaurant. Uncle Ichiraku used his skills to knead noodles. Relying on the instinct accumulated over decades, the originally round dough seemed to turn into magic in his rough and dexterous hands, and was pulled into thin noodles, exuding a pleasant wheat aroma. Then, Uncle Ichiraku grabbed the ramen and put it in boiling water, scalded it with hot water, poured it into an empty bowl, added a lot of seasonings, and then scooped up a large spoonful of the dreamy soup base and sprinkled it on it, and a bowl of hot Ichiraku ramen was ready. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, giving people a sense of appreciating a dance that was extremely beautiful, which made people feel pleasing to the eye. According to the custom, Uncle Ichiraku originally planned to pick up the bowl of ramen and personally serve it to the customer. But at this moment, an unexpected customer came. Papa Papa! Papa Papa! Uncle Ichiraku stared at the weirdo clapping in front of him with vigilance. This man came out from underground inexplicably and stared at him with a strange look. What does this mean? Could it be that he is the legendary Brokeback Mountain? At the thought, Uncle Yul's anus tightened, and he silently stepped back a few steps, grabbing the soup spoon by the way to protect himself. Yul has lived for so many years, and his moral integrity will never be taken away by others. If the weirdo on the opposite side dares to come hard, Yul will dare to die in front of him. Ahem. The corners of Hibiju's mouth twitched fiercely. Although he didn't understand why Yul on the opposite side looked at him so bitterly, in order to complete the task, Hibiju still said sincerely, Ye, come with me. Sure enough, this guy wants to do Brokeback Mountain. Who told Hibiju to have this black and white hermaphrodite appearance, which immediately made Uncle Yul presume. At this moment, Uncle Yul was even more certain of his guess and stepped back a few steps again. Damn! What are you doing? Seeing this, Hibiju was in a bad mood. However, in order to complete the task, Hibiju approached Uncle Yul again. I'm telling you, don't come over here. Uncle Ichiraku panicked, raised the soup spoon in his hand, and his whole arm began to tremble slightly. If you come over here again, I will shout for help. Hey, did he guess my intention? Black and White Zetsu was still confused, but thinking that he would be driven away by Uchiha Madara if he failed to complete the task, he gritted his teeth and decided to do it. He. Black and White Zetsu continued to approach with a strange smile on his face. You scream, you have the guts to scream, even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Don't come over here. Uncle Ichiraku was heartbroken, and tears dripped from the corners of his eyes. Oh my god, is it possible that Ichiraku's moral integrity for decades will be taken away by this hermaphrodite opposite? No. I will never let you succeed. Suddenly, Uncle Ichiraku's chrysanthemum tightened, and a martyr's expression appeared on his face. For his decades of integrity, he would rather die than fall into the hands of this broke-back mountain man. Damn! What are you doing? Seeing Uncle Ichiraku suddenly posing as if he wanted to die, Hibaiju felt that his whole body was swaying in the wind. I just came to ask you to cook for the Hokage, is there any need to be so scared? Hibaiju couldn't help it anymore, and it was rare for him to swear, as if he wanted to vent his anger in his heart. Ding dang! As soon as the voice fell, Uncle Ichiraku's hands loosened, and the soup spoon fell to the ground with a crisp sound. So embarrassing! Uncle Ichiraku couldn't speak, his face flushed, and he finally uttered a word. So, you're not here to be gay? Puff! Upon hearing this, Hibaiju's eyes went dark and he almost vomited blood and died. So you've always thought I was that kind of person? Even if I wanted to do it, I wouldn't do it to a 40 to 50-year-old uncle like you. At least I'd do it to a young guy or something. It seems like something bad has been exposed. At this moment, Hibaju understood everything at once. No wonder Uncle Ye showed that weird expression the moment he saw him. Hibaju felt a chill all over his body and silently distanced himself from Uncle Ye. Are you going or not? Hey! Uncle Ye breathed a sigh of relief and patted his strong chest, his originally pale face returning to normal. As long as you're not here to be gay. Puff! Hibaju felt a tightness in his chest. This was definitely the worst time he's been criticized in history. Don't tell me this again. Hibaju roared, don't tell anyone. Black and White Zetsu was furious, like a lion awakening, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Uncle Ichiraku was just an ordinary person, how could he say anything? He nodded quickly, don't worry, I will never tell the Hokage that you want to be gay. Puff! I'm so stupid. Really? Black and White Zetsu only felt the deep malice from the world, and the whole person was not good. Chapter 390. In the end, I still have to go to Yang Ming's shop. Hokage Building. Uchihamadara's office. Dong. 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 There was a knock on the door. Come in. Uchihamadara hugged his hands behind his head as a pillow, leaned back on the chair, put his legs on the table, and his face was full of impatience. Gurgle. Gurgle. The door was opened, and Black and White Zetsu pushed the cart, making a series of slight noises, and walked in slowly. When Hibaju saw Uchihamadara's appearance, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. He tried his best to hold back his anger and squeezed out a smile. Mata, I invited a famous chef. These are all dishes made by him. Hibaju did not say that these were all made by Uncle Ichiraku, because he knew that Uchihamadara would not care about such details. Uchihamadara snorted and said lazily, bring it here. Yes. 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 Hibaju smiled flatteringly and brought the hot ramen to the table. Uchihamadara glanced at the corner of his eyes, but saw the fragrant mist lingering, filled with tempting fragrance. He couldn't help but put away his indecent sitting posture, sat up straight, and looked at the ramen in front of him for the first time. This is a bowl of very good-looking seafood ramen. The bright red shrimp, fragrant mushrooms, refreshing fungus, and fresh and fragrant squid together form a beautiful picture. A clean and tidy hand picked up the chopsticks and gently picked up a column of noodles. A fragrant wheat aroma came to the nose, which made people salivate faster and couldn't help but drool. Slurp. Slurp. Uchihamadara swallowed it into his mouth, slowly closed his eyes, and chewed slowly, as if he wanted to taste every inch of this ramen. Hibaju lowered his head slightly and looked at Uchihamadara carefully. He saw that he showed a happy expression, which made Hibaju feel relieved. It is said that serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. It is not easy to serve Uchihamadara well. Hibaju secretly patted his chest, and almost said, scare the baby to death. Suddenly, Hibaju glanced at the corner of his eyes, but was shocked to find that Uchihamadara's eyebrows were tightly frowned, squeezing out a shape. To be honest, Ichiraku ramen is indeed delicious, but it still doesn't meet the taste that Uchihamadara expected, and it always feels like something is missing. Uchihamadara silently put down his chopsticks and looked at Hibaju quietly. Strictly speaking, Ichiraku ramen is still acceptable to him. But perhaps because he had eaten Yang Ming's cooking before, that kind of heavenly food always made him, a man who had died once, never forget it. Although Uchihamadara didn't say a word, Hibaju was under unparalleled pressure, his waist was bent at 90 degrees, and his face was full of sweat caused by panic, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Without waiting for Uchiha Madara to speak, Hibaiju said in a panic, "Master Madara, please give me some time, I will definitely find a better chef for you." With that, Hibaiju ran out. "What should I do? What should I do? I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Hibaiju looked painful and walked helplessly on the road. Under this tangled self-blame, Hibaiju came to Yang Ming's shop unknowingly. In order to let more customers know that the shop now has a takeaway service, Yang Ming specially erected a tall pillar at the door of the shop, on which hung a sign with the words "This shop allows takeaway" on it. Takeaway. When he saw these two words, Hibaiju felt that his eyes were brightened, and all problems could be solved. Hibaiju knew that he could not hire a chef of Yang Ming's level. But if he wanted to satisfy Uchiha Madara's taste, only Yang Ming's cooking would do. And it would be even more difficult to let Uchiha Madara put aside his unnecessary face and pride and come to Yang Ming's shop for dinner. But if he could order takeaway, everything would be different. Thinking of this, Hibaiju was excited, and felt that there was always a way out, and he actually found such a savior. Just as Hibaiju was about to take a step forward, a series of low roars came from behind him. Hibaiju was startled and suddenly looked back. You don't know until you see it, you will be shocked. In his sight, a strange iron box made a strange roar and rushed from a distance at a very fast speed. What surprised Hibaiju even more was that this strange iron box was not only extremely fast, but also had a very strange appearance. The graceful streamlined curve exuded the beautiful color of metal, which made people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Squeak! Just as this strange iron box approached Yang Ming's shop, it suddenly slowed down, and the tires rubbed violently with the rough ground, making bursts of harsh sounds. Hibaiju couldn't help but widen his eyes, as if he had seen something rare. He saw that this Batmobile, which looked like a strange iron box in his eyes, turned a graceful arc on the ground, did a very beautiful drift, and then stopped in front of Yang Ming's shop. Click! At this time, the Batmobile opened the door, and an unbelievably handsome young man walked out of the car. When he saw black and white Zetsu, his body suddenly tensed up, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he said vigilantly, "Z, what are you doing here?" When black and white Zetsu and Uchiha Madara looked at each other, they were speechless for a while, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward, as if they might fight at any time. Under Uchiha Ataka's almost coercive gaze, black and white Zetsu finally took the lead and said, "I just came to order a takeaway." Uchiha Ataka. He looked at black and white Zetsu suspiciously, and his deep eyes revealed a look of inquiry, wanting to test the authenticity of black and white Zetsu's words. Finally, Uchiha Ataka nodded, "Then go." As he said that, he took out several huge boxes from the car and walked towards Yang Ming's shop. "What, this arrogant guy?" Black and white Zetsu said rather unhappily. Then, he followed. Fortunately, now that the store has opened a takeaway service, there are not so many people queuing at the door. Hibaiju only waited for a dozen minutes before he was able to enter. Of course, when passing by the store, Hibaiju was naturally warned by the gatekeeper Zabuza not to make trouble in the store. When Hibaiju asked about the takeaway service, Bai gave him the refurbished menu. A cup of Coke is 55 yuan. A bowl of beef ramen is 128 yuan. A cup of ice cream is 250 yuan. A meat bun is 666 yuan. A grilled lamb kebab is 777 yuan. Vegetarian. A fried rice with egg is 998 yuan. A snake soup is 999 yuan. A plate of dongpo pork is 2888 yuan. A fried steak, 6666 yuan. A fish-flavored pork shreds, 8888 yuan. A curry rice, 23,333 yuan. A life and death contract needs to be signed. A serving of pangolin, 100,086 yuan. A serving of dace noodles, 111,111 yuan. Takeaway service, starting at 1,000 yuan, plus 250 yuan for delivery. The buffet on the second floor is 19,999 yuan. When he saw the takeaway service column, Hibaiju almost vomited blood. Chapter 391 Don't Stop Me, I'm going to show off. Takeaway service, starting at 1,000 yuan, plus 250 yuan for delivery. When he saw the takeaway service column, Hibaiju almost vomited blood. It's so expensive, why don't you go and grab it? This is worse than the two pitfall apps, MOE and MOME. At this time, Yang Ming heard that Hibaiju was coming, and he couldn't help but walk out of the kitchen. Hibaiju naturally found Yang Ming coming. Although he wanted to cut Yang Ming into pieces, he just snorted coldly when he needed help. "Boss Yang Ming, bring me these dishes, pack them all and send them to Lord Madara." Hibaiju pointed at the menu and said. Yang Ming nodded and asked curiously, "Why doesn't Uchiha Madara come here himself?" Hibaiju looked a little unnatural and snorted, "What do you care?" Then he turned and left. The takeaway service of Yang Ming's shop was very fast. When Hibaiju returned to the Hokage building, Uchiha Itachi had already arrived in the Batmobile. Seeing this cool sports car full of technological colors in front of him become a tool for delivering takeaways, Hibaiju didn't know where to start complaining. Hibaiju took the takeaway from Uchiha Itachi and went back quickly. Hibaiju naturally couldn't serve the takeaway directly to Uchiha Madara, which would be exposed directly. So, he took out the takeaway from the fast food box, put it on the exquisite tableware first, and then pushed the cart and slowly walked towards Uchiha Madara's office. Dong! 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 A knock on the door sounded. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was already feeling very hungry. If he had not eaten Yang Ming's food before, this level of hunger and thirst would not be a big deal. But the bad thing was that Yang Ming's food had a magical taste, which made Uchiha Madara fall in love with food and could no longer tolerate this kind of hunger and thirst. He flicked his hair slightly irritably and roared in a low voice, "Come in." Outside the door, Hibaiju trembled all over, showing a panic expression. "Don't worry, this is Boss Yang Ming's dish, it should be fine." Hibaiju patted his chest in fear, and it's like living with a tiger to accompany the emperor. Creak. The door was opened, and Hibaiju pushed the cart in. Hibaiju brought the exquisite delicacies to the table one by one, looking at Uchiha Madara with trepidation, fearing that he would be dissatisfied again. At this time, there were fried rice, steak, and Coca-Cola on the table. Uchiha Madara glanced and saw the dark color of the Coca-Cola drink, and immediately showed a bitter and vengeful expression. So ugly! Seeing this, Hibaiju shuddered all over, sweating profusely, and lowered his head even lower, not daring to look at Uchiha Madara at all, for fear of being criticized again. Goo 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 goo. Goo 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 goo. Originally, Uchiha Madara wanted to smear the cup of Coca-Cola on black and white Zetsu's face, but at this time his stomach made a thunderous sound. Alas! Uchiha Madara sighed and put the Coca-Cola to his nose as if he had accepted his fate. A strange fragrance entered his nose, which shocked Uchiha Madara. Black and White Jew thought that Uchiha Madara was dissatisfied, so he secretly raised his head and glanced at him inconspicuously. But something happened that shocked him. Uchiha Madara opened his mouth slightly, took a sip of Coke, and suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had discovered a new world, emitting a dazzling light. Then, he opened his mouth wide, gulped down the Coke, and drank it all in one breath. Burp. Because Coke is full of carbon dioxide, Uchiha Madara burped loudly after drinking it. What surprised Black and White Jew even more was that Uchiha Madara had been correcting documents for a day, and he looked very listless. After drinking this cup of Coke, he seemed to have changed into a different person, and became energetic, and his eyes glowed with a different spirit again. Good. 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 Uchiha Madara said good 3 times, his face showing an unprecedented comfort. He looked at Black and White Zetsu amiably and said with appreciation, "Jew, you did a good job this time." Hey! Hearing this, Black and White Zetsu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his fists that were originally clenched nervously loosened, but suddenly found that his palms were already full of sweat. But who knew that before Black and White Zetsu could be happy for long, Uchiha Madara kicked him from heaven to hell with the next sentence. "I say, Jew, you are too mean. How can there be only one drink? It's not enough to drink. Forget it this time, but tomorrow, you must ask the chef to bring me a few more cups." Puff. Black and White Zetsu's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. "Oh my god, are you kidding me? Do you want to drink a few more cups? That's Yang Ming's shop. You can only order 1 serving of each dish." Black and White Jew felt so sad, so upset. Why is Uchiha Madara so difficult to serve? Black and White Jew didn't dare to tell Uchiha Madara the truth, this is the food of Yang Ming's shop. He believed that if he really said it, he would be slapped to death by the furious Uchiha Madara. So, Black and White Jew fainted gorgeously in the surprised eyes of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. He blinked. Do I have the legendary kingly aura, and I can make people happy with just a few compliments? Uchiha Madara shook his head, swept these strange thoughts aside, and then focused his eyes on other delicacies. Since the drinks are so delicious, how about these main dishes? Uchiha Madara took a look at the steak, used a fork to make a hole in the golden skin, and the rich and tempting aroma immediately came out. Ah! Uchiha Madara sniffed it lightly, and the mellow barbecue smell entered his mind, which made him feel a little dizzy. He took a bite of the steak, and the fresh juice and sauce flowed all over his mouth, and his saliva immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. Slurp! Uchiha Madara hurriedly wiped off his saliva, looking at the steak that was only half bitten on the fork, and the secretion of the salivary glands increased rapidly and uncontrollably. This is so delicious! It's really a heavenly dish. What kind of chef can cook such delicious and suffocating food? Uchiha Madara secretly glanced at the black and white Zetsu lying on the ground in fake death, and shook his head slightly. It seems that he should wait for black and white Zetsu to wake up before asking him. How can such a great chef be left outside to waste? Of course, he should catch him in the Hokage building and cook for him every day. Uchiha Madara's heart was pounding, and he swallowed the steak again, and ate the egg fried rice one by one. Not only was his desire not satisfied, but he became even hungrier. Chapter 392, You can show off even without being present. At noon the next day. Hokage building. Uchiha Madara had been busy all morning, and his entire desk was filled with a mountain of documents. Ah! Uchiha Madara stretched comfortably, yawned, touched his slightly shriveled stomach, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Ah, it's time to eat again. I wonder what I'll eat today. Recalling the food he had for dinner yesterday, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but lick his mouth with his tongue, and the secretion in his mouth accelerated, flowing out a little from the corners of his mouth. Just as Uchiha Madara was daydreaming, a cool sports car came speeding from a distance and quickly came towards the Hokage building. This high-tech sports car caused countless screams from beautiful women and envious eyes from men along the way, as if it was the only treasure in the world. Rumble! Rumble! A series of thunderous roars exploded, and the Batmobile came closer and closer. In just a blink of an eye, the sports car, which was originally on the horizontal line, had already arrived at the bottom of the Hokage building. Black and White Jew had been waiting here for a long time, and immediately stepped forward and approached. Click! The car door was opened, and a handsome young man came out from inside. Like a star surrounded by stars, the women passing by just glanced at him and were captured by the deep charm on him. Regardless of the age of the woman, all of them showed an obsessed look on their faces, and they wanted to go up and pull him away and love him well in their own unique way. Uchiha Itachi sorted out the takeaway in the car and handed it to Black and White Jew. Black and White Jew pulled the corner of his mouth, showing a painful expression on his face, and took out a banknote from his pocket and handed it to the other party. The two did not say anything, and after handing over the money and the goods, they went their separate ways. Just like yesterday, in order to prevent Uchiha Madara from seeing the truth, Hibaiju took the dishes out of the takeout boxes and placed them one by one on the exquisite tableware, and then pushed the cart and slowly came to Uchiha Madara's office. Dong! 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 Hearing the door open, Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself that he was finally here. Come in. After saying that, Uchiha Madara, contrary to his usual behavior, did not need Hibaiju's help at all. Before the other party came in, he swept the entire desk with lightning speed and put the piled-up documents aside. Then, he sat upright like a pilgrim, waiting for Hibaiju to arrive quietly with anticipation. Creak! The door opened, and Hibaiju slowly pushed the cart in. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and resisted the urge to curse. Because he really wanted to eat the food cooked by this mysterious chef right away. But the slow movements of Black and White Zetsu were really tormenting. At this moment, Uchiha Madara finally realized how uncomfortable it was to wait for delicious food. He watched Black and White Zetsu fill up the space on the table little by little, and his face showed an impatient look. At this moment, in addition to the Coca-Cola, egg fried rice and steak he had eaten yesterday, there was also a cup of ice cream, pangolin, and dongpo pork on the table, which was delicious. However, when he saw that there was only one cup of Coca-Cola, Uchiha Madara was unhappy. Z. Uchiha Madara crossed his fingers on the table, with an extremely serious expression on his face. I seem to have told you that I want the chef to give me more Coca-Cola today. Black and White Zetsu was confused. It was difficult for him to answer this question, right? This is the dish cooked by Boss Yang Ming. Each person can only order one dish. Although this is the truth, Black and White Zetsu dare not tell Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Black and White Zetsu's mind. Mada, I fainted yesterday and didn't hear it. Black and White Zetsu felt that he was so smart yesterday that he fainted, giving him this perfect excuse today. Is that so? Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and pondered for a while, replaying the details of what happened yesterday in his mind. After finding that Black and White Zetsu did not deceive him, he smiled slightly. However, in the eyes of Black and White Zetsu, this smile of Uchiha Madara is no different from that of a devil. In that case, tonight you can let that chef. Before Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Black and White Zetsu had already guessed what he was going to say. But for Black and White Zetsu, this was simply an impossible task, so he fainted again. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows. As an ambitious hero, Uchiha Madara already felt something was wrong. Therefore, he suddenly opened his Sharingan and carefully observed the body of Black and White Zetsu. Since Black and White Zetsu had already decided to play dead, how could he notice it? Hey! Maybe, I am overthinking it. Uchiha Madara shook his head and picked up the Coca-Cola to drink it. Originally, he wanted to drink it slowly, so that he could enjoy the taste of Coca-Cola better. However, the taste of Coca-Cola was so unique that he wanted to drink more. In just a blink of an eye, a full cup of Coca-Cola fell into Uchiha Madara's stomach. Ha! So cool! Ice cubes were added to the Coca-Cola, and the thorough coolness permeated the whole body, making people feel as if they were in an ice cellar. Uchiha Madara only felt that every cell in his body made a comfortable groan, which made him very comfortable. Let me see, today's main course. Uchiha Madara looked at the delicious pangolin meat on the plate. He had never eaten pangolin before. The aroma made his eyes light up. The muscles in his body seemed to swell up with the inhalation of the aroma, and the clothes on his body were ready to move, as if they could tear at any time. Uchiha Madara suddenly had an idea. He didn't use a knife and fork. He just reached out and grabbed the pangolin. He bit the pangolin meat with his teeth and pulled it hard. A fragrance rushed into his throat. He chewed it with big mouthfuls. His hair suddenly stood up, and his clothes made a violent sound. Ha ha ha! Delicious! So delicious! Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, his hands and mouth kept stuffing meat into his mouth, as if he wanted to fill his mouth. The fine knife work along the muscle fibers of the pangolin meat did not destroy the chewiness of the pangolin meat at all. The gelatinous gravy squeezed into the meat shreds like bubbles, which fully brought out the taste and texture of the pangolin meat itself. Uchiha Madara was so happy that he couldn't speak. The refreshing comfort on the tip of his tongue made him completely immersed in the ocean of food. For Uchiha Madara now, only food is not to be missed. Fill your stomach first and then talk about other things. Chapter 393 The Secret Hidden by Ju. Verb. When the dishes on the table were slowly swept away, Uchiha Madara lay on his back on the chair, burped with satisfaction, and a rare expression of happiness appeared on his face. At this time, Heibiju pretended to be dead on the ground and slowly climbed up. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in the gap. Z. Hey! Hearing Uchiha Madara calling him, Hibaizetsu shuddered all over, stood up straight, looked straight ahead, and looked loyal. Uchiha Madara raised the corner of his mouth, and no one could tell what he was thinking at this moment. The chef you invited cooks good food, very delicious. It is his honor to serve Lord Madara in this life. Hibaizetsu said casually, and secretly flattered him. Yet, Uchiha Madara nodded, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Then, he changed the subject. This chef cooks so deliciously, I want to meet him, bring him to my office. Puff. What? Hearing this news, it was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, which shocked Hibaizetsu's body and inside out, and he was completely stunned. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara frowned, and said in a slightly stern tone, What, do you have any objections? As if the cold wind of winter was coming, Hibiju had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't dare to tell the truth, so he had to bite the bullet. Yes, sir. When Hibiju pushed the card out of the office, Uchiha Madara's brows were still tightly locked. What are you hiding from me? Hibiju put the card aside, leaned against the wall, his face turned pale, his chest rose and fell violently, sweat dripped down his forehead, and his face showed a look of fear. "Oh my god, I'm scared to death." I thought he saw the truth. Hibaiju patted his chest, still in shock. If Uchiha Madara really knew, he dared to fool Yang Ming's cooking, and Hibaiju would be dead. Don't think that Uchiha Madara was going to reconcile with Yang Ming just because he was the referee of the cooking challenge before. In fact, Uchiha Madara had no good intentions at all, but Yang Ming's cooking was so good that he couldn't tell right from wrong. What should I do? Thinking that Uchiha Madara actually wanted to meet the chef who cooked, Hibaiju felt a toothache. Did he really have to bring Yang Ming over? This is simply not wanting to live. Wait. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Hibaiju's mind. I can find someone else to replace him. Yes. Let's do it. As soon as he thought of this method, a familiar face appeared in Hibaiju's mind. Without saying a word, he immediately sank into the ground. Ichiraku restaurant. Uncle Ichiraku used his skillful skills to knead noodles. With his instinct accumulated over decades, the originally round dough seemed to turn into magic in his rough and dexterous hands, and was pulled into thin noodles, exuding a pleasant wheat aroma. Then, Uncle Ichiraku grabbed the ramen and put it into boiling water, scalded it with hot water, poured it into an empty bowl, added a lot of seasonings, and then scooped up a large spoonful of dreamy soup base and sprinkled it on, and a bowl of hot Ichiraku ramen was ready. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, giving people a feeling of appreciating a dance that was extremely beautiful, which made people feel pleasing to the eye. Just when Uncle Ichiraku was about to finish, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. "Ichiraku, how are you?" Hearing what Hibaiju said, Uncle Ichiraku's hand trembled, and the ramen in his hand slipped down, broke with a bang, and the soup and ramen inside were scattered all over the floor. Uncle Yul felt his heart pounding, and he could not help but distance himself from Hibaiju, staring at him warily. "What are you doing here?" Seeing this, Hibaiju was so angry that his teeth itched. "Can't I find you if I have nothing to do?" Uncle Yele got goosebumps all over his body, stepped back a few steps again, and shook his head desperately. "It would be fine if you come to eat, I'm not gay." Puff. "You've always thought of me as this kind of person." Hibaiju looked at Uncle Yele with a resentful look, and said unhappily, "So, I am this kind of person in your mind." Uncle Yele secretly groaned in his heart, and wanted to turn around and run away immediately, but he knew that the other party was a powerful ninja, so he could only hold back his disgust and said, "I don't know you at all." Hibaiju sighed sadly, "I have had the same experience with you, how can I not be familiar with you? Damn it! So you are really gay?" Uncle Yele heard him say this, and his palms and backs were full of sweat. He didn't dare to look at the other party directly, for fear that he would be raped by the other party if he was not careful. Thinking of this, Uncle Yul suddenly felt a tightness in his anus. Hibaiju came behind Uncle Yul without knowing when, and his body was tightly pressed against his back, and he even put his head on Uncle Yul's shoulder. Uncle Yul felt the body temperature coming from behind, and the other party's breath was so close that it made his ears itchy. But Uncle Yul didn't feel the slightest warmth, and his face showed a desperate expression. "It's over, my decades of moral integrity." Uncle Yul thought so in his heart, and suddenly his vision went black. He thought that Hibaiju finally couldn't help but take action, and a tear of regret flowed from the corner of his eye. "Goodbye, my decades of moral integrity." It seemed like a century had passed, and it seemed like a second had passed. When the light appeared in front of Uncle Ichiraku again, he could no longer bear it and shouted, "Ju, I really don't want to mess with you, just let me go." Silence. Deathly silence. Horrifying silence. When Uncle Ichiraku found that Uncle Black and White Ju did not respond to him after he shouted, he could not help but focus his eyes on him. At this moment, Black and White Ju's face was pale, his standing body was shaking violently, and his chest was violently heaving with anger. If Uchiha Madara had not been there, Black and White Ju would have punched Uncle Ichiraku to death to prevent him from talking nonsense here. What do you think of him? What kind of person is he? What made Black and White Ju speechless was that Uchiha Madara seemed to believe it, and was looking at the two of them with interest with a half-smile on his face. Uchiha Madara nodded silently, gave his blessing to Black and White Zetsu and Uncle Ichiraku, and said to himself, "It seems that this is what Zetsu wants to hide from me." Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's mind was clear, and he felt that all the previous questions had been answered, and his body and mind were refreshed. So, he was very pleased and said, "Ze, you are a young man, it is normal to have some strange hobbies, I will understand you. Seeing Uchiha Madara's face showing, go on, do a good job, I support you. This expression made Black and White Zetsu feel a tightness in his chest and fainted again gorgeously. Hey, you don't have to be so happy. Uchiha Madara said in surprise. The effect was pulled. Super God Attack. Chapter 394, Find Yang Ming for everything that is unclear. Uchiha Madara no longer pays attention to Black and White Zetsu, and turns his eyes to Uncle Ichiraku, looking him up and down with a scrutinizing look. Uncle Ichiraku was tall and strong, wearing a white chef's robe and a tall chef's hat. He had a master-level aura and looked very stylish. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, and he had no doubts at all. He was sure that Uncle Ichiraku was the chef who cooked heavenly food for him. Uchiha Madara leaned forward involuntarily, with a solemn expression on his face. Master Chef, do you respect your name? Uncle Ichiraku saw that it was the new Hokage, although he had such an embarrassing thing when he met him for the first time, but at least he has experienced ups and downs, and soon he gathered his mind and said in a deep voice, I am Ichiraku. Uchiha Madara nodded, with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. The food you cook is delicious, and I like it too. If I want to hire you as the Hokage's personal chef, I wonder how much salary you expect per month. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Uncle Ichiraku was confused. What's going on? Didn't Heibai tell him yesterday that the Hokage didn't like his ramen? Uncle Ichiraku thought about it, but his mind was like a mess, and he couldn't cut it off, so he just put it aside. Uncle Ichiraku thought of his original dream, gritted his teeth, and refused, Sorry, Hokage, I just hope to make food that the guests like. If I become your personal chef, it will go against my original intention. Originally, Uncle Ichiraku thought that Uchiha Madara was furious because of this. But who would have thought that Uchiha Madara was not angry at all, and looked at Uncle Ichiraku with even more appreciation. Uchiha Madara can be said to be a living fossil. Having lived for so many years, what kind of people has he not seen? He could naturally see that when Uncle Ichiraku said these words, they were completely from the heart, without any affectation. In Uchiha Madara's opinion, only such a pure chef can make heavenly dishes. Good. 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 Uchiha Madara clapped his hands in joy and said, You are worthy of being a chef. You are really true to your nature. I admire you. Well, I won't force you to be my exclusive chef. But in the future, you must be responsible for my lunch and dinner. Hey! Seeing this, Uncle Ichiraku put down a big stone in his heart, patted his chest and promised, No problem. Uchiha Madara's eyes turned, pointed to the cup on the table, and said with hope, Chef Ichiraku, in this case, I have a small request here. How about you give me more Coca-Cola in the future? Coca-Cola? Isn't this a drink unique to Yang Ming's shop? Why did the Hokage ask me to provide more Coca-Cola? Hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Uncle Ichiraku was instantly confused, with a big look of bewilderment on his face. Seeing Uncle Ichiraku not speaking, Uchiha Madara was a little anxious and called softly, Chef Ichiraku. At this time, Black and White Zetsu knew that he could not continue to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, so he jumped up immediately, Master Madara, Ichiraku may be too surprised, so he didn't react for a while, and he needs to go back and have a good rest. As he said, Black and White Zetsu pinched the back of Uncle Ichiraku's hand heavily, and the latter shuddered violently in pain. Black and White Zetsu quickly winked at him, Ichiraku, don't you think so? Being stared at by Black and White Zetsu, Uncle Ichiraku's chrysanthemum tightened, cold sweat broke out, and he had to stammer, Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Uchiha Madara glanced at the two suspiciously, thinking of Uncle Ichiraku shouting I don't want to have sex with you when they appeared before. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing a meaningful smile. He showed an expression of I understand and waved his hand, since he is tired, take him to rest. I don't know if it was Uncle Ichiraku's illusion, he always felt that the word rest from the Hokage had some deep implications. When he thought of this, Uncle Ichiraku felt a chill all over his body. When Black and White Zetsu took Uncle Ichiraku to a rest room, Uncle Ichiraku suddenly stepped back a few steps, distanced himself from Black and White Zetsu, and protected his chest with both hands, saying with a vigilant face, I warn you, I am a family man, don't mess around. In this situation, Black and White Zetsu really wanted to laugh and say, You say no, but your body is very honest. However, Black and White Zetsu changed his mind and gave up, sitting on the sofa. Seeing this, Uncle Ichiraku felt relieved. He sat in front of Hibaiju, looking puzzled. You should tell me what's going on, right? Why did the Hokage ask me to provide more Coca-Cola? If you don't tell me, I will go to the Hokage and ask for clarification. As he said this, Uncle Ichiraku was about to leave. Don't. Hibaiju was anxious and quickly stopped him. Uncle Ichiraku folded his hands in front of his chest and looked at the other party leisurely. Seeing this, Hibaiju smiled bitterly and told the whole story. After hearing this, Uncle Ichiraku showed a strange expression on his face. Why don't you let the Hokage know that this is the dish cooked by Boss Yang Ming? Alas! It's a long story. It's better for you not to know. Hibaiju said with a pained face. After all, Uchiha Madara had suffered 2 losses at the hands of Yang Ming. One was the humiliation of kneeling in public, and the other was the shame of being teased in public. Although no actual damage was caused, for a proud man like Uchiha Madara, it was more painful than killing him. If Yang Ming's methods were not so weird that Uchiha Madara had no way to deal with him, he would have razed Yang Ming's shop to the ground long ago, and would not have kept him alive. Of course, Hibaiju would never tell Uncle Ichiraku these words directly, otherwise, if Uchiha Madara knew, Hibaiju would be skinned alive. Heija. Hibaiju laughed strangely and said coldly, don't worry about it, I just want you to pretend to be Yang Ming in the future. Uncle Ichiraku frowned, feeling a little uneasy. What if I say no? Believe me, you don't want to do this. A fierce look flashed in Hibaiju's eyes. If you don't agree, I will ask someone to arrest your daughter. Haha, as for the consequences, I believe you should know it very well. You actually threatened me. Uncle Ichiraku's face changed drastically, sometimes white, sometimes blue. He clenched his fists tightly, and veins on the back of his hands and arms bulged. Obviously he was extremely angry. Uncle Ichiraku snorted coldly, okay, I promise you. With that, he snorted coldly and turned to leave the Hokage building. Uncle Ichiraku looked up at the blue sky, but his heart was shrouded in a haze, which always made him feel uneasy. No, it seems that I have to find Yang Ming to find a way. Chapter 395 I'm here to mess things up. Are you telling the truth? Yang Ming always felt so weird when listening to Uncle Ichiraku's story about the past. Uncle Ichiraku cried, do you think I have to lie to you? Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. He really didn't expect that there would be such a weird thing in the world. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. You said that Uchiha Madara couldn't bring himself to eat in his small shop, and even the takeaway that was sent to him, Black and White Jew, had to be so mysterious, it was drunk. Uncle Yul said nervously, Yang Ming, we have been neighbors for so long, and I usually don't ask you for anything, but this time I really have no choice. I hope you can help me. Yang Ming patted Uncle Yul on the shoulder and said calmly, don't worry, I'm here, you and your daughter will be fine. After getting Yang Ming's promise, Uncle Yul finally put down the heavy stone in his heart. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the store, and the noisy sound came into Yang Ming's ears. Yang Ming's expression moved, and he moved his feet and came to the door of the store. I saw that Zabuza, who was standing at the door like a clay sculpture, looked like he was facing a great enemy at this time, holding a beheading sword in one hand, and his wolf-like eyes were staring at the person confronting him. Strangely, facing the momentum of Zabuza, a half-shadow level strongman, the other party did not fall into the disadvantage at all, but was evenly matched. This immediately attracted Yang Ming's attention. It is better to say that there are 2 people who come to provoke rather than 1 person. However, this person is carrying a child on his back. This person has a fierce face, and the muscles on his arms are knotted, like bricks piled up, and he looks very difficult to mess with. This person is Reiga, whose full name is Kuriko Reiga, one of the 7 Kirigakuer. The man who owns the Reiga sword is called Kirigakuer Raito. Behind him is his partner Ranmaru, a very cute boy. The Reiga sword is the fastest blade with lightning. Whether it is fighting on the battlefield or assassinating behind the scenes, it is an extremely sharp weapon. Although Reiga and Zabuza are both members of the 7 Kirigakuer, the atmosphere when they meet is extremely bad. It seems that there is a smoke of gunpowder between them. As long as it is slightly ignited, a fierce conflict will break out. Tisk tisk tisk. Reiga looked at Zabuza with a teasing look on his face. I thought that you had been a watchdog for others for so long that you had forgotten your fighting instincts. It seems that you are not only a watchdog, but also a loyal hound to your master. Although there was no dirty word in the words that Rega uttered, he called Zabuza a dog on the left and right, which was obviously a naked mockery of Zabuza. Any normal person would not be able to bear such an insult from him. Zabuza's face was livid, and the muscles on his face were tense, like a devil who was choosing people to bite, revealing a hideous face. He stared at Rega, his eyes were bloodshot, and he released a blood-red gaze. If his heart was a little worse, he would even be scared to death. But Rega was a ninja who had experienced hundreds of battles. He also crawled out of the sea of corpses and bones, and was easily immune. Seeing that Zabuza didn't speak, Rega was even more proud in his heart. When he was in Kirigakure, he didn't get along with Zabuza. When he saw that Zabuza had become the watchdog of Yang Ming's shop, he became even more annoyed with him, thinking that his existence tarnished the title of Kirigakure 7. Raya had been living in a remote place before and didn't know Yang Ming's background. Coupled with his usual pride, he didn't even bother to check the information, and ran over to ask for punishment. Zabuza, you have lived for so many years, and I see that you have been living like a dog. Go on. Leia's mouth curled up, revealing a sarcastic arc. No, I said this to you, but it insulted the dog, because you are not even as good as a dog, you might as well eat shit. Huff. Huff. Zabuza's chest rose and fell violently, and his hand holding the beheading sword tightened. Because of too much force, the wound on the tiger's mouth cracked and flowed out a little red blood. Although he was holding back his anger like thunder in his heart, and he wanted to tear Leia apart alive, Zabuza remembered his identity. He was the guard of Yang Ming's shop and could not act impulsively. In Zabuza's tiger eyes, there was a fierce light, as if a ferocious beast roared, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" A trace of disappointment flashed across Leia's eyes, and he was deeply angry at Zabuza for being so spineless. Although Leia's relationship with Zabuza was not good in the past, he was still a member of the 7 Kirigakure after all. He originally hoped that after his sarcasm, he could scold Zabuza and make him leave Yang Ming's shop from now on. But what Leia didn't expect was that even though he scolded so harshly, the other party seemed to be scared. "Zabuza, where is the owner of your dog? Let him roll out and die." Leia gnashed his teeth and said. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind in the air, and a sound of cloth strips being torn apart. Then, a man-high beheading sword drew a sharp arc in the air. With its inherent weight, it seemed like a fairy from the sky, carrying unparalleled power, and slashed towards Leia. Fast. Very fast. Zabuza's attack was full of the essence of fast, accurate and ruthless. If it were another person, he would probably not be able to react at all and be hacked to death by him. However, the man opposite him was Leia, the man with the fastest Leia sword. Puff! A ray of sky blue lightning flashed at Leia's original position. Just 1 second after he disappeared, the beheading sword fell behind and chopped heavily on the ground. Bang! As if a meteor fell, the beheading sword hit the ground heavily, forming a pit, and circles of ripples spread in all directions. The whole ground seemed to be a carpet that was lifted up, and pieces of gravel were lifted up high, and then fell like dumplings. Chi! A flash of lightning flashed, and Leia appeared in another place with Ranmaru on his back. He looked back at the original place and couldn't help but sneered, "A dog is a dog. When you scold your master, you react so violently. It seems that you are hopeless." Zabuza was furious and was about to teach him a lesson, but a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind. At the same time, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Zabuza, be patient." Zabuza's tiger body trembled, and he bowed his head respectfully to welcome Yang Ming's arrival. Originally, Yang Ming didn't want to care about this kind of thing, and planned to let Zabuza handle it himself. But who knew that the system would crash at this moment? Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, recruiting the security captain of the Food City. Task description: the establishment of the Food City is a long and arduous journey, but how can a city be without security? In order to maintain the peace of the Food City, the host should prepare for a rainy day. Task reward: a recipe for a portion of mapo tofu. Chapter 396 Object of the Bunny Girl Costume. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, recruiting the security captain of the Food City. Task description: the establishment of the Food City is a long and arduous journey, but how can a city be without security? In order to maintain the peace of the Food City, the host should prepare for a rainy day. Task reward: a recipe for a serving of mapo tofu. Seeing this task, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. As a member of the spicy party, how can he not eat mapo tofu? Yang Ming passed Zabuza and faced Lei Ye, with a slight smile on his face. I think you have a bright future, why don't you join me? Lei Ye's tiger eyes glared, revealing a fierce light, like a ferocious beast, exuding a terrifying momentum. Lei Ye stepped forward, and a spider web-like crack appeared on the ground in anger. He said sarcastically, who do you think you are? Don't insult the boss! Zabuza shouted angrily. Oh? Lei Ye smiled and looked at Yang Ming with a teasing look, but he saw that he was just a young man with an ordinary appearance, so he was even more disdainful in his heart. Lei Ye raised his chin proudly, looked at Zabuza with contempt, and said sarcastically, it seems that the master of your watchdog is not very good. Before the word what fell, something strange happened. I saw a flash of lightning on Lei Ye's feet. With the help of lightning to stimulate the muscles of his legs, Lei Ye thus gained unparalleled speed. Fast. 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 It was like a thunder streak passing by. Ordinary people could not see Lei Ye's movements at all, and they only felt that he suddenly disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, Lei Ye rushed to Yang Ming, his eyes emitting a terrifying cold light like a cheetah that caught its prey, his eyes dim and filled with a bloodlust. When the knife in Lei Ye's hand drew a sharp arc and slashed at Yang Ming fiercely, the expected scene of Yang Ming's head and body did not happen. Chi! The Lei Ye knife with a flash of lightning slashed into the air, and there was a violent friction with the air, just like tearing a piece of cloth, making a clear sound. However, Lei Ye was not satisfied at all. Because the person he wanted to kill disappeared. What surprised Lei Ye even more was that Yang Ming's disappearance was different from his. Lei Ye relied on the lightning escape to stimulate the leg muscles to achieve high-speed movement. Although ordinary people could not see him, as a ninja, he could still follow his traces. Even if he could not keep up with his movements, he could predict the direction of his attack. But what Lei Ye couldn't accept was that he didn't see clearly how Yang Ming disappeared. It was as if he disappeared out of thin air, without any trace. Clap! Clap! At this time, applause sounded. Lei Ye raised his eyebrows, and saw Yang Ming appear from another direction, and he was unscathed, full of energy, and didn't look scared at all. He was not what Lei Ye thought before, just a helpless person. On the contrary, at this moment, in Lei Ye's eyes, Yang Ming's figure suddenly became tall and majestic, full of mysterious feeling. Lei Ye tightened his hand holding the knife, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I don't believe this. Lei Ye gritted his teeth, a large amount of chakra condensed in his legs, and then exploded, and 2 deep pits were blown up on the ground. Bang! A figure that was countless times faster than before, like a cannonball blasted out, and what was even more surprising was that at this time his speed was close to supersonic speed, and bursts of roars burst out in the air. The Lei Ye knife was like a rhinoceros horn, relying on the incredible speed of ordinary people, forming a straight line, and stabbed straight into Yang Ming's heart. The wind was blowing, the heart was beating, and the blood was burning. At this moment, Lei Ye felt that his attention was unprecedentedly focused. He is the knife, and the knife is him. I am invincible and invincible. In this realm of man and knife unity, Lei Ye can even have the mood to observe the opponent, even the opponent's heartbeat, he can hear it. However, what surprised Lei Ye was that even in the face of his thundering attack, Yang Ming's heartbeat was still so normal, as if everything was under control. Lei Ye even saw Yang Ming's mouth slightly raised, revealing an admiring look. Don't underestimate me. Go to hell. Lei Ye was furious, and his speed increased a bit, reaching the level of supersonic speed. Boom! Under such a terrifying speed, the ground under Lei Ye's feet could not withstand it, and it collapsed instantly, revealing deep pits the size of footprints. Even later, the floor that Lei Ye stepped on instantly exploded. Because Lei Ye's speed was too fast, it seemed that there were bursts of explosions chasing him. Boom! The Lei Ye knife flashed like lightning, flashing dazzling lightning, carrying a shocking rage, and hit Yang Ming. However, this fatal blow that Lei Ye had great expectations for was still completely missed as before. Right under Lei Ye's eyes, Yang Ming disappeared again. Flying Thunder God! Flying Thunder God again! With this magical skill, even if Lei Ye was faster, he still couldn't keep up with Yang Ming's speed. Papa Papa! Papa Papa! The same applause, the same look. Yang Ming appeared from another direction, applauding and looking at Lei Ye with admiration. Not bad, you really have a bright future. If it was before, Leia would definitely disdain Yang Ming's praise, or even sneer at it. But now, in Leia's eyes, Yang Ming is no longer as mediocre as he showed. On the contrary, Leia even felt that there was a demon hidden under the appearance of Yang Ming, a young man. Otherwise, how to explain that his 2 attacks were all in vain? Huff! Huff! Leia's chest rose and fell violently, like a broken blower, and he gasped heavily. Due to excessive chakra stimulation, his legs could not bear it, and now they were trembling slightly, and he could not move his feet for a while. He was sweating all over, as if he had just been pulled out of the water, and the whole person fell into a state of weakness for a short time. Leia! Behind him, the cute Ranmira took out a handkerchief distressfully and tried to wipe his sweat. Unexpectedly, Leia slapped him away with a palm and said stubbornly, "I'm fine." "Well, good Oneto, my best friend." Seeing this, Yang Ming nodded silently with a meaningful smile on his face. Although Leia looks arrogant and bloodthirsty, judging from his interaction with Ranmeru, this person is still a promising talent. The most important thing is that Leia also brought Ranmeru, a cute boy. If Leia is subdued, it is equivalent to buy one get one free. Yang Ming has already made up his mind, let Ranmeru dress up as a bunny girl and be a waiter. Cute boys and things, it turns out that women's clothes are true love. I don't know why, at this moment Leia and Ranmeru's chrysanthemum suddenly tightened, feeling a kind of ominous premonition. Chapter 397 Zabuza vs Leia. Cute boys and things, it turns out that women's clothes are true love. I don't know why, at this moment Leia and Ranmeru's chrysanthemum suddenly tightened, feeling a kind of ominous premonition. Not good. Run. As a member of the 7 Kirigakuer, Leia had fought hundreds of battles, big and small, and had already honed his nerves to be very sharp. As soon as he felt something was wrong, Leia didn't even think about it and immediately ran away. As for Zabuza, Leia decided to postpone the account he was going to settle with him. Unfortunately, he was here, and Yang Ming also received a system task, so how could he let him go? Of course, Yang Ming didn't need to go into battle personally for this kind of thing. Yang Ming pointed at Zabuza, "Catch them back." "As you command." Zabuza raised his lips, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty expression. Think about it, Zabuza was insulted by Rega before. If it weren't for the image of Yang Ming's shop, he would have slapped him to let him know why the flowers are so red. With Yang Ming's permission, Zabuza's wolf-like eyes lit up, like a hunter finding his favorite prey. Then, a kunao flew out of Zabuza's hand, like a poisonous snake jumping out of the grass, and suddenly caught up with Rega's back. Whoosh! Hearing the sound of breaking wind coming from behind, Rega cursed in his heart, and didn't care about his numb legs. A flash of lightning flashed under his feet. With the help of lightning chakra to stimulate the leg muscles, his feet suddenly flew like a horse stepping on a flying swallow, and he rushed towards the distance. Running so fast. When Zabuza appeared on the side of the kunao with flying thunder god, he only saw Rega's back. Zabuza gritted his teeth, and followed closely with a fierce heart. Half an hour later. Huff! Huff! Rega carried Ranmeru on his back and hid in a small alley. He leaned against the wall, his chest was like a blower, rising and falling violently, and he was gasping for breath. Before, in order to kill Yang Ming in one fell swoop, Rega used too much chakra to stimulate his leg muscles, and he didn't recover for a while. In addition, he ran wildly on this road, and his leg muscles couldn't bear it, and cracked into tiny cracks. Seeing this, Ranmeru's eyes were immediately covered with tears, and he whimpered and said, "Rhea, you are injured, is it serious?" Feeling the pain of tearing his legs, Rhea forced a smile and patted Ranmeru's fluffy hair. "I am Uncle Rhea, what kind of scumbag ninja do you think I am?" But Ranmeru tightly grasped Rhea's clothes, bit his lower lip, and tried hard to hold back tears. "How about we go home?" "Go home? Home?" Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar word, Rhea's mind was shaken. After all, he was a wanted traitor, and he would not be safe anywhere, so where was his home? But when Rhea saw Ranmeru's eyes filled with tears because of his concern for him, and he looked weak, his heart could not help but ripple, and he reached out to wipe the tears from Ranmeru's eyes. "Yes, where Ranmeru is, there is home." Rhea put away the fierce look on his face, and said in a gentle tone that was different from usual, "I listen to you, let's go home." One is a vicious rebel ninja. The other is a weak and vulnerable little boy. Originally, these two types of people would never have any intersection in their lives, but because of the arrangement of fate, they stayed together, forming a unique warmth between the two of them at this moment. Unfortunately, this peace was broken before they could feel it for a while. "Het! Go home? Let me take you both on your way." Suddenly, a fierce voice sounded. Rhea and Ranmira were startled, and then they felt a shadow covering their heads. Rhea reacted quickly, hugged Ranmira tightly, rolled forward and dodged it narrowly. Boom! With a blow like a fairy from the sky, the beheading sword was wielded by Zabuza, and it was like a mountain falling on the top of the head, and it hit the place where Rhea and Ranmira stood before. Suddenly, a 20-yard deep pit was smashed on the ground. If Rhea had not dodged in time, he would definitely be smashed into meat patties. Asshole! Seeing this, Rhea was shocked and angry, and had no time to think about why Zabuza would remind him in advance. In a rage, Rhea's messy hair fluttered wildly in the wind, wantonly spreading out like an angry lion. Rhea suddenly raised his hand and pointed the knife at the sky. The majestic chakra in his body was like a dam releasing water, pouring out crazily. Thunder escape! Summon thunder! A bolt of lightning burst out from Rhea's knife and flew straight into the blue sky. In just a blink of an eye, the whole sky was covered with dense dark clouds, as dark as an army attacking, giving people a very depressing feeling. Rhea raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Zabuza with malice. Thunder escape! Thunder dragon! Ah! As soon as the words fell, the sky and the earth changed color. In Zabuza's shocked eyes, a huge monster suddenly poked its head out from the dark clouds. It's a dragon! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. It seemed that at this moment, the whole world was covered by thunder. Carrying shocking anger, the huge thunder dragon poked its body out of the dark clouds. However, something that everyone didn't expect happened. Just as the thunder dragon was about to show its power, a tiny figure suddenly flew into the sky and stood in front of the thunder dragon. This person was Uchiha Madara. He looked at the thunder dragon with cold eyes, and then transformed into a Mangeki Sharingan. No matter who summoned you, die. A huge amount of chakra flowed out of Uchiha Madara's body, forming the arm of Susanoo, and then it attacked with a bang. One punch, slay the dragon. Boom! In the shocked eyes of everyone, this very powerful thunder dragon was blown up by Susanoo with one punch, and its body and soul were destroyed in an instant. For Uchiha Madara, as the Hokage now, he would never allow this kind of ninjutsu to be used in the village. What a terrible man! Seeing this, Rega was shocked, and there was still a trace of yearning for the past. Whoosh! Just when Rega wanted to escape, a sound of breaking wind sounded, and then he felt a lightness on his back, as if something was missing. Then, Rega realized that Ranmira was gone, and he was immediately furious. Zabuza stood on the wall of the alley, holding Ranmira in one hand, with the raised corner of his mouth, looking down at Rega like a winner. If you want to save your friends, come to Yang Ming's shop to find me. As soon as the voice fell, before Leia had any reaction, Zabuza returned to Yang Ming's shop with the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it! Hateful! Zabuza, if you dare to hurt Ranmira's hair, I swear, I will never let you go, ah! Leia was angry and punched the wall, letting his skin be scratched, and the blood dyed the wall red. Chapter 398, Surprised or Not? Unexpected or Not, 2 chapters in 1. These are 2 chapters in 1. Boss! Zabuza returned to Yang Ming's shop and put Ranmira on the ground. This is that guy's partner, maybe we can use him. What do you want to do to Leia? Although Ranmira looked like a little boy, he showed an extremely firm expression when it came to Leia's safety. I won't let you hurt Leia. Seeing Ranmira struggling to support his upper body on the ground, Yang Ming was stunned. Your legs. What do you care? Ranmira pretended to turn his head with disdain and snorted coldly. At this time, Leia was anxious about Ranmira's safety, and did not care about the endurance of his legs at all. He used lightning to stimulate his leg muscles again and rushed to Yang Ming's shop at a very fast speed. When he saw that Ranmira was unharmed, Leia breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he stared at Yang Ming warily and roared, "Let Ranmira go." Oh! Yang Ming raised his lips, revealing a half-smile, "Why do you do that?" Leia opened his mouth and wanted to say something harsh, but when he saw Zabuza holding his beheading sword against Ranmira's head, he suddenly became anxious. "What do you want to let Ranmira go?" Leia lowered his head with great pride. For the sake of Ranmara's safety, he begged someone so humbly for the first time. Seeing this, Yang Ming didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He was in a good mood and smiled, "As long as you become my security captain, I will let him go." "Is it that simple?" Leia was confused. He had prepared himself to be severely slaughtered, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. "Security captain? Let's do it." Compared with Ranmara's safety, even if it costs Reia's life, he is willing. "Okay. I promise you." Reia nodded heavily. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Hidden mission: recruit the security captain of the food city. Task description: the establishment of the food city is a long and arduous task, but how can a city be without security? In order to maintain the peace of the food city, the host should prepare for a rainy day. Task reward: a recipe for mapo tofu. Task completed, reward has been issued. It was still the familiar recipe, the familiar taste, and a lot of information implanted in Yang Ming's head. Yang Ming had long been accustomed to this and accepted it all with a smile. When Leia safely carried Lan Wan back on his back, with his cunning heart, he suddenly had a different idea and planned to break the contract and take Lan Wan away. Perhaps seeing what Leia was thinking, Yang Ming looked at him indifferently and said, "Do you want Lan Wan's leg to get better?" "What?" Leia was confused, wondering if he was under an illusion. He looked at Yang Ming in doubt, as if he wanted to find a lie from his face. However, Yang Ming stood upright like a straight pine tree, with a calm face, not affected at all. Leia raised his eyebrows and cautiously asked, "Do you mean that you can cure Ranmara's legs?" "Of course." Yang Ming said affirmatively, "Come with me into the shop." Leia frowned, feeling extremely entangled in his heart, hesitating whether to follow. Seeing this, Zabuza said angrily, "If you are asked to come in, just follow me, don't dawdle like a woman." "Humph." In response, Leia snorted coldly, and stepped into Yang Ming's shop with 3 parts of hesitation and 7 parts of curiosity. Yang Ming asked them to find a seat first and went to the kitchen by himself. Leia put Ranmara on the stool and looked around uneasily, feeling uneasy. How is he going to treat her? Zabuza leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest. He was quite surprised to hear this. "You don't know about Boss Yang Ming's deeds? Of course, he will treat her with delicious food." Puff. Suddenly, Leia's eyes were dizzy and he almost cursed. "Treating with delicious food, are you crazy?" Yang Ming, who Leia thought was crazy, was in the kitchen at this time, preparing to cook a new dish, mapo tofu. Speaking of the origin of the name of this dish, there is actually a very funny origin. It is said that there was a beautiful girl with pockmarks on her face, and she was called Mapo. Because the fried tofu she invented was particularly delicious, the tofu she cooked was bright red, the beef cubes were crispy and fragrant, and it was spicy, fragrant, crispy, tender, hot, and well-shaped, full of Sichuan characteristics. At that time, the tofu cooked by this Mapo was different from others, and the wonderful thing was that it was cooked by burning. On the snow-white and tender tofu, brown red minced beef and green garlic sprouts were dotted, and a circle of translucent red oil was around, like jade inlaid with ember, with a unique flavor of numbness, spiciness, hotness, tenderness, crispness, fragrance, and freshness. In addition, her face was so distinctive, and over time, this dish was called Mapo tofu. Since then, Mapo tofu has become an indispensable part of Sichuan cuisine after countless generations of hard work and research. The characteristics of Mapo tofu are numbness, spiciness, hotness, fragrance, crispness, tenderness, freshness, and liveliness, which can be said to be pearls, and the essence of Mapo tofu is fully extracted. Spicy refers to the right amount of pepper powder sprinkled on the tofu when it is out of the pot. The pepper should be tribute pepper, which has a pure and refreshing taste. If it is pepper from other places, the numbing taste will stick to the throat and make people feel suffocated. Who will have an appetite and dare to eat tofu again? Spicy, a special Dahong Bao oil pepper is used to make bean paste, which is chopped and cooked, and a small amount of cooked oil pepper is added to cook the tofu, which is spicy and fragrant. Hot, the characteristics of tofu keep the temperature of the whole dish after it is out of the pot, and it is not easy to cool down. Every time you use chopsticks, you can taste the taste of freshly baked. Fragrant, it means that it is served immediately after the pot is out of the pot. There is no smell of gypsum for making tofu, the smell of water rust for cold-soaked tofu, and the original unpleasant smell of various condiments, only the fragrance that arouses appetite. Crisp refers to the refined beef filling, which is golden in color, red and crispy, and each grain is crispy when it enters the mouth and melts when it touches the teeth. Tender refers to the tofu being put into the pan, fried and blanched properly, white as jade, with edges and corners, and breaking easily with a pinch, so most people at home use a small spoon to eat it. Fresh refers to the ingredients of the whole dish, all of which are fresh, tender, and green, with a good combination of red and white, fresh in color and taste, impeccable. Live is a special skill of Chen Meipo tofu shop. When the tofu is served, the inch-long garlic sprouts stand upright in the bowl, green and blue, and very shiny, as if they have just been picked and chopped from the field, vivid and alive, but when you put them in your mouth, they are all cooked and have no raw taste. In the process of making Meipo tofu, there is a mystery in just choosing the ingredients, and it is not picked casually. Directly smelling the smell of tofu at room temperature, normal tofu has a unique fragrance of tofu. The aroma of inferior tofu is bland. Inferior tofu has bad odors such as beanie and rancid or other odors. High-quality tofu is uniformly milky white or light yellow, with a slight luster. Poor quality tofu is dark to light red, dull. Low-quality tofu is dark gray or dark yellow. The tofu provided by the system is of excellent quality. Just looking at the appearance, the smooth skin and milky white color are like a mirror, reflecting the appearance of a person. It can be said to be a dreamy tofu. It can be seen that the tofu provided by the system is relatively tender, rather than old tofu. After all, to make Meipo tofu, it is not too tender, but moderately soft and hard. The cooked Meipo tofu should be smooth and tender without breaking to be the most authentic. Yang Ming cut the tofu into small square pieces, put it in water to blanch, and serve it for later use. It should be noted here that this is not ordinary hot water, but boiling light salt water, so that the astringency in the tofu can be removed, and the tofu tastes tender and not easy to break. Of course, beef is indispensable for making Meipo tofu. However, the beef here is very particular. You have to choose the tenderloin part, and it must be fresh. Because the fibrous tissue of beef is coarse and the connective tissue is more, Yang Ming carefully cuts it horizontally with a kitchen knife to cut off the long fibers, and cannot cut along the fibrous tissue. After cutting the beef, Yang Ming took out a rolling pin and beat the beef until it is tender, otherwise it will not only be unpalatable, but also difficult to chew. Then, Yang Ming cut it with a knife. Knife skills, 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. Accompanied by the sound of birds singing, 10 birds composed of knife energy flew out and landed on the tender beef. After just a while, the whole piece of beef was scattered like building blocks, divided into finger-sized particles. After the beef was cut into small pieces, Yang Ming put it in a small bowl, and then poured cooking wine and refined salt to marinate for 20 minutes. As a very famous Sichuan dish, many people can make Meipo tofu, but few can make it the most authentic taste. Even if you choose the right ingredients and make it according to the recipe, most people will still fail in the end. There is no other reason, because there is an unknown detail in the process of making Meipo tofu, which leads to all these tragedies. That is the garlic sprouts. As the saying goes, the devil is in the details. Over the years, I don't know how many chefs have been unable to cook the most authentic Meipo tofu because of this detail. Yang Ming chopped the green onion, ginger, and garlic separately, heated the pan with oil, and first added a little green onion and ginger to stir fry. Suddenly, a smoke spread, like a volcanic eruption, the strong fragrance was refreshing, and every cell in the body was happy to moan. After the aroma was fried, Yang Ming quickly added the beef cubes and stir-fried until it changed color, and by the way, added a hawthorn and a piece of orange peel, so that the beef would be easy to break and the fishy smell of the beef could be cut off. Then, Yang Ming added the bean paste and half of the pepper powder and fried the red oil. When frying the chili sauce, you need to put warm oil in the pan and turn the high heat to medium heat to avoid burning the chili sauce and chili powder. Then, Yang Ming put in the white tofu and stir-fry it over high heat for 1 minute. After a while, the originally white and tender tofu was dyed red by the ingredients inside, just like a woman applying rouge, which made it look particularly charming. At this time, Yang Ming added water, salt, and 5-spice powder to it and stir-fried it evenly, then poured in water starch, stir-fried it evenly and thickened it, then poured it into the Wanbao purple sand pot and simmered it for a while to let the Wanbao purple sand pot play its unique role. Finally, Yang Ming sprinkled minced garlic, minced green onion, pepper powder, and pepper grains on the tofu, and then poured a spoonful of hot oil on it and it was ready to be served. During the whole process, the tofu was stir-fried in the pot for a very short time, otherwise, if it was too long, the tofu would have bubbles and holes in the middle, and the tofu would become not soft and tender. When Yang Ming served the mapo tofu to the table, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Many diners were eagerly waiting and talking about it. My God, Boss Yang Ming has been so diligent recently and has come up with new dishes. That's right, Boss Yang Ming seems to have changed into a different person, it's really surprising. Yang Ming ignored all the noise and smiled kindly at Ran Wan, try my dish. This. Smelling the spicy aroma, Ran Wan suddenly felt itchy in his heart and wanted to eat it. However, Ran Wan and Yang Ming had not yet established a trusting relationship, so he turned to look at Leia for help. Leia frowned and said half doubtfully, Ran Wan, just take a bite and see what effect it has. Ran Wan nodded cutely, picked up the spoon, and dug a corner of the red mapo tofu. Ah! Ran Wan opened his cute little mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, Ranmaru's porcelain white face seemed to be burned red, and a touch of red appeared. The fresh aroma of pepper blew across the tongue like a breeze. This is a taste that I have never tasted before, and once I taste it, I will never forget it. Just eating after a small bite, Ran Wan felt his mouth was full of smoothness. After a while, a strong spicy flavor followed, and the unique taste of the sauce was unforgettable for a lifetime. The taste was like a suction cup, stimulating Ran Wan's tongue. The spicy taste that made him drool strongly shocked Ran Wan's esophagus and stomach wall, making his appetite involuntarily ignite. Coupled with the fresh taste, blended with the salty and fragrant beef, the taste was simply indescribable. The vitality that was originally lost due to the heat reappeared. Delicious! Very delicious! Ran Wan's eyes lit up, as if there was a rare treasure in front of him. With a pious attitude towards faith, he solemnly picked up the spoon and dug another corner. Looking at the white tofu with red in the spoon, Ran Wan came up and took a deep breath, as if he smelled the fragrance of the mandrake flower, and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Ah, this fragrance is really incomparable. As the voice fell, Ranmaru swallowed it in one gulp. At this time, Ranmaru suddenly found that his tongue seemed not as sensitive as before, like a sword in its sheath. What he didn't know was that this was the spicy taste of mapo tofu. Gurgle. Watching Ranmaru tasting it with relish, Leia had never seen Ranmaru eat so happily, with a face full of happiness. Is this really so delicious? To be honest, Leia regretted it a little. If he had known earlier, he would have tried it too. Watching others enjoy delicious food while you stare blankly is like watching others show affection, which makes you feel uncomfortable. Chapter 399 Delicious Mapo Tofu. The taste is like a suction cup, stimulating Ran Wan's tongue. The spicy taste that makes him drool strongly shocks Ran Wan's esophagus and stomach wall, making his appetite involuntarily ignite. Coupled with the fresh taste, blended with the salty and fragrant beef, the taste is simply indescribable. The vitality that was lost due to the heat has all reappeared. What surprised Ran Wan the most was that as the mapo tofu slid down his throat into his stomach, a warm current spread throughout his body and rushed to his limbs. Originally, Ran Wan's legs had been numb and he had no feeling at all. But when these warm currents passed by, Ran Wan's eyes widened. Because, a miracle happened, his numb legs actually felt a kind of tingling sensation. My legs are healed. Under Leia's unbelievable eyes, Ranmaru stood up tremblingly. Although he looked very strenuous, his cute little face was sweating, but it was difficult to hide the surprise in his eyes. Leia, I really stood up. Ranmaru and Leia were the closest, and he shared his happiness with him at the first time. Oh my God! Leia's hand trembled, and he stretched out his hand half-believingly and pinched Ranmaru's leg. Do you feel it? Feeling the rough big hand on his leg, a touch of bright red floated on Ranmaru's cheek, and he said hesitantly, yes. Hey! Leia put down a huge stone in his heart, and was happy for Ranmaru from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Leia is a man who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, and naturally will not forget who helped him. Leia stood up suddenly, bowed to Yang Ming, and was completely convinced, thank you, boss. At this moment, Leia's arrogance had already been annihilated, and even the previous escape plan was thrown aside, and he thanked him sincerely. Seeing this, Yang Ming raised his lips and patted Leia's shoulder gently, follow me, I promise, I will have meat to eat and you will have soup to drink. At this time, Lan Wan pulled the corner of Leia's clothes, his two big eyes were watery, Leia, you haven't eaten today, eat with me. Gurgle. Leia was actually hungry for a long time. Hearing this, he swallowed hard, but pretended to be calm and said, "It's okay, you eat, I'm not hungry." Gurgle. Gurgle. Unfortunately, as soon as he said this, his stomach made a muffled sound, which made him very embarrassed. Leia's old face turned red, and he was about to explain something to maintain his tall image in Lan Wan's mind, but he saw Lan Wan push the plate of mapo tofu and put it in front of Leia. Leia looked down and saw that on the snow-white and tender tofu, there were brown red minced beef and green garlic sprouts, and a circle of translucent red oil on the outside, like jade inlaid with ember. The inch-long garlic sprouts stood upright inside, emerald green and blue, and the oil was very bright, as if they had just been picked and chopped from the fields, vivid, which made people's eyes bright and aroused their deep desire. "Damn, I'm so hungry." Leia felt his stomach twitch, and suddenly his old face pulled, and he couldn't pretend any more. He sat down suddenly, picked up the spoon and started eating. Mapo tofu has a unique flavor of numbness, spicy, hot, tender, crisp, fragrant and fresh, but due to everyone's the tongue has different tolerances, and the degree of feeling is also different. For example, Ranmara's tongue has a strong tolerance for heat, so after tasting mapo tofu, he didn't feel the heat at all, and the numbness on the tip of the tongue only appeared after a while. But Leia is obviously different, his tongue's tolerance is relatively weak. Ah! When the tofu covered with a layer of boiling hot oil entered his mouth, Leia's eyes widened suddenly, and he almost bit his tongue because of the heat. Hot, hot, hot. Cough, cough. The extremely short scalding heat was like a big fire burning on the tip of the tongue, which surprised Leia. After he drank a whole glass of boiled water, he felt much better. Puff. Seeing this, Yang Ming was happy and laughed. "There is a saying in my hometown, which is that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. This saying is really appropriate for you." Leia's old face turned red, and he whispered cunningly, "I was just too careless. Yes, I was careless. I will never do this next time." As if to prove himself, Leia scooped up a spoonful of white and tender tofu again, poured red-hot chili oil on it, and there were bursts of pleasant light smoke floating. 2 or 3 green garlic sprouts fell on it, adding a little novelty to the monotonous color, which looked very beautiful. With the lesson from the last time, Leia no longer dared to despise tofu. Instead, he patiently put his mouth close to it and blew gently. Wisps of light smoke floated in the wind, like a dancer's thin gauze dress. Leia felt that the time had come, so he took a small sip. When the lips touch the smooth surface of tofu, it is like touching the skin of a young girl, as smooth as silk, which makes people feel excited. Even better, when Leia sucked it, the tofu seemed to be made of water and went into his mouth obediently. Leia could hardly imagine that he was eating a piece of tofu. The tip of his tongue felt slightly hot, and waves of spicy flavor surged up like waves. Under this wave, Leia was just a lone boat and soon lost in the ocean of food. Lei. Yay. Lei. Yay. Under the ocean of food, Leia seemed to hear a familiar voice calling his name in a trance. Who was that? Leia flipped in the ocean of food, feeling the tingling pleasure from the tip of his tongue, and became more drowsy and didn't want to be woken up. Ranwan. Suddenly, Leia finally remembered who the owner of this voice was. He shuddered and struggled to escape from the ocean of food. When his eyelids reopened, the same place appeared in front of him. Leia found that Ranmara was staring at him nervously. "Are you okay?" Ranmara pulled Leia's clothes like a pitiful little animal. "No. I'm fine." Leia smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that he was conquered by mapo tofu. It would be so embarrassing to say it out. At this time, the shop welcomed a customer. When he saw the new dishes cooked by Yang Ming, his eyes lit up and he walked up with a few steps. "Boss Yang Ming, do you have new dishes? No matter how much it costs, give me a takeaway." Hei Baiju said with a proud face. He had no choice. Uchihamadara's appetite had been getting better and better these days. He was clamoring to eat more and better dishes, and he was almost worried about Hei Baiju's hair turning white. Now, seeing Yang Ming's new mapo tofu, it was like finding a savior. Chapter 400 Uchihamadara's Shock. Hokage Building. Uchihamadara's office. Dong. 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 The knock on the door immediately reminded Uchihamadara, who was still working in the sea of books. "It's time to eat." With such a feeling, Uchihamadara stepped out of his workaholic state, swept aside all the documents that he regarded as treasures, and tidied up the table. Then, Uchihamadara said in a majestic and low voice, "Come in." Creak. The door was carefully opened, and Hibaiju pushed the cart in, followed by Uncle Ichiraku. If you look closely, you will find that there is a helpless look in his eyes. Black and White Zetsu put on a flattering smile on his face, approached Uchihamadara, and said in a low voice, "Master Madara, I have good news to tell you today." "Oh." Uchihamadara unconsciously put his 10 fingers together, glanced at Uncle Ichiraku with interest, and joked, "You and Ichiraku have a result." Ahem. Black and White Zetsu was choked suddenly, his face flushed and said, "No, no." Black and White Zetsu simply opened the lid on the plate, and a fragrant spicy aroma immediately came to his face, making people unable to help but take a big gulp, and immediately from beginning to end, it was so refreshing that it exploded. "This is..." Uchihamadara's eyes lit up, staring at the dish. "What good news do you want to tell?" Black and White Jew smiled flatteringly. "This is a new dish developed by Chef Yule, called Mapo Tofu. On the snow-white and tender tofu, brown red minced beef and green garlic sprouts are dotted, and the outer circle of translucent red oil is like jade inlaid with ember. The inch-long garlic sprouts stand upright inside, emerald green and blue, and the oil is very bright, as if they have just been picked and chopped from the field, vivid, which makes people brighten their eyes and arouse their deep desire." "Good. Good. Good." Uchihamadara was relieved and sighed, "I have Chef Yule, which is a great pleasure in life." Uchihamadara looked at Uncle Yule sincerely, and suddenly he was full of pride. "Tell me, what kind of reward do you want?" At this moment, Uncle Yule was extremely entangled in his heart. This was clearly Yang Ming's dish, but he had to impersonate him. For an aspiring chef, it was really a torment. However, when he saw the hidden murderous intent in Hibaiju's eyes, Uncle Ichiraku trembled in his heart and had to bite the bullet and said, "As long as Lord Hokage is satisfied, I don't need any reward." "How can this be?" Uchihamadara would not easily change his decision. In order to convince Uncle Ichiraku, Uchihamadara said sincerely, "If everyone is like you and does not want rewards for their merits in the future, won't those poor people who have contributed to the village starve to death?" After that, Uchihamadara took out a check, wrote on it, and then handed it to Uncle Ichiraku. When Uncle Ichiraku saw the 6 zeros after the number 1 on it, he suddenly felt his throat dry and his head dizzy. This is more than just preferential treatment, it is simply generous. Uchihamadara gave Uncle Ichiraku 1 million just to encourage him to continue researching new and more delicious dishes. What is a rich man? This is simply a god-level rich man. Spending money like water and treating money like dirt, this is what Uchihamadara is like. How can I feel embarrassed? Uncle Ichiraku's face was hot, and his heart was pounding. He got Yang Ming's original things, which made him, an honest man, feel even more uneasy. Seeing this, Uchihamadara not only did not blame Uncle Ichiraku, but valued him even more. Uchihamadara said with emotion, "If everyone is like you, Chef Ichiraku, and has the spirit of craftsmanship to specialize in research, why can't Konoha unify the ninja world?" Alas! Hearing Uchihamadara's high praise, Uncle Ichiraku felt even more uncomfortable, so he had to lower his head to prevent the other party from seeing his ugly face. Who knows, in Uchihamadara's eyes, this is a manifestation of being unconstrained by fame and fortune and being humble and dedicated. Uchihamadara forced the check into Uncle Ichiraku's hand and shook his hand solemnly. "Chef Ichiraku, you are a model of the spirit of Konoha craftsmen, you must accept this money." Uncle Ichiraku opened his mouth, holding his breath. Uncle Ichiraku really wanted to tell the truth, but now, he was shocked to find that he was already under the cliff and could never turn back. Once he told the truth, not only would Hibaiju retaliate against him, but even Uchihamadara would be embarrassed. Although Uncle Ichiraku had already communicated with Yang Ming, by then, could Yang Ming withstand the anger from Uchihamadara? Uncle Ichiraku was unsure. So, Uncle Ichiraku could only comfort himself in his heart, "At worst, I can give the check back to Yang Ming." With this mentality, Uncle Ichiraku took the check from Uchihamadara. Only after this matter was settled, Uchihamadara had time to taste the dish of Mapo tofu. When the white and tender tofu slid into his mouth, feeling the hot taste spreading on the tip of his tongue, Uchihamadara's tiger body trembled, feeling that all the cells in his body were cheering, and he almost groaned with joy. Especially the incomparable spicy taste, like a bunch of small plush needles, constantly stimulating the tongue, making Uchihamadara sweat all over, and the taste buds on the tip of his tongue were all evacuated. There is only one word, awesome. It's awesome. It's like a virgin who hasn't touched a woman for decades. Once he has in-depth communication with a woman, he will feel awesome from beginning to end. This is so delicious. Uchihamadara's eyes were filled with tears, and he couldn't help himself. He thought that he had never eaten anything in the world of the dead for so many years, and there was no better place than the human world. It was really great to have such delicious food. Even if someone forced him to fight to the death with Senju Hashirama, Uchihamadara might not agree. Life is precious, and delicious food is priceless. If you die, how can you eat such heavenly food? Uchihamadara swept away the mapo tofu like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. His face was rosy and looked very satisfied, whether it was because of the spiciness or something else. Uchihamadara didn't even let go of the juice left in the dish of mapo tofu, and licked it clean with his tongue one by one. But this still couldn't satisfy him. Uchihamadara let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Uncle Ichiraku with anticipation. Chef Ichiraku, next time you make this mapo tofu, can you make more? It feels like it's not enough. At this moment, Uncle Ichiraku was in a complicated and embarrassed mood. But in order to prevent his life from being exposed, Uncle Ichiraku had to bite the bullet and say nonsense, this dish is not so easy to make. It takes 49 days to make this tofu, and you can only make a little each time. Is that so? Uchihamadara's eyes darkened, and he was full of loss of soul. However, Uncle Ichiraku's words made Uchihamadara admire him even more. He is worthy of being a chef, and he is really serious and rigorous in cooking.